Mic check 1 2. Mic check 1 2. Let's rock.
Black people, I love you, and I love you enough to tell you, you ain't ready to revolt shit. You don't feed yourself, you don't hunt your own animals and slaughter them, you don't prepare your own meat, you don't own your own land, you don't have a seed growing in your window. So when you think about revolutionaryism, and you think about fighting and dying in the street like you ain't shit.
Killer Mike said black people ain't ready to revolt. It's a disparaging marriage and he ready to elope. Maritime coastline, deep V hull boat. Crack a nose turned up, machete to your throat. The divine snatched the arm back, she fine, she in Zinga. Moroccan mercenary got a line on Moringa. Ask Chief X to swing it. Go fund me to rock a new car or build a school like I'm Dr. Umar. Nah, go fund some more guns, banana clips and cannabis, and bury it, the jackal, Anubis. I'm cool, keep them heaters, and I'm in tie in an abyss. He ain't rapping due to libations, he just channeling this.
Hands down, you ain't ready to oppose nothing. You are as a part of this system as any white person gentrified.
I'm on light. Hovercraft propellers over swamp water. We make the thoughtful think they should have thought harder. Be aware of this. Don't blink, there's only one blunt between the careful and careless. It's hard to face it when you need a shrink or a therapist. Mental disorder ordered them to label you a terrorist. I breathe elements and I found the secret. We could all walk on water if it's ground beneath it. I carry my weapon and keep my trees, and still be Hotep and ask to rig Nasheed. 6 in the morning I greet my seed, then do everything I think I need.
I have to say this because I know our spirit and our emotions get stirred. I'm not against nobody on the panel. I'm with everybody on the panel. I'm not diametrically opposed to anybody. I agree with everything my brother said about revolutionaryism. So let me ask you guys a few questions. We're in the South, we're in the heart of the South right now. Who fishes? Who knows how to fish? Hands down. Who knows how to hunt? Let's hands. Hands down. Hands down. Hands down. Hands down.
Black people, are you ready to revolt? Black people, are you ready to revolt?
Oh yeah, I fell asleep last night. I woke up and had to go turn off the screen.
Black people, are you ready to revolt? Black people, are you ready to revolt?
Alright, we gonna get it started. Don't trip, it's coming.
Erotic script in my car too. Roll through with them arches. All cool, that's in my shinu. I'm Bennu giving y'all truth. Iron core from meteorite should be chartreuse. Turbocharged the chariot and almost left Ferrari. The queen like almost Nefertari. Immortalize an image, put a figure in a figurine. Him it never read who her. Them leopard skin kilts, yeah, the clan wear 'em. And I turn your knee suit to a fan bearer. Have my servants build a new stadium where I'ma slaughter you, surround your tumor line with boot cranium. Remove the organs, we preserve the dead, mummify them, then carve them a reserve head. And all your internet mans who lied with you, died with you, sacrificed their life, afterlife with you. Now I'm all in your spot, and I'm calling the shots while your soul get devoured in the hall of my heart. Can't the night ballin' or not, care if you ballin' or not. I'm still gonna tell you guys, go to Kenneth like El Shaddai. You ain't no king, You're like Cambyses the Persian who couldn't draw the Nubian bowstring. Melt the jewels in your crown into a gold ring. Refashion them after smashing the whole thing. You're like Pepe II. Too old, king. If you think it ain't black, then let me just check them. I know the syntax. Every morphine and phoneme. The scholarship top line, dog, and the flow mean. And my debater make a fraud, quit the internet. Sometimes I wonder if I saw to fix this window yet. That's what you call repair, re-end. They heard the king of Madjai was a scary man, and he is though. I'm Telling you, you better contain me, man. He's busting arrows at all these Mediterraneans, killing them. Now we ain't getting no views. Yeah, them flip-flops look like Tutankhamun shoes. And y'all just wiki, thinking I'm enthused. They turned Egyptian temples to churches and still say, I'm enthused. It's crazy. They just wiki, cause they lazy. So they can call me pseudo, it don't faze me. The page monetized, so crushing you clowns pays. You dig? Magi archers. Dead Perry.
What up, hold up. What up? Let me get something on the screen for y'all. What's up this evening? I put up the link. Go on, click the link. If you're ready to vent, whatever you want to do, this is the place. Well, the place for that. Cats be trying to front like they got a cool demeanor, then they flash in 5 seconds. Get the cussing the nice guy out for no reason. That should be funny. I was out in the hood today. Not the hood, the world. And I got to see some other stuff too. Craziness. We was on Maya Hepri, huh? It's funny though how much you don't learn when you watch some motherfuckers. Y'all just gotta start peeping game. Cause every time somebody brings something for you to learn from, they reject it. Arrows up. Shout out to the marchers in the building. I see you. Just reject. We're gonna let the people roll in, have us some fun. Let me turn on my stuff I gotta turn on. I'm tripping. Get everything right with the video. I've been wanting to show other stuff, so you know, I've been watching it. You can't get all caught up in the moment and then mess your page up. You feel me? And so it is what it is. Feel free to hit the link as we continue to build. Now, I just want to know what make a motherfucker feel like they could woof on the top of anybody, any soapbox. I don't care if you're talking to your own people, that you could debate me about anything. Like, seriously, though. Don't y'all be seeing how humiliated cats be getting from the times where they try to creep on my show, from when they get loud on my show? Let me get this mic right. From when they creep on my show to when they get loud on the show. How many times have y'all seen these same motherfuckers who woofing about what they gon' do be humiliated on my page? Once, twice, or more than that. You never know how many Wolves tickets a motherfucker sell till you fall out with them. Then you could be like, oh, this motherfucker been flim-flamming the whole time. You never know the true character of a man till shit get tough. It ain't always good to be standing on the truth. It's always right, but in this world, it ain't always good. You notice how many people been standing on the truth and got persecuted in this world? That new video is under the mechanics featuring Casual. Shout out to you, John Nix. Crazy, crazy, crazy. So let me play a few things. Because as we look at Ma Hepri, we could just listen. And I don't even know why people maintain some of their arguments when they know how fast I could squash them. They just don't got nothing to talk about, and they need to go live. Feel me? Need to go live to maintain the Cash App hustle. Not teaching you shit. I'm going to slander everybody. I ain't going to teach you shit, and I'm going to ask for your support. Motherfuckers go live without shit to talk about. What happened to the Bitterman and the shit? Did I miss that part? Well, hold on, though. So I don't never engage. It's certain shit I don't engage in. Right? Because once you get to a certain point, it's on you. You feel me? Like once you get to a certain point, that's just on you. So like for instance, when we talk about cats talking about people from 66,000 years ago changing the contingency of who the ancient Egyptians were. Then we just go to the geneticists and they say stuff like, let's let that load. It's taking its own good time, so let me see what's going on. Maybe they want me to refresh this or something.
If something comes back to Africa 66,000 years ago, I'm sorry that if it's been there 66,000 years, then that's African, or 60,000 years ago. If something comes back to Africa 66,000 years ago, I'm sorry that if it's been there 66,000 years, then that's African. Or
so then you won't hear that ever said no more. We was arguing over and toiling over that. But about this indigenous African thing. And not saying black, and acting like you have a genuine stance on it, and acting like your stance is well founded in something. But I got you when you was explaining it to the people, making yourself look real crazy right now. Right? Like imagine if somebody was fighting fisticuffs, falling out with everybody who had their back over using the word black as it pertains to Egyptians. Then you found a tape of them saying, when I say indigenous Africans, they didn't want us to say, they called the whole continent black. So now, instead of saying that, we just say indigenous Africans. When they say that, it means black. But you sitting here going fisticuffs over that? So how can someone call you genuine? I don't even get it. Man.
So really, when back in the day when they were saying black, they was talking about Africans. Then all of a sudden, right, when they realized that Egypt was in Africa, then half of Africa was just black people. I remember that. They called it the dark continent, right? And in the midst of their racism, niggas came from the dark continent, nowhere else. Then when they got there and seeing them great monuments and all that shit, rising and breasted in them, then all of a sudden, you know what I'm saying? It was they ain't black no more. They half black. Oh, half of it, they put a line there and say, right there with Egypt style, oh, that's it. Everybody else is black, they not black. So the conversation about they not black was really saying that they not African. And that's why people confused, right? So black was really a synonymous with African, bro. So let's really
This shit is nonsense. I mean, you could just see, I ain't got no shit like this. They trying. But you could just see that how could you debate me when I just put this on the screen?
When back in the day when they was saying black, they was talking about Africans. Then all of a sudden, right, when they realized that Egypt was in Africa, then half of Africa was just black people. I remember that. They called it the dark continent, right? And in the midst of their racism, niggas came from the dark continent, nowhere else. Then when they got there and seen them great monuments and all that shit, rising and breasted in them, then all of a sudden, you know what I'm saying? It was they ain't black no more. They half black. Oh, half of it, they put a line there and say, right there with Egypt style, oh, that's it. Everybody else is black, they not black. So the conversation about they not black was really saying that they not African. And that's why people confused, right? So black was really a synonymous with African, bro.
Well, like, you ain't even debate material, I hate to bust your bubble. This just your side hustle. You ain't got nothing. You ain't gonna admit nothing. You gonna win, or you won already.
So really, when back in the day when they was saying black, they was talking about Africans. Then all of a sudden, right, when they realized that Egypt was in Africa, then half of Africa was just black people. I remember that. They called it the dark continent, right? And in the midst of their racism, niggas came from the dark continent, nowhere else. Then when they got there and seen them great monuments and all that shit, rising and breasted in them, then all of a sudden, you know what I'm saying? It was they ain't black no more. They half black.
Oh, so that's when they turned not black no more, huh, Bobby?
Oh, half of it, they put a line there and say, right there with Egypt style, oh, that's it. Everybody else is black, they not black. So the conversation about they not black was really saying that they not African. And that's why people confused, right? So black was really a synonymous with African, bro.
Now, I don't get it. I just don't get it. Pan-African James in the building. Now, if you held a view like that, and then your mans are saying they black almost 2 years later, would you be ready to fisticuffs with him? What's up with James?
What's happening, homie? Man, I went over there under the spirit of the diplomacy, bro, and didn't turn out good. You know what I'm saying? I really went under that the thinking maybe if I.
Well, you know, whenever somebody starts mentioning your name,
I gave him a Harvard geneticist, and he then Gozy came on and said he's a racist. The first thing he said about David Wright, he's a racist.
So the Harvard geneticist was the racist.
That's what he said. Then he tried to switch around and say, I didn't know what I was talking about, and I couldn't comprehend the data. And they don't understand, bro, that I do this for real.
Shout out to the new member who joined. I see you. Shout out to you. Yeah,
I read the man's whole paper. So I got a very good understanding. They act like if Gozy knew who he was, if he knew his position, why is he still on the same, I don't know, bro. I just left him over there. I'm kind of shocked. I don't know why I'm shocked. But yo, I got some sources and some stuff I want to share that I think it'll be more fairly received over here, man, because they act like they can't comprehend. And I want to see maybe if it's just me or did you see what I shared?
Not really. A little bit, basically.
Right. So this guy, and we could look at his paper and everything, smash and read the whole paper, what his analysis was and everything. They think that this stuff ain't out here. Mm-hmm. You know what I'm saying? So The very fact that the man wrote a paper and said that we're gonna have to reconsider the concept of race based on the new genetic data that they found, ain't that an admission that there is race?
Oh yeah.
Well, what are they doing?
I got a clip on that, but hold on.
I said, yeah, you know what I'm saying? It's just
have some fun and look at these clips. So hold on. Let me
right.
see if I can play something. I thought I had something on that, but let's see it. What did he say?
And there's a new Y chromosome study that's has immense implications because it shows
you hear that?
I hear
that
this from a
that a particular mutation that leads to Africans and Asians originate in Africa. There used to be a debate about this, you know, and for the longest I believed that the ancestor split in two directions. So you had the ancestor in both places. But now some people say no, it's in one place, and they're saying that some of the other Y chromosome haplogroups, key mutations, also originate in Africa. They're using the timing of admixture with Neanderthals outside and dates that they have for remains outside of Africa.
Stop it. Please stop.
My gosh. Oh my gosh. I don't even know. I don't even get it no more, bro.
See what I'm saying? I've been saying this the whole time. They use that as a measure to find out when Eurasian DNA comes back into the continent.
Hey, but look, now, you know that's what the started thinking on the under. If you know how shit be going, we all be listening to the same radio. So I know he sound like Pan-African James.
With Neanderthals outside.
Oh, so now they're using the data from the Neanderthals, like James been saying, huh?
The timing of admixture with Neanderthals outside and dates that they have. Some people say no, it's in one place, and they're saying that some of the other Y chromosome haplogroups, key mutations, also originate in Africa. They're using the timing of admixture with Neanderthals outside and dates that they have for remains outside of Africa to recalibrate the origin of these Y chromosome lineages. So it may actually turn out that there's a whole lot of stuff that people have been calling Eurasian that actually emerged in Africa. And that would not surprise me at all. And there's some new.
There's a lot of stuff that people call what, James, that emerged in Africa? Did he say Eurasian?
He sounded like he said Eurasian.
Yeah, buddy.
But see, what he's talking about, how they're starting to use the data to find out about haplogroups migrating out, they're using that Neanderthal DNA to find out. Because if it came back in, it would have Neanderthal DNA. For R, for instance, when you look at the R in Chad, it's minus the Neanderthal DNA, which shows you that R develops in Africa and then leaves out. And then they get the Neanderthal DNA later. See, that's how they're going to do it. But they think that people can't comprehend this information. It's them that can't comprehend it. And then they made an analysis smash off of just my little clips that I had, watched the whole video. They need to watch the whole video to get a full analysis before they can disagree. They disagree right then and there. So it's just, man, when you're dealing with people that don't really, you could tell, and it's very shocking to me that this is going on in the community. You know what I'm saying? Because I thought that certain people had a better rigor for, detail.
Yeah. No, it ain't detail. It ain't none of that. Some people ain't gonna change. We at the point in our manhood where we know we right and we ain't changing. Basically. So some of these debates are pointless and useless.
If I was wrong, I think I got the ability to change. But see, the reason why I've been standing on this so strong, and I know you probably didn't even have no confidence in what I was saying back in the day, because I know you didn't know.
Well, I've been learning by listening to y'all.
Yeah, you know what I'm saying? But then you went and started doing a little, when you dug this up with Soy Kenyatta. See, that analysis that he's making, I bet you that's something from this year. Excuse me.
Yeah. Yeah, y'all be helping everybody. While James is gone, let's have some fun to listen to some clips real quick. Because, man, oh, man, I mean, y'all can say whatever. But one thing you know about time, if you really know science, is all the same thing. This is why we look into our history, right? We look into our history to say, okay, not whether you was wrong before, are not whether you was right before, but how you acted in that situation now that we know you're wrong. We go back to say, would you have screamed at somebody about that old thing that you thought? Like, let me make it so James can hear. Anybody hit the link if y'all want.
Yeah, I'm back.
All right, hold on. Let me share this audio. Let me see. I don't know what this is, but let's listen to it.
I can imagine. See, this is what we're not seeing.
You hear that, James?
Yeah, I hear it.
Let's hear it.
See, this is what we're not seeing. You would literally have to go to Egypt and realize with Bonaparte's, Napoleon Bonaparte's and them singing. When they seen that Sphinx with them big lips, right? Varney, right? Varney goes there. Anthropologist, yo, he talks about, man, he said, wow, that's a nigga.
Wow. That's a nigga.
So do he really, is this what he's saying at this point? Is this factual?
I mean,
Or did he just unlearn this? I'm just saying, what is that fiction what he's talking about?
but these the easy ones I'm putting out. So we could let him waste time thinking of excuses for the easy ones. And on that big screen, we're gonna put up the harder ones. All right. You feel me? These
Right.
the easy ones like this. I mean, so contradictory.
What's your stance on who the Egyptians is, my nigga?
Now, this another nigga. I got him too, though. I got the whole crew. It's really cool. Whoever you want to put on the stage, let's go. We're going to have some fun. All right, let's see what's up with this. I was just doing this like...
Watch this. Let's see what they start off saying about who the Egyptians are. It says the ancient Egyptians were an indigenous African people who first appeared in the South. Damn.
That ain't your source no more? You ain't rocking with that source no more, huh? What's all this stuff about the South?
I even showed him about Jebel Barkel and everything. That was the source of the Amun-Ra worship. I mean, they started worshiping there first, and how it took them 2 months to get down there. So that's how they built I think the Amun-Ra temple in Thebes, right? That comes later after it took them 2 months to travel downstream. So they was like, nah, we ain't gonna keep doing that every year. So that's why they built Thebes so that they could have their coronation there. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm. See, the problem is we dealing with this new character. People redo themselves every time. This new character, this Bobby Banger guy. You feel me?
I had to start calling him Bobby. I can't even call him.
We gonna make him shake that too. Every few minutes, somebody run up on him, he shake that and come anew. But I'm gonna take y'all back to what I call Old Mac Aunt. All right, this Old Mac Aunt.
All Mac statue, 10-ton statue, representation of the gods who are not in Africa yet.
Old Mac Aunt talking about we not in Africa yet. What is that? I never heard that before. Let's listen.
All Mac statue, 10-ton statue, representation of the gods who are not in Africa yet.
I could quote that. See, it's not about teaching wrong stuff and realizing you pseudo. It's about what you would have did if somebody would have told you was pseudo at that point. You would have screamed them out. You would have cussed their mama out.
All Mac statue, 10-ton statue, representation of the gods who are not in Africa yet.
But that's Old Mac Aunt. You feel me? Oh, I wonder who was the hardest, Old Mac Aunt or Nubian Lip Aunt. I think Nubian Lip.
Now, it's a specific thing that you can tell that this is African. because, and not just Egyptian, but Nubian, because they use a particular sculpting technique on it, right? And it's called what? It's called the Nubian lip. You'll find that Nubian lip on Nubian.
Now, have you ever heard of the Nubian lip artist?
I never heard of this about it. I never heard of that. He said
So,
the
I
Nubian-
mean,
what
now
we
we
call
see
the
why.
Nubian-
See,
hold
this.
on, hold on,
Go
Smash.
ahead,
Hold
go
on,
ahead.
hold on. You read the glyphs. Is there such is this such thing as the Nubian lip art in the primaries? Have you seen that anywhere?
Man, come on,
Yeah,
man.
like-
I'm not saying you
Yeah,
can't.
hold up.
Huh?
Type Nubian lip art.
I'm not saying you can't be wrong in
Please
the
type it in
past.
the
I'm
DL
saying
We just
what
gotta
you,
see it.
what you type Nubian lip.
Yeah, the Nubian. What did he say? Nubian lip art.
Yeah,
We
yeah.
should be
Go
able
and
to
look
find
that
it.
up. We're gonna learn that old knowledge that Brother Bobby was teaching us
Yeah.
about.
He was before his time, boy.
Man,
I
let me, hear
miss
that.
all-
Let me
all
hear that
that.
again, man.
Right back.
Hold on. I gotta hear that again, man. Make sure I didn't hear that wrong. So Olmec or Nubian lip which one?
Right?
I'm
Now,
rocking with
it's a
Nubian
specific
lip.
thing
Yeah.
that you can tell that this is African, because, and not just Egyptian, but Nubian, because they use a particular sculpting technique on it, right? And it's called what? It's called the Nubian lip. You'll find that Nubian lip on Nubian sculptures. See that?
Nubian lip.
It's Nubian lip. Now you come down to here. All that. See the lips?
So the Olmecs had Nubian lips too. This is why your brother don't. That's why he started something called the Pseudo Killers. Because he regret ever teaching people this shit. He never went back and told these people this was pseudo. He trying to do it now.
See the lips? The same thing you found on these gigantic. And this is a good one for you. So who really was building? Let's see.
This
Same
gonna be a funny
Nubian lip,
debate.
Nubian fold. It's called the royal lip. See that? To show you who really built that. And then
Cut it out, man.
It's gonna be a funny debate.
Do that again. Hold up. That was crazy.
And he do it all the same justice. I just ain't showing y'all. Wait till we see it. We got it
Yeah,
looking
you
nice,
got to play
man.
that again. That was crazy.
Oh, the royal lip, chef.
same Nubian lip, Nubian fold. It's called the royal lip. See that? To show you who really built that. And they left the techniques to show you
He
that
just trying to get her for some money.
we're the only ones that sculpt like this. I'm gonna show you again, so we don't get confused. Very simple. Let me read this for you. It says, right now,
I ain't even tripping. Now, like I said, we're not focusing on the fact that even though at that same time I was teaching metal nature, okay? At that
Hold
same
up,
as
man. He didn't have no gifts in front of him, did he?
no, you gonna see at the debate.
No, man, you got to be.
Now I got
joking.
better ones. I got way better ones.
No, it wasn't no gifts in front of that. I
You
know
gonna
he was
see. We
reading
just
that off
having
the
fun.
wall. All of us, man. Was he reading that off the wall yesterday? You ain't got to show me, but just tell me that part.
I ain't gonna ruin it for the people. Just stay tuned.
Holy
Make sure y'all
smoke.
and then they selling wolf tickets. I could have swore I heard somebody talking about sign the paperwork, bro. For real? Like, why you selling wolf tickets? It ain't no paperwork, nobody. Do y'all
Man,
want to
I
come
put a
here for
link
the
in
truth?
back chat for you.
Do y'all want to come here for the truth and go elsewhere to be entertained?
That's basically what it is at this point.
There
that's what I
is no
figured out today.
paperwork. So that's like when people, when you know they wolfing, then see, never ever show you showing me your hand before it's over by wolfing. I ain't got to know debunkers with nobody who sell wolf tickets. What do y'all think to find out that there is no paperwork after hearing someone scream at the top of their lips, sign the paperwork? Do you think sign them? Just think about it. Who platform is gonna be on? What y'all getting? This is just wolf tickets, bro. That's what we call them where I'm from.
Right. But yeah, I put a link in the back chat because I wanted to show.
All right, I'm gonna let you host this real quick to show this. What's up with my man who just came in, though? Oh no,
I
he
don't
cut
know.
already. He cut already. Show this while I go grab a bottle of water, if you don't mind.
Right
I
on.
mean, I'm still can hear, but I just need to step away for a moment. So you can share your screen.
Okay. Let me see if I'm
I'll
all
be
right.
right back.
Yeah, this is just gonna be some reading. There ain't no video in that. So this right here is this is called I can't see it. It says Science Justice and it says Research Center. But what this is David Reck, he wrote the article Debate on Race and Genetics. Now, the reason he wrote this article is because after they found out about the other archaic DNA and other all non-Africans, it became a topic that geneticists needed to discuss. So I'm gonna put this link right here in the chat, but I'm doing this to show how in depth the research that I did to kind of gain an understanding of what was the argument and what the data said. But this is David Reck, and then down here, this is going to be a source of all the people that kind of refuted him and had a problem with it. So you can see this is not something that we're doing. This is something that's going on in academia. They're having this debate as well. We ain't the only ones that's just like we just crazy and having this debate. So when he wrote this, they had a response to it. So this paper right here is just all of the rebuttals that came from what he said. Some of them good and some of them bad. And then so everybody will be able. This is from France. This is from around the world. See. So we'll be able to go and look at all of the data. I ain't saying that I went through everything, but I went through his paper to see what his argument was, and then you can look at all of the rebuttals. So this is just like a collage of everything that's been going on in this discussion that we can look at for ourselves without having to listen to Ngozi and because they don't know what the hell they talking about. And this is where the leading geneticists are having this debate at online where we can view it for ourselves. So, and the last date on it was 2019, so it's fairly up to date. So I'll share this, and I don't know if Smash made it back, but I'll share this so y'all can get context into like, I just didn't pull this out of my ASS. I actually went and looked at this stuff. So when Uncle's discarding stuff that I say, and goes to saying that I haven't read, or I don't know what I'm talking about, I actually read this paper, and this is a good paper for all of us to read, so we ain't got to listen to Ngozi no more. Because he's going to lay out the argument and how genetics is changing out of our understanding of race. Now, when I click this, because I already read it, they only give you like a free trial for So I don't want to pay for the New York Times, but I think everybody will be able to get a free trial if they just click it and read it once. So
hit the link, Baba Reggie.
Yeah, when I put this link off for everybody to read, maybe I might get the free trial that I read, but I read the whole article. So it'll be good for everybody to gain an understanding outside of getting somebody else's interpretation of what the data says. Instead of, you know what I'm saying, what I say or what Ngozi says, go read it for yourself. You know what I mean? That's what my suggestion is. I'll let you I'll quit sharing.
All right. I don't know why I clipped this, but I put LOL. So I guess let's get ready to not LOL because it ain't gonna be funny to y'all.
The current theory of evolution is referred to as the neo-Darwinian synthesis. It's much more than Charles Darwin advocated, but boiled down, it goes something like this. Over millions of years, random mutations accumulated hierarchically. And as they accumulated in long sequences in the DNA, those sequences.
I can't hear you. I can't see nothing or hear nothing.
Oh, damn. Come on, James. My bad. I didn't mean to do you like that. I didn't. I thought I was playing it for hell long. We'll see. All right, let's try again.
Okay, I see it.
The current theory of evolution is referred to as the neo-Darwinian
Well, this is at an embarrassing point. Like, people be acting like I never seen Bobby win a debate ever. He just talked and used that as a payday. But listen to this type of shit.
The current theory of evolution is referred to as the neo-Darwinian synthesis. It's much more than Charles Darwin advocated, but boiled down, it goes something like this. Over millions of years, random mutations accumulated hierarchically. And as they accumulated in long sequences in the DNA, those sequences that produced new functionality with an increase of fitness survived incrementally. Now, what I'm asking is, what observation in science would lead somebody to believe that the random accrual of mutations at a nucleotide level in DNA could produce a hierarchy of functional information?
Yeah, but that's not evolution. You just made that up. Nowhere it states
No,
that. Show me the
that is
article.
exactly.
Hold on.
Exactly that.
Show
I
me.
can read it
Hold
to
on.
you. I can go to
Show
the
me.
University
Listen,
of Berkeley.
listen,
That
go
is
get
the
that.
theory
Go
of
get that
evolution.
and read that, and then we'll
Are
get
you
back to that.
familiar? Are you familiar with natural selection?
Yes, that's what Darwin proposed. He
Okay,
proposed natural
okay,
selection.
good. Well, the current prevailing thesis in biology is that over millions of years, random mutations occurred.
This nigga didn't even know what he be talking about. He teach every day, y'all. Listen to this shit. This shit is embarrassing. Yeah, that's what Darwin was talking about.
So let me.
See, we got it all. So this dude had to sit here and explain to you the shit that that you on the show every day talking about you teaching. This is embarrassing. Watch the response. It's just ridiculous. You made that up? That's the refutation? So I'm like, you think it's going to be a debate? It's just going to be more of this dumb shit. How much I'm getting paid and I'll say anything. Hold on, let me get that audio back. That's ridiculous.
The current theory of evolution is referred.
Because this nigga didn't even know the theory of evolution. You want to see if I'm lying? Dude, the white dude was like, I'm gonna take it back. See, watch this.
Yeah, take it back, man. I got
It's gonna be ridiculous.
Okay, good. Now, is it pro, con, what?
Some people in the panel here is pro Darwin's evolution, origins of the species, and some people are completely against it.
Okay, good. Well, for those who are pro Darwin's theory of evolution, I have a question for you. What good reason do you have to believe that genetic mutations down at a nucleotide level could accumulate hierarchically?
Okay, that's a good question.
No, that's not evolution he's talking about. What are you talking about? Explain that.
The current theory of evolution.
Dude, like, you don't know the theory of evolution? So now he's about to show him the theory of evolution that you teach every day that you don't know right here on the show.
Is referred to as the neo-Darwinian synthesis. It's much more than Charles Darwin advocated, but boiled down, it goes something like this. Over millions of years, random mutations accumulated hierarchically. And as they accumulated in long sequences in the DNA, those sequences that produced new functionality with an increase of fitness survived incrementally. Now, what I'm asking is, what observation in science would lead somebody to believe that the random accrual of mutations at a nucleotide level in DNA could produce a hierarchy of functional information?
Yeah, but that's not evolution. You just made that up. Nowhere it states
No,
that.
that is exactly that. I can read it to you. I can go to the University of Berkeley.
Listen to the style of refutation.
That.
After all of this, y'all gonna accept this bullshit style of refutation. Listen.
And read that, and then we'll get back to that.
Go get that and read that, and we'll get back to that. That's what y'all be telling me
just a minute ago.
Yeah, exactly. See, y'all fall for this bullshit when somebody get boxed up. Listen.
What I'm asking is, what observation in science would lead somebody to believe that the random accrual of mutations at a nucleotide level in DNA could produce a hierarchy of functional information.
Yeah, but that's not evolution. You just made that up. Nowhere it states
No,
that.
that's a,
Show me
no,
the
that is
article.
exactly that.
Show
I
me.
can read it to
Hold on.
you. I can go to
No,
the University
listen,
of Berkeley.
listen.
That
Go
is
get
the
that.
theory
Go
of
get that
evolution.
and read that, and then we'll
Are
get
you
back to that.
familiar? Are you familiar with natural selection?
Yes, that's what Darwin proposed. He
Okay,
proposed natural
okay,
selection.
good. Well, the current prevailing thesis in biology is that over millions of years, random mutations occurred. They accumulated functional information in the DNA,
Why did they
and
occur
each
though?
time.
Now you asking why he's teaching you. Be quiet. You just supposed to teach Darwin theory every day.
Exactly that.
Show
I
me.
can read it to
Hold on.
you. I can go to
Yo,
the
He's talking
University
about
of
the
Berkeley.
lab. He's talking
listen,
That
go
about
is
get
the
that.
theory
Go
of
get that
evolution.
and read that, and then
this
we'll
is about
get back to that.
Familiar? Are you familiar with natural selection?
Embarrassing, dog. God,
embarrassing.
this is humiliating. What's up with Bobby? Oh, no, we're going to let this keep popping. We're going to watch Bobby finish humiliating himself.
Why
And
are you
then,
just bringing this clip up now?
oh, we having fun. I got hundreds of clips.
This is big screen.
People send it. No, this ain't big screen. Hey, I'm going to show you big screen. You're going to be laughing. You're going to be
This
like,
is
don't
big
do that,
screen.
Smash, huh?
This is big screen.
Yeah, we can get it all big screen. We'll have a whole collage of this foolery and ask people what makes them think that he ain't in the middle of the same type of foolery right now. Can't see the
This
forest
is
for the
7 years
trees.
ago. This is, you would think 7 years ago,
Mhm.
then he would have came back and had an answer for it, right?
Exactly.
This is horrible. I mean, this is embarrassing to our people. This is horrible. All 7 years, he's not brought this up. Go ahead, continue.
No, okay, because it was
I'm
just.
glad I got a fresh cigar for this. This is now. When I went to the Museum of Natural History with him, he did very well, right? And identifying the skulls, but and that was part of evolution. But he's talking about, he's saying explain how this could happen randomly, right? He said explain it, and Ankh says, "Oh, this is not evolution. Show me that." Oh wow, this is.
Oh, we can have some fun. I ain't gonna make up no lies. I ain't gonna act like it's some tickets for y'all to buy already, some contracts to sign. I probably won't even need to scream. It'll be all laughs and jokes. Because the scholarship is on lock. I mean, like, I'm not keeping, I kept Bobby Banger right with the information for a long time. Like, like, come on, man. You know what I'm saying? Now the other stuff y'all be talking, I'll be having to tap out. But when you tried to get in the Egypt lane, I kept you good, Like somebody wanted to talk to you about Kemet, I'm gonna be right there.
Yeah, what's in Ngozi's? See, the problem is, in Ngozi gonna give you the alphabet soup with DNA, right? But this guy is talking specifically about evolution, so we need to find an article and pull it up. Listen, I'm enjoying this. But this is embarrassing. Something he doesn't know. The dude asked him about what is natural selection. He brings up Darwin, but he's not applying it in modern science. Darwin is not modern science.
Not only that, dude was explaining the Darwin theory in high detail, and he was like, "That ain't it," and he's like, "No, that is exactly it." So you just learned this shit, bro. You didn't know it at this point.
Brother Reggie, let me ask you a question. Do you have a New York Times subscription? Because I know you from New York.
No, I have the same problem as you.
Oh, okay, word.
It's not expensive.
Yeah, I know, but I didn't want to pay for it for just that one particular. But it looked like I might have to break down and go ahead.
You might have to, because you bought it up, so you can't be cheap.
Right. But man,
I'll be right back.
We need to go over all of the David Rec information, Brother Reggie. I needed to get a line on you so I could send that to you, because
I have
man, I know
his
you.
book.
I have David Reck's book on
the one that he just wrote. That was
who we are, right? I mean, yeah, I have that one.
Mm-hmm. Oh, okay. So you could go over the 11th chapter, right? And he said that's where he deals with it at.
Yeah, I could do that. I got the book.
That's David incredible. Yeah, I plan on getting that book too. But he said that what he deals with that he wrote off in the New York op-ed for the New York Times, he's dealing with the new data of genetics and race and how scientists need to address it instead of staying silent, because it's going to have people, pseudoscientists like making the wrong analysis and saying that everybody is African.
Listen, I just tell them all, pseudo killers, just give me the book that you're reading. I'll look it up, go to the library. I don't need you to explain it to me. You can't explain it to me.
Correct.
You can't, if you can't say that you've been that you even know that you've ever used a microscope, right? That you took a college class in it, right? I mean, did you take university biology? If you ain't take university biology, I'm not listening to you.
Hey, let's listen to this for a minute. You're gonna be laughing. Let's listen.
Yeah, but that's not evolution. You just made that up. Nowhere it states
no,
that.
That is exactly that. I can read it to you. I can go to the University of Berkeley.
Listen, go get that. Go get that and read that, and then we'll get back to that.
Are you familiar with natural selection?
Yes, that's what Darwin proposed. He proposed natural selection.
Okay, good. Well, the current prevailing thesis in biology is that over millions of years, random mutations occurred. They accumulated functional information in the DNA.
Why did they occur? Why did they occur?
I am not advocating for or against. I'm simply telling you what the current theory. Can I answer you without being interrupted? I didn't interrupt you.
Yeah, you certainly did.
The question.
Hold on, you certainly did.
He about to take the hostile escape. Watch.
May I answer?
Yes.
Okay. The current theory, the basic concept is that random mutations accumulated to produce what are called polymers or strings of nucleotides. Those strings of nucleotides at a DNA level provided an increase of functionality to organisms, and that increase in functionality, where it would increase fitness, and due to the fitness, it would survive, and over long periods of time, a universal common ancestry resulted. Now, that is exactly what the theory of evolution presents. Now, I'm not somebody who happens to agree with that.
But what do you agree with? Let me hear what you agree with.
I believe that the best explanation for the origin of complex design would be either an agent or an intelligence, rather than randomness accounting for the accumulation of functional information in DNA.
Look.
Okay, so basically, let me ask you this: are you an intelligent designer?
See, I don't fall for that shit. Y'all all fall for that shit. When you box a motherfucker up, they turn the questioning back on you. Fuck that. Answer the question, motherfucker. You don't know nothing about this shit I'm talking about. Now you talking about an intelligent designer. Every time he used to get backs up, he gonna talk about the fucking vaccine. Y'all didn't get tired of that shit? I started speaking up about that shit years ago. Like talking about you gotta, every time you box him up, hold on, let me do my litmus test. Did you take the vaccine?
I tried to tell him about how the genetics in Africans made it the COVID virus in particular less effective because of our genetics. Just like HIV, that virus attacks Africans more. That's how you know that we are genetically different based on genetics. That is why it's important for us to acknowledge our difference genetically. He wants us to say that everybody has the same genetics, therefore all medicine can be used on all humans and it's going to affect us the same. That's not the way it works. You see what I'm saying? And geneticists are now saying that that's not wise for us to do. We need to acknowledge that we do have different genetics in us. We're not the same.
We're not always the same. But what's your point? What's your point?
Well, you know what, Brother Reggie, because this is a better environment for us to share information, I would rather you just review what Dr. Reich says himself. It's not really.
Yeah, but I'm not so sure you're applying. There are, of course, differences there's blood type differences, there's allergy differences, there's all type of metabolism type differences, precondition differences. So we would call those things clines, traits, right? And so yes, they should be analyzed. They should be analyzed. But when you say that we are genetically different, I would just have to push back on that a little bit.
Okay, let me give you what he said. Right, he used prostate cancer. Yeah. Right, and that was the source of their study.
Presuppose.
That's often. Oh, you want to keep playing?
Yeah, I want to hear. I don't want to argue with
you. Okay, go ahead.
This.
We can actually. I'll share that data with you so you can view it for yourself, and then you can see how off I am or on I am. But I'm pretty sure I'm pretty much close to on.
But what happened to the Bobby Banger thing?
No, we having more fun with Bobby Banger. Let's see if y'all can hear this. Let's see. It's coming. I guess I gotta clean my computer because this thing twirling today.
Where Mesopotamia invaded, subdued the indigenous population, and
y'all hear that?
Egypt and Nubia. Y'all
yeah,
we heard.
All right, then we start it off.
What did he say?
Let's start it off.
What?
Let's listen.
Where Mesopotamia invaded, subdued the indigenous population, and built Egypt and Nubia. Y'all heard me, right? Watch this. The Hamitic hypothesis, you know this well, bro. Right? Biblical narrative. Ham migrated out of Asia and came in and built Egypt and Nubia. You hear me, right? Now watch this. Let me upgrade it. So I went to the 1800s with the biblical shit, right? In that same time span with Peachtree and them in the 1900s, Peachtree and them, right? Watch this. 2022, you hear people say that these markers came from Asia and Europe and came in and built Egypt. It's the same goddamn thing.
Wow.
So let me get this right. You don't agree with that, then? Do you? I'm so confused with motherfuckers' arguments.
That was 2022.
I'm so confused with motherfuckers' arguments. Because this the dude that I was with.
He was on point. Whoever
exactly.
Wait a minute, but that was 2022. That was just last year.
Last year.
Come on, man.
I don't understand.
Play that again.
Agreeing with it or disagreeing with it?
He was agreeing with.
He was agreeing with that shit fake. Now he say that's up. That's what's up. Well, he don't all the way say no Mediterranean shit, but
he's pretty much saying, like you say, he's inferring that that's what he changed his positioning to the opposite of what he's just saying in this video.
Well,
he said Mesopotamians. He was
talking about all the old scams of people, but we could just go back to the scholars. Whenever they confuse, we go to the
people
scholars.
That we call Amazi have deep ancestry in Africa before there was any such thing as a Berber language, a Berber people. But at the threshold, at the time that something called Berber language interconnects with people who are in that region, or you get a fusion of populations so that you can then fast forward to what we have in front of us today, or to Hannibal's age, to the Punic period, or the period just before. Yeah, I mean, those events, that biological history, that fusing occurs on African soil. Therefore, it is a part of African biocultural history.
So he said the fusion in the Maghreb, like that cats be talking about, that happened all way ancient. He's like, man, that happened on African soil. That's a part of African history. People can't take that and be giving that to some other people.
And then fast forward to what we have in front of us today, or to Hannibal's age, to the Punic period, or the period just before. Yeah, I mean, those events, that biological history, that fusing occurs on African soil. Therefore, it is a part of African biocultural history. And that's what makes it African. No one particular trait, no one particular skin color, no one particular body plan. You know, the fact that the biocultural history occurs in that region in Africa. That's what makes it.
That's what makes it African. Mm-mm-mm. Yeah, I'm just having fun going through some of the clips, having fun, little kid clips. You feel me? Where James go? We lost him.
No, I'm right here, I think.
So we was talking about some cool stuff, brother Reggie, from some of the photographs Jay Mill brought back from Kemet. I don't know if you got to see it, but man, so did you get to see any of the shows I did showing some of Jay Mill's photos?
Yeah, some of it, yeah.
Some of the Tutankhamun stuff.
I don't know if I saw that. I was up that night watching it. There might be some other things.
Let's see if I can pull some of that up. I might have snipped it. I think I snipped it all
Yeah,
up.
but wait, hold on. Wait, hold on. Wait, you got any more clips of Bobby Banger?
Oh, yeah, I got a ton of them, but you know, I want to. Yeah, we're gonna have fun.
Do what you want, but that was enough. That needs to go on the big screen.
I want to go back to the first one though. Let me show you. You wasn't here yet. Oh, dang! I shouldn't have did it on the Tutankhamun page. Hold up, real quick. You wasn't here yet. This is crazy. I just want this explained to me because we've been fighting over just say they're indigenous African, right? But then you hear his explanation for what that's all about. And I'll play it to you again, Brother Reggie. Let's see. Tell me if y'all can get this audio when it comes. It ain't there yet. Okay.
So really,
y'all hear that?
Yeah, I heard.
When back in the day when they was saying black, they was talking about Africans.
So let's stop. We're gonna analyze this properly. So really, back in the day when they was saying black, they was talking about Africans, right?
Then all of a sudden, right, when they realized that Egypt was in Africa, then half of Africa was just black people. I remember that. They called it the dark continent, right? And in the midst of their racism, niggas came from the dark continent, nowhere else. Then when they got there and seeing them great monuments and all that shit, rising and breasted in them, then all of a sudden, you know what I'm saying? It was they ain't black no more. They half black.
So he telling you he know why they not black no more. Because of this situation he's explaining, but yet want us to agree with it in this day and age. He had the right mind to know why they don't call them black no more. And even say in this video, so I just call them indigenous Africans. But willing to fight over it.
Yeah, but he's wrong. He's not read enough. And I could you know what I'm doing, Smash? I am going to respond to what's his name, Metroton, right? And I think that we should all, I think the best of us should respond to him, right? I'm responding to the one, the truth about the first video he did, the truth about whether Egyptians were black, right? I'm working on that. I was working on that before I got on this call. I'm gonna respond to that. He got 471,000 views on that 18-minute bullshit that he did.
Yeah.
So I'm gonna respond, huh?
Yeah, it's gonna go to 1 million because he got that type of viewership. James, you hear? Hold on, y'all. I just gotta run out again. But keep telling the people about this Metatron stuff.
Yeah, but see, remember, Smash, I suggested that you kind of use that because I think that would grow viewership for you guys. So I think that's a good idea, Reggie.
Yeah, I'm gonna call him out if he wants to debate myself or Smash. I'm just upset that I heard again live that I don't make good arguments on the show the other day. I mean, the good brother took it back, but the person was talking about my articulation and I struggle with my articulation. I have better abilities to write and research. So the brother said to me, well, if you know that you can't talk well, shut the fuck up. And I was like, oh, wow. I'm 58 years old. People still talking to me like that, right? Wow. But going back to Metrotron or whatever so I downloaded his video and I'm taking it point by point and I'm gonna tear him up, right? Because I think that we need to go. We waste our time arguing sometimes amongst ourselves with the same old characters, right?
This is very circular.
Street Sufi is gonna pop up in a few minutes and talk about back migrations and what that got to do with anything. What does that have to do with culture, ethnicity? What does that have to do with the ultraviolet rays? What does that have to do with the different dynastic periods that we know about in the different cultural changes, right? What does that have to do? He's all the way back in 20,000 years, and I'm talking 8,000, 6,000 years, 4,000 years. I don't get it. But with Metrotron, whatever his name is, he does so much damage and is so confusing that I think that we have to respond to it. I think I'm sure that myself and Smash and some other people can deal with it.
Well, the thing is, the bigger pages that respond to him get the more viewership on their responses. You know what I'm saying? And that's just that. A few people have done responses to him. None of them went into the linguistics too much, but he was wrong all over the place.
You talking about like someone like this? I mean, like the person Imhotep, or
Imhotep did a response.
You think his information wasn't good?
No, I didn't say that. I was talking about
Megatron is wrong.
Megatron's information.
Yeah, I definitely agree.
My response only got 2,600 views.
But I think you still need to keep plugging, and then and with the right because you got all the AI technology.
What's the name?
I'll play it right now. Let's watch it just for the
maybe a group effort. Maybe we could all everybody get together.
Well, I'll talk to dude too. Why don't none of them invite him on their page? Bring him to the debate. Let's look at this.
This is what we are disagreeing
about. Can y'all hear the audio?
My point. Ancient Egypt was a multicultural and multi-ethnic civilization due to its geolocation connecting the Middle East, Africa, Asia and Europe, a strategic location on the crossroad of continents, flourishing around the Nile River, which was a cultural conduit of civilization. Therefore, there is diversity on the skin of the Egyptians. Throughout time and location, the ethnic percentages will vary depending on era and region. According to the results of my research, the majority of ancient Egyptians would have had an olive skin, with a lower percentage of black individuals living mostly in the southern areas of Egypt, and some white settlers and white ruling elite during the later periods. The ancient Egyptians were a multi-ethnic African civilization, and their ethnicity was inextricably tied to their geographic location.
Metatron's argument emphasizes Egypt's geolocation as the primary factor driving its multiculturalism. It is essential to recognize that this view overlooks a range of other influential factors: cultural exchange. The author's argument primarily focuses on geography as a conduit of civilization, but downplays or fails to show an understanding of the significance the domestic cultural entanglement between Nubians and Egyptians played in the formation of Egypt. Dr. Soketa explains there was no time when foreigners migrated to Egypt for any reason and were not met by the indigenous occupants of the land. Metatron should realize if his Mediterranean ancestors could make it to Egypt, indigenous black African tribes could do the same. There's no reason to believe black Egyptians were relegated to the south, as Metatron claims. Lack of archaeological evidence. The assertion that the majority of ancient Egyptians would have had olive skin, or that the ethnic percentages will vary depending on era and region, requires concrete archaeological evidence. Ethnicity is a complex and multifaceted aspect of a society that cannot be deduced solely from geography. The Egyptian standard representation of themselves was in a brownish red hue, not olive. We also find individuals in ancient Egypt who called themselves Kim, which means black in ancient Egyptian. Herman Ranke noted these name types to be attributes representing physical qualities. I suggest you read Aylward Blackman's work on the rock tombs of Mayer to see more ancient Egyptians calling themselves black. Ancient Egypt's location in the northeastern part of Africa, along the Mediterranean coast, is emphasized to suggest that it was distanced from the sub-Saharan regions with predominantly black populations. This geographic separation is used to argue that due to limited interaction with these areas, the ancient Egyptian population did not have a significant black ethnic component. This assertion displays a gross misunderstanding of the term and geography of Nubia. Nubia was a region where Egyptians could find gold. Portions of Nubia fell within the borders of Egypt, so this separation between Nubians and Egyptians, as if they were two different races, appears to Nubiologists like Aaron de Souza to be a manufactured pseudo-reality forged by Egyptology in the weaponization or in systematic misreadings of an Egyptian term, Nehesi. Egyptologists translated Nehesi as Negro, confusing people like Metatron into thinking Nubians were Negroes and Egyptians were not. In actuality, the term Nehesi should be read as Southern, not Negro. Nubians and Egyptians shared biological affinities that arrived as a result of the cultural entanglement between Nakata I and the Nubia A group. These pre-dynastic cultures share the foundational elements of civilization as they both employed the exact same symbols for kingship before writing had developed. In pre-dynastic times, there was not much value in the Delta. Egypt was unified and founded in what we know as Egyptian Nubia today. In his rebuttal to Greeks calling Egyptians black, Metatron shows a full display of intellectual dishonesty by attempting to mount a polemic against Black Egypt with attestations from the time period of Greek Egypt and later after 332 BC. This is significant because when Egypt gets taken over by foreign rulers, the native rulers often flee to the south, to Thebes or Southmore. Before the Greeks took over Egypt, there were Persians, Assyrians, Libyans, and the people who became known as the Hyksos reigning on the Egyptian throne. These empires affected the contingency of who constituted the ancient Egyptians at later times. So did later empires who conquered Egypt. Before these invasions, most Greek sources said Egyptians were black. Metatron intentionally avoided these sources and limited his Greek source material to attestations from after these invasions.
I have a plethora of problems with your fixation of the word Kemet, which is also a common trait among Afrocentrists. Now, I myself have used the word Kemet on occasion. It's not that the word is wrong, but fixating on it has zero linguistic
You want to get some
standing.
in, James?
Nah, I just was tripping on how he did that. You know what I'm saying?
The fixation on the word Kemet?
Yeah.
Exactly.
See, he's very cunning in what he's doing, and if you don't understand what he's doing, like a lot of us, you will be confused.
Man, I went to school with white people since a kid. I know all this shit. You'll be confused at age 4 and 5, and then you start picking up on that shit. Like, oh, that's how y'all getting it in, huh?
I think that you did great work in addressing directly his points about his narrow geographical conclusions. He fails to understand that Egypt was formed in the South. So he doesn't draw a map, and that it took the early groups of Africans time to reach the North, right? And so he tries to make it look like it was all one conglomerate at all one time, and that's not the case. The Nakata groups, they purposely went north, right? And those Nakata groups are fused with these are the groups of people who prior were more like hunter and gatherers, right, in the Green Sahara, who were shirtless. Why? If they were shirtless with less clothing, those are the depictions, and that's the evidence, right? Then that means they would have had a higher melanin protection. So they could not have been light, right? They could not have been light. And so he fails to address the pre-dynastic populations that made Egypt, right? And how Nermer is shirtless. So how could you be shirtless in Egypt at that time unless you had a melanin coat? His also thing about the reddish brown and things like that. He doesn't understand from the rock paintings that people are depicted as reddish brown and black. Why does he push out that they were also black in the north?
Yeah, and it's more the weaponization of the term Nubian to when we go into dynastic times. We still see Egyptians painted black, but they just simply always say they're Nubians. If they're boxed in, then they say the blackness represents something else than their skin color. So I've been doing a work on that, and we could talk about some of that. I got some good research on blackness in Egypt. Probably some of the most, you know how we go in when we start going in. Because I got a little bit of time on my hands, so one of my days is like 4 of theirs. So for every 4 people that got research, and I got time for that. Ain't none of them got more than 4 hours a day to get it in, right? They gotta go do something. So I've been beat half the squad from 4 a.m. to 8 a.m. Then I start streaming and do the rest of my day. Plus we got archers on deck holding it down and just supplying me with wonderful information. Let's listen to the second claim
the word
that they
kemet
made.
on occasion. It's not that the word is wrong, but fixating on it has zero linguistic standing. Let me elaborate. First and foremost, do you always use the correct and appropriate term for describing a nation? Do you say Japan? Wrong, it's Nihon. Do you say China? Wrong, it's Zhongguo. Do you say Germany? Wrong, it's Deutschland. Also, for reference, linguistically speaking, ancient Egyptian is an Afro-Asiatic language, and it does not have, for as much as we understand, Southern African origins. It's Kamito-Semitic. It's Kamito-Semitic.
Now, ancient Egyptian belonged to the Afro-Asiatic language family.
Isolate language. He's a
Small digression here. There is an older name for the Afro-Asiatic family, a horrendously bad name. The alternative name, Hamito-Semitic.
It's Kamito-Semitic.
You recognize the name Ham, of course, here in Hamito. To still use that name today is to perpetuate the horrific invention by racists of a myth. It's
Kamito-Semitic.
A myth used to justify enslaving Africans. And it's the slaver's own myth. It's not truly biblical. That Ham was the ancestor of all Africans, so they could get the Africans they wanted into their myth. That God had passed Noah's curse on to Ham's supposed descendants by giving them dark skins.
Dark skin? It's a stark contradiction for Metatron to use the antiquated term Hamito-Semitic and then deny the dark skin of the Hamites from the pseudo-biblical curse of Ham.
Geographically, Asia is physically connected to Africa, which is something that people seem to forget.
The Afro-Asiatic language phylum consists of 5 indigenous African language groups, and only one is Asiatic, that's Semitic. Metatron misrepresents the relevance of the Asiatic in the term Afro-Asiatic. The Afro-Asiatic language group was started in the Horn of Africa.
Also, when you say Kemet, you're using the so-called E of convention used by Egyptologists when they don't know how to vocalize consonants. But the fact that archaeologists use it doesn't mean that that's the correct way to pronounce it. They're archaeologists, not linguists. To reconstruct ancient Egyptian, we need to vocalize it through Coptic and loanwords in Hebrew and in Greek, similarly to how classical Latin has been reconstructed, and throughout the transcription of cuneiform script of the Neo-Babylonian period and Assyrian, also building with the similar.
Name one word in your whole history of your life that you had to refer to the Hebrew or the Greek, Reggie.
No, unless it was a loan word in ancient Egypt, like uh, uh, um, uh,
Sharma.
yeah, or I forgot the name of the woman in the Confessions of not the Contentions of Horus and Set, where there was an Asian woman, right? A Canaanite woman in there, a Canaanite goddess. I forgot her name, but yeah, but I wouldn't. I don't understand what he's talking about. He just has you in a trance
Yeah,
with no
exactly.
source.
Exactly. He gonna get beat up though. Look.
We need to vocalize it through Coptic and loan words in Hebrew and in Greek, similarly to how classical Latin has been reconstructed, and throughout the transcription of cuneiform script of the Neo-Babylonian period and Assyrian. Also building with the similarities of the Saiti dialect, we know that linguistically speaking the pronunciation Kemet has no academic linguistic dignity. It clearly comes...
Man, this dude is lying his ass off.
Golly.
You
He
want to
is
know?
out of
I could
control
call my
around here.
man Chuck Morgan in and he'll verify that Kemet wasn't even the Assyrian or the they didn't say that name with nothing that had to do with that. So how you
Right.
gonna verify that in the Assyrian Kuni? He just saying shit to make y'all
So
fall for shit.
basically, he's saying that you need to use the Assyrian reference of what they called it, and they probably never even had a word for it.
Man, we can look it up. Their word for Egypt
They
started
called
with
it
an M.
Mizr.
Yeah,
They
exactly.
called
It
it
started with
Mizr.
an M. He's saying it right there,
Mizr.
Mizr. That's where
So
they
what is
get
he
that
talking about?
Mizraim stuff from.
Yes, from Mizr.
period and Assyrian. Also building with the similarities of the Saiti dialect, we know that linguistically speaking the pronunciation Kemet has no academic linguistic dignity. It clearly comes from the Coptic pronunciation Kem and Kemi in the Boaeric dialect. The long air
So
in
he's
open
saying
syllable
that which
in
ain't,
that specific...
See, he's saying that like that discredits it. That actually corroborates it. But he's saying that like that falsifies it, and he messing y'all up. So I'm gonna put up the scholar linguist that's gonna tear him and his people apart. Watch
Hold on,
this.
Smash. So hold on. He's saying that the Coptic is the origins of the word Kemet.
Yeah, you don't say Kemet in Coptic, you say Kimi. So he wrong,
Right,
but it give
he
us.
doesn't understand it. Maybe he doesn't know that you guys have an older source.
Not only that, we got real PhD linguists on our side letting us know that we could start to learn how Coptic works. And in the case of a final T that was there in ancient Egyptian, we would have a IE sound or an I sound, which would take its place in the following. So we got the Kimi, right? We at least we know that that's how they do that. Now they do place a E in it in the Coptic terms. Some place a A. I mean, not so. They got different dialects. So some will say Kame, some will say Kim. But he acted like you don't refer to Coptic because Coptic has nothing to do with it or nothing. But let's just break it down. We're here what Sandro Capocicci has to say, and he gives the most detailed breakdown about it.
Dialect. The long air in open syllable in that specific position helps us understand that most likely in classical Egyptian we have a U in that position.
See, he just, Reggie, do you hear what he just said? He just made that up, but that's off like a wiki source.
It ain't no vowels in the shit.
But yeah, it's just like a wiki source.
No, he got that from Abdullah from Sonoran when Sonoran was arguing about whether or not it's Kemet would refer to black people. He said that it would be better to say Kimmel, right? Meaning plural.
Yeah.
Right?
Sonoran tried to say they wouldn't say Kemetu, they'd say Kimmel. But I found Kimmel, so we doing the work for the elders. But let's keep going.
So if we really want to be precise, then the correct and most likely pronunciation in ancient Egyptian, specifically in classical Egyptian, is Kumat, Kumatu, nominative, Kumata, accusative, and Kumati, oblique genitive.
Incorrect conjecture with no source material to back it up. I'll offer Metatron a lesson in Coptic morphology, written by Professor Sandro Capocicci.
Coptic verbal morphology. A reader unfamiliar with Coptic grammar may assume that one is dealing with two completely different words, such as French blue and fatty, BL versus barrel, which have neither the same number of consonants, nor the same vowels. Unfortunately, Fama seems unaware that Egyptian and Coptic have a verbal morphology largely based on a high degree of apophony. These languages have a verbal morphology consisting of a root made up of a consonant sequence providing lexical information and a template, a mold made of a fixed number of consonants and a particular vowel sequence providing grammatical information. One root can be associated with different templates giving it different grammatical functions. For example, the root /km/ in Coptic is associated with darkness. The CCC template associates this root and others with the infinitive. Thus, when associated with this template, the root km becomes quam/kmm/ become black xm becomes xmm in Bohairic. The root hm associated with heat, when associated with the template CCC is realized as /hem/get hot. This is what Fama seems to have understood in a later work, Fama 2050. Should we to conclude that Kem, Shami and their ancestor KMT Egypt had nothing to do with the color black? The answer is no. Coptic, although descended from Pharaonic Egyptian, differs from it in several ways. And in this case, the adjectives derived from km, to be black in Coptic are obviously derived from words belonging to other grammatical categories of the late hieroglyphic Egyptian language. We know this for several reasons. First of all, the hieroglyphic feminine marker of nouns and adjectives T has historically been lost, leaving its absence to regularly match with the final vowel /e/ in Coptic Sahidic and /i/ in Bohairic. We can see it with the examples in 1. If came, Zame came from a word only combining km with T, one would expect their final vowel to be /i, which it is not the case.
The evidence of pre-Coptic Egyptian. We are more likely to be in the presence of a word from another grammatical category derived from the root Clark km. If the hypothesis of kmt deriving from an adjective was true, one could expect the asterisk kem/*xim form as a masculine adjective, and kem ximi as a feminine adjective, which we do not have. However, we find the Greek transcription archimis of the Egyptian theonym harpe km horis, the black, or black km, is transcribed by xm, which confirms the existence of an adjective in pre-Coptic. Vesicle, 1984-81, who noted this fact, reports that this vocalization, which did not survive for the root /km/, survived for other pharaonic adjectives in Coptic. This is the case with the name of WB, a type of ancient Egyptian priest whose name was derived from the adjective bipuri, and which in Coptic gave /weeb/ in Saitic and /web/ in Bohairic. Another argument confirming this fact comes from the testimony of the Latin-speaking Greek writer Plutarch, who lived during the first 2 centuries of the Christian era. In chapter 33 of his work, Isis and Osiris, Plutarch explains in these terms the meaning of the name of the country of the ancient Egyptians in the language of the latter. In addition, we name Egypt because its lands are black among all, like the black of the eye, Chemia. In this sentence, Plutarch teaches us that the name of Egypt was Chemia, which strongly resembles the Bohairic form of the term, which as we have seen is /zemi/. We also learn from this text that in Plutarch's time, ancient Egyptians considered that the name of their country /zemi/ was linked to the black color, more precisely the color of the earth in this country, described as the blackest among all. Interestingly, this connection was also made, according to the author, through the relation between the name of Egypt and the black of the eye, that is to say, the pupil. Why this reference to this black reality rather than to another? Because there was, in hieroglyphic Egyptian, a word kmt derived from the root km, blackfu meaning the pupil. Like the name of Egypt, because it was derived from the root km black, it could only have been a nominalized adjective. Plutarch in his Egyptian Informants reference to the black eye rather than hair or some other black reality was motivated by the fact that the two terms were perfect homophones. which one might have expected since they both were nominalized feminine gender adjectives. We therefore have an additional argument for the vocalization of adjectives formed from KM Black with a /e/ in pre-Coptic, and therefore the formation of the name of Egypt through this process. Fuma's argument relating to the different
Oh, he just killed them with the. I don't think he is qualified to refute what he just heard, and the substantiation of the vocalization with the E. You feel me? This is all Capo Chichi still.
But did he even mention Fuma?
No, he didn't mention Fuma, but Fuma was taking the same stance as him. And so in order to not, Fuma had the same argument as him that the vocalization was the same. So I didn't want to change Fuma to Metatron. I just simply let his document keep on. He's like, I'm not Fuma. He's not talking to Metatron, but Metatron said the vocalization of the E was erroneous. And we just had him proven talking to a real scholar or discrediting that real scholar with the same argument that it is not, basically.
I would argue that what he said is irrelevant because we can only look we only need to look at the earlier text than the text of Coptic. So when we look at the earlier text with like Sabi Kem, right, which is one of the earlier ones, he's the Black Knight, right? So so that's on Kem, on if he's trying to do the color trash thing that he's misrepresenting. On the issue of Kemet, there are far too many professionals and universities that have already come to conclusion what Kemet meant. And we don't really pronounce the meta-nature. We use it as a convention. Right?
Yeah. He was nitpicking. You're right. His whole part was irrelevant, but it still got debunked. But wait till he go in on this, and he gonna just fumble and bumble on this. I know when you seen this part, you was hella mad in his video, but let's see.
River, which was
I snapped back too far. This part where he started talking about Kemet.
For another feminine noun derived from an adjective in Pharaonic Egyptian.
Now let's discuss this hieroglyphic inscription that you present as evidence that Kemet or Kumat in fact meant land of the black, according to you.
The Egyptians were called Kemits, and Egypt was called Kemet, the land of the black.
Does it apply to the people or to the land? Probably the fertile soil.
No, it is not the black color of the Nile silt, which is mentioned as some archaeologists claim, but the color of the skin of the people living there. When we speak of white country, we are not referring to the color of the snow in the Alps.
And also very likely by extension to the skin color of the originators of those words. Yes, you can translate it to the black land, and as scholars agree, it refers to the fertile soil. Diop found a place where Kemet was followed by a man and a woman sitting and 3 dots. So you take Kemet, which means the black, plus people, literally it means the black people.
We have Kemet followed by a man and a woman sitting with 3 dots. This is the determinative meaning humanity, but to you it must mean black people. First of all, the adjectival noun in plural form, Kemetiu, just means Egyptians. Kemet or Kumat just means black land, not the land of the black, as opposed to the red land of the desert. The thing is, though, that if this means black land, and this is people, why can it not be then black people? Well, this is an answer that you don't need an Egyptologist or a fully qualified linguist, you just need a first-year student to answer. Differently from English, in Egyptian, the adjective goes after the noun.
It appears this first-year student Metatron, referred to for teachings in Egyptian grammar, is not aware that determinatives are not nouns. Kemet is a noun formed from the color adjective kem for black. The A1, B1, and Z2 determinatives are only classifiers that show the word category. They help us determine the category of the word. So Kemet is a derivative of black by adding the feminized T suffix and the category of the term of people. What Egyptologists do is divorce the meaning of the root term when this nisba, Kemetiu, is formed. This does not follow the rules of Egyptian grammar, but it allows some to say Kemetiu simply means Egyptians by not acknowledging the blackness in the root term kem. Metatron is grossly incorrect and has just displayed folly trying to explain away the blackness at the root of the term kemet. Determinatives are not nouns in the ancient Egyptian language, and they are not part of the ancient Egyptian syntax.
But often Egyptian words had determinatives or classifiers. So for example, you can see in the top row, the seated man, you want to write the word for man, you use the bolt sign. So if we go back to our single consonantal signs and you look down the left, about 2/3 of the way down, you'll see that there's a door bolt sign that stands for the sound S, so the S sound. And we use that followed by this determinative of a seated man in the stroke, and that's how they write the word for man.
Differently from English, in Egyptian, the adjective goes after the noun.
Determinatives are not nouns in the ancient Egyptian language, and they are not part of the ancient
Hold on,
Egyptian
Reggie,
syntax.
you see what he doing? Look, hold on. He telling him he wrong because he's saying, you fool, the adjective goes after the noun. So he think the noun is the man, the woman, and the three strokes sitting there. Like we supposed to say. I wouldn't even know. How would you even say that in Meta Nature? I don't know how to say that, man. That what you gonna say? Sa to you, Kim. He tripping. So he thought that was part of the vernacular. He doesn't even know you don't speak the determinatives. They're categories, right? And this is the argument for the people who do know, who understand that these are categories. They say, okay, well, the category is relational, but we found many instances with just share to you or deseret to you where the categories weren't related to a toponym. But I don't even have to finish playing the rest of this because he just retarded.
It's embarrassing.
Yeah.
It's really embarrassing. First of all, he doesn't know the language. He doesn't know the language. He doesn't know the rules, right? He just made some big mistakes. And then we have other grammatical examples. So when you go back to Kemet with the Nuit sign, right? It could only mean black town, right? Or black community. It can only mean that. So if you apply it to the people, right? It could only mean, because the people are there now, it's talking about the black people. It could only mean that, because it'd be different if the Nuit was there, then it's Black Town. But now you have Kim and you have the people. So what do you have? What do you have there? He doesn't know Egyptian grammar. He shouldn't be talking about it. I'm glad he did it. I'm actually happy he did it, right? So that we could respond. You could respond. You already responded, right? You already responded. Okay.
Yeah, that's
I'm
probably,
gonna.
it got like 2,600 views. It ain't like it's doing nothing.
Yeah, I'm gonna respond on the channel that Sonetta allows me to use, right? So I should get at least 2,000 to 3,000. But our people are whack because they don't support our work, and then our people are so confused that you got Ankh and the pseudo killers. You got them champion Metatron. Metatron and bust your ass. Metatron did what? Right? You got Chief X, you got Corey, Chef is on the side, but outside of if we go to Ankh's team, he got no meta nature readers there. So they shouldn't even weigh in on this. You were with them trying to keep them straight, right? But now they don't even have a meta nature person because we are against them. There's some other parts that I could, if I have a few moments, I could show you a few things that I'm going
share
to
your screen.
respond. All right, thank you. So
James, you there? Let's see if he could. Never mind. Go ahead, Reggie. I didn't mean to interrupt.
no, thank you. Right. So on some of the early points, this is a point. This is a point that ends the conversation for Metatron. Cam, you first gave me this source. Do you see my screen?
It's starting.
Okay, great. Okay, so Kenzie first gave me this. This is from the Oxford Encyclopedia of Ancient Egypt. Metatron, I'm sorry, I don't want to listen to you. I want to listen to the experts. It says, this is on the issue of can we call ourselves Black? So this is the whole conversation. As early as 1897, Franz Boas challenged the racial ideology and particularly the argument for connection among language, culture, and biology, i.e. race. Boas demonstrated that supposedly distinctive core racial indicators could change quickly in response to clothing styles, nutrition, and cultural and environmental factors. Ashley Montague, a student of Bowles, played a key role in developing and disseminating the concept. He argued in Man's Most Dangerous Myths, The Fallacy of Race in New York, 1942, that the old paradigm of static races should be replaced by dynamic populations with overlapping characteristics. So he says that the old paradigm of static races should be replaced by dynamic population with overlapping characteristics.
That's right.
Far from being absolute genetic traits or distinguishing clines, right? Far from being absolute genetic traits or distributed in clines or continuously varying distributions of traits inconsistent with racial categories. Modern physical anthropology has demonstrated that 94% of human variation is found within human populations rather than between the major populations traditionally labeled races. I'm gonna say that again. Modern physical you're not an expert. I'm not listening to you. Ngozi, I'm not listening to you. Modern physical anthropology has demonstrated that 94% of human variation is found within human populations rather than between the major populations traditionally labeled race. So there are multiple, there's a lot of diversity. Now, get this kills it. Biological characteristics affected by natural selection, migration, or drift are distributed in geographical gradations. These encompass all the features used to define racial, physical phenotypes. I'm gonna say it again, right? Biological characteristics affected by natural selection, migration, or drift are distributed in geographical gradations. These encompass all the features used to define racial physical phenotypes, including, watch this, facial form, hair texture, blood types, and epidermal melanin, the chemical determining darkness of the skin. These physical features cross alleged racial boundaries as if they were non-existent, leading to the inevitable conclusion that there are no biological races, just clines. So he uses clines again. What the hell is a cline? Then he goes, physical anthropologists or anthropology has demonstrated, rather than be labeled race, biological. Okay, these encompass all features. Okay, I need to cut this down. These physical features cross racial boundaries. I said that. And I said just clines. Then he says physical anthropologists are increasingly concluding that racial definitions are culturally defined product of selective perception and should be replaced with biological terms by the study of populations and climes. Consequently, any characterization of the race of ancient Egyptians depends on modern cultural definitions. I'm sorry, not scientific study. Thus, by modern American standards, it is reasonable to characterize the Egyptians as Black while acknowledging the scientific evidence for the physical diversity of Africa.
Man, why you just gonna end the debate with one slide like that, bruh?
But no, I'm ending Unc's career. I'm
Well,
ending
you want to go and do a
I'm,
little presentation? Because you done just killed it, bro. You can't just do it like that.
No, I'm gonna do it to Metatron, and then we're gonna come back and we're gonna embarrass.
Let me read that last sentence again for y'all. No, you just took it off the screen. Yeah. It says, thus, by modern American standards, It is reasonable to characterize the Egyptians as black, while acknowledging the scientific evidence for the physical diversity of Africans. Why would you even debate somebody who's going to, what book is this?
This is the Oxford Encyclopedia of Ancient Egypt. So then we
It's
get
over.
to this.
It's over. It's over.
Then we get to this. Kleins, in the context of discussing ancient Egypt, referred to the concept of gradual genetic or phenotype variation across geographical space. This concept is used to understand the biological affinities of the ancient Egyptians in relationship to their neighbors and other prehistoric groups, right? Egypt and its neighbors and other prehistoric groups. By studying clines and clusters, right? That's Shamakakite. Researchers can evaluate the biological origins of the northern Nile Valley population and analyze the genetic and craniodental evidence for cultural and biological relationships in ancient Egypt, right? The use of clines in discussing ancient Egypt allows for a more nuanced understanding of the population's biological affinities and origins. It provides a framework for evaluating the genetic and phenotypical variation within the ancient Egyptian population and its relationship to neighboring groups and prehistoric populations. This approach helps to move beyond simplistic notions of race and offers a more comprehensive and scientifically rigorous way to explore the complexity of ancient Egyptian civilization. I got that. I asked a question in AI. Can you build a relationship between clines and how to discuss ancient Egypt? So when we deal with clines, right? Clines have lots of other traits that we put on the table, traits and clusters, so that we could map the ancient Egyptians, right? From the beginnings, I'm talking about in Abju, I'm talking in Hyracocampalis, I'm talking about in the Kata, and I'm talking about, I'll just leave it there, those groups. I can add the Badarian, right? I can actually add Nubian A because it says that you can evaluate the biological origins of the northern Nile Valley population and analyze the genetic and craniodental evidence for cultural and biological relationships. So why don't we look at the ancestors? Why don't we look at the ancestors of the Nile, right? Rather than looking at the North Africans, right? So then he messes up later where, okay, so why don't we do this, right? He played lookership, right, on the ancient Egyptian art. I want to
Today, somebody put Bitterman in the title. Somebody hit me when they was talking about me. I didn't hear nothing about no Bitterman and no ladies, so maybe I just missed it. So this was another day when they messed this up?
No, this is what you would call it messing this up.
Who is this messing this up?
This is Metatron.
Oh, Metatron. Okay, go ahead.
Because now Metatron, so what I'm doing is I'm showing you examples of a Klein analysis. So why don't we look at the Southern Egyptians, right, with the Black Mummy? Why don't we look at the origin? When I say Southern Egypt, I mean where Egypt was founded. Why don't we look them in relationship to the so-called Black Mummy, right? Why don't we look at it in terms of this particular mummy skull that was returned to Egypt, right? Where you can still see the skin on him. Why don't we look at it with Najamet's mummy, right? Why don't we look at it with Queen Nenotau's mummy, right? Why don't we look at these populations? I can relate it to the Black Mummy, right? I can relate it to the Black Mummy, right? Because the skin is still intact, right? The skin is very similar, right? I could do it with the hair. The hair is intact, right? The hairstyle is intact. Is this the hair of the modern Egyptian? No, it is not. right? Is this a complexion of a modern Egyptian? No, it's not. So when you go back over here and you read this, consequently, any characterization of the race of ancient Egyptians depends on model cultural definitions, not scientific study. Thus, by modern American standards, it is reasonable to characterize Egyptians as Black while acknowledging the scientific evidence for the physical diversity of Africa. Then he messes up. He completely messes it up, right? With his flawed methodology, right? So his flawed methodology is dealing with colors that these people are brown. But what he fails to do is go back and do a Klein analysis on the Green Sahara groups of people where they are both red, and over here the kingship is Black, right? So he fails to do that, right? But you have Black people and red people living together, and then he fails to deal with some more art where you have red people and Black people, and the author says all the figures are 100% real. The colors are also real, but slightly darkened. The composition is made of two real pictures joined together. Nothing else was added except for the white sun in the middle. The point that I am making is that the parents of the ancient Egyptians used ochre in their paintings. People were both red and Black from historical times. The ancient Egyptians may have chosen the red, brown, ochre, or the dark images to show diversity, right? So if the ancient Egyptians were red and Black, then the people would be too, right? So what I'm trying to say is that it's just a choice. It is just a choice of the ancient Egyptians. And then we go to the reserve heads. And when we look at the reserve heads, right, where it didn't go into the traditional style, yes, you see multiple phenotypes of Africans in different areas, right? But so you can't rule out that they would be Black, that any of these figures would be Black by American standards. So this is where I'm adding more into it. I just wanted to, let me just see this. So I added, of course, he needs to read the peopling of ancient Egypt and the deciphering of Meroitic script. He also needs to understand what I was saying. Why don't we do a Klein study of, why don't we look at the periods? So these are all the major periods of the formation of Kemet, right? But we get into these periods right here, 9,000 to 6,000, the Fayum culture, the Nabta Playa culture, the Marimbe culture, the Omari culture, the Mahdi culture, the Tassian culture, the Badarian, and then we get into this really narrow period of southern Egypt, which is the formation of Egypt, which is Nakata 1, 2, and 3, right? So why don't we build a relationship between these people, right, rather than looking at the North Africans? Why don't we do that instead of his fake argument of talking about a whole nother time period? Why don't we just center in on these periods right here? And in these periods right here, the African is unclothed. He and she usually only have something to cover their pubic parts. So that means they're well adapted to be in southern Egypt. If you're well adapted in southern Egypt, that means you have enough melanin coating to protect you from the ultraviolet rays and the UVB rays of the sun, so that they would have to have more melanin, right? So he plays a lot of games, but this is the killer from Camdyverse. So give Camdyverse, give him some arrows smash for this right here.
Up. Boy, that boy's a killer. They tried to sleep on Camdyverse and he just killed the whole debate with one finding. Let me read this sentence again. Thus, by modern American standards, it is reasonable to characterize the Egyptians as Black. We ain't talking about the modern day people, see. What's the name of this book?
The Oxford, the Oxford Encyclopedia of Ancient
Oh,
Egypt.
it ain't the Oxford Encyclopedia of Modern Egyptians?
No, of Ancient Egypt.
Oh, so we could call the ancient Egyptians black. Well, why they go to
Right,
see what the modern Egyptians' DNA look like?
right. So watch this. So I'm gonna pull this down, and I'm gonna go to the chat. I think I'm gonna go to the chapter so I can stop sharing the screen. And how do I do that? Stop share. And let's
Now,
just
while
see
you're
if
doing that, let me read something real quick. And I'll
yeah.
preamble it by saying now, in one of the books I'm working on right now, some of my research led me to want to talk about things. We already know that there's some misconception about blackness in ancient Egypt, right? I don't know how I got you on the big screen. My bad. Let me see. Am I sharing you?
I stopped sharing.
Oh, I just got it on view gallery. We already know that there's questionable. I mean, it could be brought into question these links that they say about what the blackness signifies in ancient Egypt, right?
Tell them.
And then we could go in on all these claims that they are black because of this or black because of that. Now, the root to the black because of death becomes from a misunderstanding of Asar's role as when he's Kenti Amentiu, and they try to take that and say that's why he black, right? But look, we can also go into the
You're sharing your screen?
Not yet. The associate. I'm just preambling what I'm about to read. The association between the pseudo association between Wasir, Asar, and the Black Nile Silk. Now, see, if we go into the primary sources where they got that from, we're going to see in the mental scheme of the person who was talking, he wasn't talking about the silk. He was talking about moisture, okay? When saying the root of Asar being dark. And dryness is the root behind Seth. So let's go in on
That's
Plutarch,
correct.
and we need to listen to this so people can see that first of all, when he's talking about darkness, he doesn't link it to death or to the soil. So I just had it, but when I open up the page, I must have zoomed down a little. Here we go. There we go, right here. So I'm gonna say I start right here. It says, let this then be stated incidentally as a matter of record that is common knowledge. It says, but the wiser of the priests not only called the Nile Osiris. So let's stop. Because he was talking about how the Nile is Osiris in his time period. And we gotta think about this. And let's see what he says. And the sea is typhoon. So that's Set. It says, but they simply give the name Osiris to the whole source of the facility creative of moisture, right? Believing that this is the cause of generation and the substance of life producing seed. Notice he didn't say nothing about the soil yet. He's saying Osiris and moisture, and he gonna even explain this is the root of his blackness. And he says, and the name typhoon they give to all that is dry, fiery, and arid, like the desert, Set, Jesheret, whatever. It says, in general, the antagonist to moisture. Therefore, because they believe that he was personally of a reddish, shallow color, they are not eager to meet men of such complexion. Nor nor do they like to associate with them. He's talking about the Egyptians.
That's correct.
So y'all talking about they all this red, and he said, nah, man, they see somebody that's looking reddish, they cool. Now let's go down to this. Osiris, on the other hand, according to the legendary tradition, was dark. We don't even have to go into the Greek, because dark, Kim, that all work. Because water, now he don't say because of the damn soil. So they be forcing stuff. We're gonna read the next line where he talking about the soil. It says, because water darkens everything, earth and clothes and clouds. So he could be because of the dark clothes, the dark earth, the dark clouds, when it comes into contact with them. And the young people in the presence of moisture rears their hair black, while grayness, like paleness as it were, It's induced by dryness in those who are past their prime. It says also the springtime is vigorous, prolific, and agreeable, but the autumn, since it lacks moisture, is inimical to plants, unhealthful for living creatures. Now notice he said all that acting like it's the moisture, because in the fall time we're not getting no inundation. He
No.
don't have no concept between, I mean, his concept of the soil and the SAR ain't all the way linked, but it is linked by the now. Don't get it twisted. Well, let's keep listening, because he says the bull kept at Heliopolis, which they call Memphis or whatever. And
Menware.
Menware, okay, yeah, Menware.
Minervis.
Yep, Minervis, okay. And which is sacred to Osiris. Some hold to be a sire of Apis, is black.
Right.
And has honored second to only the Apis. Moreover, now he's going to start talking about the soil after talking about the Apis. Moreover, it says, Egypt, moreover, which has the blackest of soils, they call by the same name as the black portion of the eye, chemia, and compare it to the heart. Now, I just heard, I was watching the SAR show today, and he had a scholar on today who was just talking about this passage. But we see in the mind of, he didn't go back and link this soil to the blackness that we see on the SAR that like a lot of people try to do, right? And so, as far as the other claims, it don't go into the meta nature. Most of them try to rely on this. Now, when we go into, well, I think you was about to say something before I keep on going, so I'll let you get it right.
No, I'm gonna let you. I'm gonna let you continue.
All right. Let me reshare that, because they say a lot of things in this text and the similar text.
Oh, what I was gonna say is,
okay.
The conversation's already ended because he can't show me a text where it is referring to the black soil. So if you can't show me one text in the whole ancient Egyptian textual record of the skin, the skin of the people referring to the soil, then I'm not going to do that. We could see other clines or these biological traits, right? We could see the ancient Egyptians applying it to the eye. We could see that. We can take this whole passage dealing with moisture, right? We can deal with that. We can deal with your famous. Are you going to wait? Yeah, you can. Well, I was just going to say before you go, you can apply it to blackness with Pepe when he's falling face on face, right? With Shu, right? So we see it connected to. We see the blackness is connected to traits of the human, the eye and the skin, the face, right?
Mm-hmm.
But you can't show me where black is connected to the soil. So
I got a good clip for you. Keep going. I'm gonna find this clip for you.
Right. So he fails on the philology because first of all, he ain't showing no sources. So he's just dead in the water. But show me all of this thing about Osiris is black. Yes. But then the problem with that is that Osiris is more connected to the coat of the skin, because Ptah is connected to Apis, right?
But but fill me with this. He said he was moisture, right? And we learned that ain't true. Tefnu moisture. See?
Yeah.
So now he disconnected him. He didn't say nothing about him being the soil. He say he was moisture, and so now that ain't got nothing for his blackness. Besides, they say he was dark, but keep going.
No. So when you see now in how the ancient Egyptians think, because they left a record of how they were writing, skin is associated with the skin of Shu, face on face, Pepe. Chem is associated with the eye, right? Chem is associated with the blackness of the calves or the bull, right? Of Apis, Minervus, and Bacchus. These things make a particular lineage sacred, right? So now these bulls are in different areas, right? And the Mantu bull, they're in different areas, right? So you have groups of people applying themselves to the skin color of bulls in different people in different places in the geography, and that they are black, right?
Our friend says Asar is represented black, green, and red. I don't know. That might be coming out of the RBG movement. But I never seen Asar represented red.
Why
Red
would
is
he be? It's Seth.
yeah,
Red
that's a
is Seth.
bad color
That's
to
bad.
the
That's
ancient
bad.
Egyptian. As the scholar just who's that I was just reading, I forgot. Plutarch just told us they don't like to even associate with nobody that's red.
Exactly.
Seth is the red man, in case y'all want to know, and we're gonna pull up primaries on everything we
The
do.
dessert to you, the dessert to you, the bloody
Exactly.
ones.
I see Robert ain't said nothing for a minute, and Pan African James. Robert, where you at? If you there, what's up with your boy?
Man,
What's up
peace
with
to
the
the
guy
greatest.
Robert Brown in the building?
Yo,
Yes,
Yeah, I
sir.
was just waiting to
yo,
share a
peace
source,
to the
get back
greatest,
to the
man.
source I was.
You know what I'm
Go
saying?
ahead, Robert.
Peace to the greatest, great God. You know what I mean? These are great gods. I don't give a damn what none of y'all say. I know a God when I see one. I know a God when I hear one. Until you show me something else, then you damn right. We the gods. You're gonna have to show me something else. And then I'll be more inclined to give them that title. But when you got great black men before you that's taking care of their families and taking care of themselves, and they are endeavoring they are delving in to what is deemed as something that is dear to us as black people, African people, and that's what and they're making us reinvigorate us with righteousness and something that's good from history to present. Man, you gotta have to respect that, G.
Yeah,
Bottom line, you gotta respect
sources.
that. Now look,
Everything
check
every
it out.
source.
I wanted to come out with this, man, because let me calm down because I want to bring for the people. I want to bring this conversation back into well, not back into perspective, but I want to put this put this into perspective a little more for the people that's listening too. I think we done got sidetracked. The people, us as listeners, we done got sidetracked. We done got flim flam. We done got bamboozled. We done got hit with the flim flam. I'm gonna tell you what's been going on. Ankh has been portraying the Magi as if they are unscientific. Let me say that again.
Yeah.
Ankh has been disingenuous, and the PKs, the pseudo killers, have been portraying the Magi, archers, and the great kings over here as if they are unscientific. Let me read you something right quick. I could easily share my screen if need be. I want to talk to y'all about science today, and let's talk about primary evidence. Okay. I have here primary evidence. Okay. This is from the Library of Albany. Okay. This says, what is primary evidence in science? In the sciences, primary sources are documents that provide full description of the original research. This says, for example, a primary source would be a journal article where scientists describe their research on the human immune system. Okay. Now, up here, we're looking at Dickinson.edu. It says a primary source in the sciences is usually a report on the results of an experiment by the person or group who performed it. They are usually published as scientific articles. Primary scientific articles contain high-level vocabulary and will usually present original data, often displayed in tables or charts. So let's bring that into context. It's telling you that primary evidence, primary sources, primary evidence, you can't get no more original. You can't get no more to the point. You can't get no more accurate. This is science, people, than primary sources. Now, we're talking about primary sources. This is what the great Magi, Smash Rockwell, and the great Vizier, Brother Reggie, this is what they dealing with, people. This is like going to the Lakers game, sitting front row, and then sitting courtside, and you get to literally talk to LeBron James. That's what these guys are doing. Let's bring this into context. This is when you get to meet LeBron. This is when you get to meet the Lakers. You get to meet AD. You get to talk to them personally. You get to have a one-on-one with these individuals, and you sitting courtside. Unc and them is watching the game on a freaking on a 22-inch outdated Zenith, man, a big body. When you're dealing with primary evidence, this is sitting courtside, and not only that, you get to speak with the players one-on-one. This is science at its highest level. We're looking at, okay, I want to talk about linguistics. Since everybody want to say the medu-netra don't matter. The medu-netra don't matter. The linguistics don't matter. The TLA don't matter. That's bogus. That's a bunch of shit. Well, not according to the University of Sheffield. Not according to the University of Sheffield. The University of Sheffield says that branches of linguistics. It says linguistics is the science of language. We're talking about science, people. See, this is high-level science. What the kings are dealing with over here. Let's bring that into perspective. You've been flim-flam. You've been bamboozled. Whole time you thinking that these great men just reading some bullshit or they just running off at the mouth. No, this is science at its highest level. This is when you dealing with the primaries, you can't you can't utilize modern terms. You can't talk to Charles Darwin, and you can't talk to Elon Musk, and you can't talk to George Lucas and try to figure out what they have no right to tell you what people of 5,000 years ago claimed to be. Oh, Johnny come lately white man don't get to come 5,000 years later and say, oh, they're North African. Who are you? They didn't call themselves North African. Who are you to come 5,000 years later and say, oh, they're Egyptian? They didn't call themselves Egyptian. They didn't even call themselves human beings, from my knowledge. You can't say, no, they're just human beings from the Northeast Africa. That's pseudo, Unc. That's not what they claim. You and Charles Darwin are claiming that. Oh, no, they're Egyptians. They didn't call themselves Egyptians. You know what they call themselves? Kemeteyu. They call themselves Kim. They call themselves Ramesh. They call themselves Nahesi. Now, you, as a scientist, it's up to you to figure out what those terms mean, and that is where you will find the true definition of those people. Now, branches of linguistics. Linguistics is the science of language. It is the subject whose practitioners devote their energy to understanding why human language is the way it is. They study the history, acquisition, structure, and use of many languages as possible. Professor David Crystal. So once again, to bring this to a close, you're going to have to start putting some respect on this scientific research that these great men are doing over here. This is science at its highest level. Yeah, and so you're going to have to respect that. Yeah, and then, and I'm going to come back with, I'm going to let one of y'all kings jump in. I want to show these photos, you know what I'm saying? Because we got a major problem dealing with this science. We need to know why.
Hold on. Let me get this one little paragraph.
Okay, James, I'm going to let you get it. I just want to get this last line now. I'm going to get my last line now. I'm going to just land my plane right here. I just want to say this line right quick. I want to say we got a major problem in this system that we're dealing with. I want to know why our earliest depictions of ancient so-called ancient Egyptians, of people of ancient Kemet, why those early depictions don't look nothing like the early depictions of the people of the Mediterranean and the people of the Near East. I'm gonna come back with that. Y'all, I'm gonna leave that as a cliffhanger. I want y'all to figure this out. Why are the early depictions of those individuals in ancient Kemet not like the early depictions of those in the Near East, those in the Levant, those in the Mediterranean? You need to explain that to me, Mr. Science Man. Tell me why we're dealing with primary evidence.
Well, it's simple. It's one of the things that's simple is that the people, the modern Egyptians, right, and the people that came into the area, most of them were clothed. They had clothing on, right? The modern Egyptians, you hardly ever see them. You see them in long, forgot temporarily the dress, the Muslim dress that they have, the one that look like skirts, right? So you see them in that. Why? It's because they're not so adapted well to the sun. But you see the ancient Africans very well adapted to the sun because most of them, if you look at the models, or how can I say, have their shirts off. They don't have any clothing, right? So they are different people adapted in relationship to the sun, right? So the people that they're matched with in DNA, I'm talking about the modern Egyptians. They are matched with other groups of people coming from Canaan and the Arabias, right? They are not matched with the southern Egyptians. So what they want to do is make them the model instead of matching the material found in southern Egypt. They want to match the modern North Africans who are not affiliated with those people that came from the Green Sahara and from Nubia. But they're not ready for what's going to kill them is the Brooklyn Museum's exhibition, the Green Sahara, Ancestors of Nubia and the Nile. That kills them. What kills them is the African origin of civilization. That kills them, right? And all the studies. So you're absolutely right. And about Ankh being scientific, I happen to take university physics, biology, and chemistry, and my major was computer science, mathematics. I took university mathematics, chemistry, biology, right? And I think I said chemistry, physics, right? I'm not listening to Ankh. I'm not listening to Ankh. I had trouble with those courses because they were remedial, but I'm not listening to somebody who didn't pass no tests. Just give me the books that you read. You my dude, but just give me the books that you're reading. I can read it and probably read it better. I'm not listening to you.
Right. So let's
That's
deal
insane.
with
That's insane for somebody to come 5,000 years later. Some white man, Charles Darwin, pop up on the scene and say, you know what? Him and President Lincoln, you know what I'm saying, and George Washington, freaking Joe Biden. These cats come 5,000 years later and say, hey, wait a minute, you guys are North Africans.
Right.
What the hell gives you the right to call somebody, that's what they are. They're North Africans. Those are Northeast Africans. Those are Northeast Africans. Who the hell gives you the right to tell them that they know? Who came up with those terms? You're going to let an English man, some coming from Germanic, some Germans or some English man, then came out and then colonized this whole place. And then say, and now you're gonna have the audacity to label an ancient people that they're North Africans. That's the best you can come up with. Oh, those are Egyptians. That's just what they are, Egyptians. Who gives you the damn right?
Right, but so what I just read, Brother Robert, is that he's not doing it. He's looking at North Africa as if it's one particular glob, one particular uniform place. It is not. North Africa has gradients. It's called, and you use Klein's. You use Klein's to understand that. So you look at particular traits, right? Biological traits. You just don't say just that they're North Africans. You relate the more important thing is you relate where ancient African Egypt, I'm calling it now ancient African Egypt. Ancient African Egypt not ancient Egypt, but ancient African Egypt started in the south. So if it starts in the South, you have to relate those people to their particular neighbors in biological traits. I'm hoping that you understand what I'm saying, right? Rather
I'm
than
listening. I'm getting
what
the
he's
brother reference.
doing is he's doing a what he's doing is kind of a nominal type analysis where he's ignoring the different traits of people, and he's ignoring when they come in, and they're ignoring when the Southern Egyptians moved up to um, to the Delta and met the Delta people, right? He's ignoring the intermarriages. He's ignoring the populations within Egypt, right? Whether they be brown or darker brown into black. He's ignoring those things, right? So for his simplistic argument, just like the dude Metatron, you're ignoring all of the different climes and the populations. Ancient African Egyptians from the south are more related to Nubia. Nubia is only about 100 miles away from the furthest point in southern Egypt. So you have Buhan, which Smash talks about, you have Semna, right? Then 100 miles later, you're in straight Nubia, just 100 miles away. So those populations are more connected than the middle and northern populations. I'm sorry to take up your time.
That's crazy, King. And then they want to say that we racist. So we're racist for calling the ancient people a term designated by Englishmen and by Germans and by Romans, as opposed to addressing them by the titles and the names that they call themselves. So what gives us the right to label them as North Africans? Because we came up with this concept in the in modern times, in this day and age. So that gives us the right to tell those people how they saw themselves 5,000 years ago. They ain't never heard of a damn North African. They ain't never heard of a damn Egyptian. They ain't never heard of no East Africa. They knew Ta-Seti, Ta-Nehesi. They knew Ramesh. They knew Kemeteyu. They know Kim. That's what they knew. And if we got some nerve to colonize them with modern day terms and modern day concepts, refusing to accept who they are, because that grinds our gears, that gets on our bad side, to deal with racial constructs. We still ain't dealing with racial constructs.
But yeah,
but
that's
see,
a great. Hold on, brother Roger. That's a great segue into what I was trying to read. I've been trying to read this for a minute. So let's just deal. Let's see what this is. This is a Harvard geneticist, right? Dr. David Reck. He's dealing with the new data of finding Neanderthal DNA in 2010, and he's trying to figure out how do they use this new data in today's understanding. Now we know that prior to this new information, they were saying that because of just genetic mutation without the understanding, without the knowledge of hybridization, that it was arbitrary to call us different species or have any saying that we had any different major differences to differentiate ourselves. But with the new data that they found, that they may need to try to reassess with the new data. So let me just read this first paragraph, and I want to see how y'all feel about what it says. It says in March 2018, Harvard geneticist David Reck published a New York Times op-ed entitled "How Genetics and Changing of Understanding is Changing the Understanding of Race." He says in the piece, Reck argued that genetics it says the genetics are learning that while race may be a social construct, which you just brought up, differences in genetic ancestry that happen to correlate to many of today's racial constructs are real. So what do y'all take from what he's saying?
If you understood what I read earlier about Klein's, he's trying to, how can I say, there's gradations of people and populations, and it could be best understood biologically as Klein's. So but David Reck, I have to go over the David Reck article. I mean, the David Reck thing. The problem with David Reck is that he's like you, James. He's fixated on the Neanderthals. And
well, I understand that, but see, because that's what the new information is in genetics. So,
right, but you're talking about
me and you both know, because I remember you was on Sinetta's show. You was sitting with Jabari. You was the first person in the community to bring up Savante Pablo in his research. I watched you, right? And that was 2000. That was early 2000. We did not have, but see now, Brother Reggie, when you review what they're doing now, they're able to put certain things together based on what they did in 2010. So we're dealing with maybe 10 years of them gathering information and figuring out how to use this data. That is what he wrote this for, because he's saying that we used to say a social construct, but now that we found this new genetics with these Neanderthals, we found that it is more diversion than we thought before. So how do we use this data? Because he's saying this DNA is giving them phenotypical differences that we see in these people. So but like I said, when you watch it, you're gonna understand what I'm saying. And I really would love for you to see, this is all of the refutation and pushback. So this is the genetic argument. You'll see where these people are arguing. They're saying that they have all of the refutations here for you to see. So I put this in the back chat. So this is how we deal with the genetic argument. They are already dealing with this in scholarship. We ain't nobody but this is how they're dealing with it. So if I were to read the whole paragraph of what they're saying, this is the pushback in a second. It said the article prompted 62 national and social scientists, legal scholars, and public health researchers to draft an open letter to respond to Reck's claim. The letter published by BuzzFeed asserted that Reck misrepresented and critiques of the use of the race and population, biomedical and genetical reaches. Now watch this, Reggie. When you hear his response to this stuff, he said the reason why he did it, because he did it. He's a medical also doctor. He used, he's saying that no, it's not about, I'm not trying to use this for racial purposes. He said that we know, because we know the genetic differences in between other humans on the planet, we know that Europeans don't get prostate cancer at the same rate as an African American. So he used, him and somebody else did a study, and you're gonna have to, when you see, you'll see what I'm talking about. They did a study and they said that that's beneficial. So it can be used for beneficial things, just like everything can be used for good and bad. So they're trying to charge him with you being racial, but he's telling you that, hey man, we got to get away from this, because we got people like they're still using the old data, outdated terms, saying that race is not a social construct, but we see it every day based on genetics. So when you read all this, because I read the New York op-ed, when you read it, he lays it out very plain, and it's not nothing bad. Like people is trying to call us racist or something because we
doesn't know enough.
Correct.
So let's just narrow it down to, I'm not listening to Ankh trying to comprehend materials. He probably hasn't read David Reck. Even if he did, he's not if he's not done anything on the book, right? I have the book, then I'm not actually listening to him. So some scientists are saying that there's a way in which you could use race, right? But in the context of Klein's, not in the context that they're using it. You can use it in biological differences.
Correct.
I just hope you understand that. I
got what you're saying.
What I'm saying.
Yeah, I definitely understand.
And so when we drill that down to make it more appropriate to what we're talking about, North Africa consists of different populations with different climes. And so, but the population that formulated ancient Egypt was in southern Egypt. Southern Egypt goes from Abdu all the way down to Simna. And then from Simna, 100 miles away, maybe less than that, is Nubia, right? Why don't we compare those populations, the formation of ancient Egyptian in the geography that it was formulated in, right? I do understand what you're talking about in the big picture, but the more narrow picture is to address Ankh, and Robert is right. Robert is right about Smash. About Ankh saying that we are unscientific. I don't get it. I have a degree in science. Show me yours. Show me yours, and I'll show you mine. Right? Show me yours. I'll show you mine. I have an earned. How can I say? I have an earned bachelor's degree in science. Earned. I earned it from the School of Engineering. I earned it. Right? I don't want to hear you. I have the credentials to read what you're reading better than you can read it and make better examples of it. Sorry,
It's wrong, brother Reggie. He is wrong, and I want the audience to really get a handle. I'm not moving off that point. I want y'all to get a handle on this, y'all, because I'm tired of the lies. You being disingenuous, and it's a slap in the face of science. It's in a slap in the face of your idols, Charles Darwin, because right here, according to California State University, a primary source provides direct or first-hand evidence about an event, object, person, or work of art. I'm gonna read it again. A primary source. So when Brother Reggie and when the great King Smash and when the great King Brother Reggie and the great King James and the great King Sedimotep and the Saw Car, when these great kings say they're going to the primaries, you need to be quiet. That means it's time to be quiet, put your lips together, and open your damn ears and listen to this first-hand evidence.
Yeah, but they say it's magical meta nature. So what he's getting us is magical meta nature. We're doing magical meta nature when we always go to the dictionaries, and then we go to several. We might go to Vicus and TLA in span of 3 minutes, right? But he calls it magical. I don't trust you, Reggie. He did the same thing.
That's crazy.
He does the same thing that he does with that person that was talking about DNA, right? That's not evolution. Show me that. Yeah, you get that. With what credentials? 7 years ago.
California King, oh my God, let me just get this out so I can be quiet. This says California State University, back at California State. It says primary sources include historical and legal documents. Historical documents, eyewitness accounts, y'all. Are y'all listening? Stop with the pseudoscience, pseudo killers. You're lying to the people like y'all doing science. You can't get no better science and you can't get no higher level than what these kings is doing. It says a primary source provides direct or first-hand evidence about an event, object, person, or work of art. Primary sources include historical. You can't get no better than Herodotus, You can't get no better than Lucian, Achilles. You can't get no better than Aristotle. Stop it. It says in legal documents, eyewitness accounts, results of experiments, statistical data, pieces of creative writing, audio and video recording, speeches, and art objects. Primary sources are original objects or ideas. A physical object might be a necklace, a photograph, or a scroll. A scroll. However, they can also be ideas, which could be anything from a phrase to the entire content of a text. So stop with the lies like these kings ain't all about science. They at the highest level of science. You know why? Because they're dealing with these people in the time frame and in the context and in their language. They are doing, well, what they're really doing is relaying to you what the anthropologists are stating, and they are quoting and citing their anthropologists. They are quoting and they're citing their Egyptologists. You keep jumping out the blue with some damn biologists. You keep jumping out with some damn chemists, man. You keep jumping out the blue with damn radiologists and shit.
Nah, he keep jumping out with them goals. That's
you know what I mean. What the hell y'all talking about? Y'all
Everything
not
that
bring.
he say,
You ain't brought no
he can't
damn
hear anything because
Egyptologists
he
to
believe
this
everything in
platform
goes he
yet.
said.
You ain't brought no damn Egyptologists yet, man. Don't you need Egyptologists and an Egyptologist in the field dealing with Egypt, sir? We ain't talking about biology. You want to try to flim-flam the people, and you want to go off into DNA when we've already stated, well, we ain't said shit, but multiple sources, multiple universities, multiple credentialed scholars have stated time and time and time again, you cannot prove who people were by no damn DNA. You can only discuss their ancestral lineage. You can't even talk about who they is.
Hey, real quick, I just was eating my ice cream, but I seen Chef was on here. Got some nice apple pie with that vanilla. I warmed up. Hey, but Chef though,
What up?
did you see that video with her talking about the hairstyles and stuff?
Oh no, I went over there and I was kicking it with Uncle and them, but I had to jump off their panel because we got to arguing, and I wanted to see if y'all was still over here kicking them in his ass.
Oh, you know how I do. Yeah, but
Oh, it's getting worse. He got smashed, got something to kill. Poor Bobby Banger. Poor Bobby Banger got banged out. He got exposed.
Well, yesterday, Chef, on my video, I did a whole thing showing these clips from Sally Ann what's her name, Ashton? Ashton, yeah, where she do a whole thing on the barber thing. Her whole 20-minute video on hair. Then she got a whole
yeah, I gotta go back and check that out.
It's
yeah,
so
appreciate
good.
that.
It's so good that it's like it's in a format that you could be playing it. You know, it's like that makes, you know how sometimes they just play football all the time in the shop or whatever. You play that, people
Right.
be like, oh, that's off the hook. But yeah, I just and we was all watching it. So my question was then, she said over and over that there was Afro picks, Afro combs, and these was dreadlocks and these was twists. Do the modern Egyptians need Afro combs?
Nope.
You feel me? But yeah, shout out to you. I didn't mean to cut you off, Reggie. I just said seeing Chef was here.
No, Chef is an expert in his field. He can just tell you. What will an Afro comb do? Is garbage. They're like, what do I need this shit for? What do I need this shit for? What can I do with this? It goes right through my hair. Maybe I can use it for lice, but that's about it.
King Smash, if I ain't mistaken, great God, didn't she also say that everybody who keep talking about that everything that them that those beautiful people wore on their heads was not no damn wigs and weave and headdresses? Didn't she say that many of them were depicted with their natural hair?
Oh yeah. She showed the picture of the pharaoh's crown, and the picture of, unless it was Smash, of the traditional African in shape of the crown.
Yeah, and then so all them days we spent arguing on whether those was wigs or not, she sat and showed us the method for knowing. She said it'll be in every case. She's like, if it's a wig, you're going to see the original hair under it. They always show that, so you'll be able to see a little line representing the original hair. And she's like, in almost every case.
She ain't qualified.
Yeah, but she ain't qualified, even
But
though
see, that's how it goes in there. Every time you bring up a damn source, he's a racist. Oh, he did this. Oh, he did that. Every source you bring up, so he double talking. So
yeah, but he don't understand ancient Egyptian language.
Every scholar in the book, this corroborating what we're saying, and you discredit them on your own personal merit. Like, what are we to do? How can we ever get anywhere if this is
James, brother James, Pan-African James? Ngozi does everything on his phone. I do not believe that he has a computer, right?
Right on, brother Reggie.
Oh, that's
I
hella
just
funny. Who you ain't
My
never
brother
seen
got a
streaming
Oh
from
my
a computer
God.
and shit? Ain't nobody ever
Yes.
been streaming from a computer, huh? But I ain't mad though. But yeah,
Yeah, it is what
shout
it
out to
is.
Gozy. Hey, but here go the funny part. Can you please read that final sentence from the encyclopedia, or is it the Oxford Handbook of Ancient Egypt for Chef? Because Reggie ended the whole debate tonight. Shout out to Kimji verse. Like really, 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 ain't no metal netter involved, and it ain't no reason why anyone should argue after this sentence. It's over.
okay. So, all right. So here it goes, and I'm gonna share it. So are you ready? Are you ready,
And
Shepard?
Gozy got a flip phone. Why you can't show
Yeah,
no
go
screen?
for it.
Are you ready?
Yep.
I just want because you've been on this for a long time with listening to those people, right? So let's just do it. Let me just find it right here, people. Okay, so I'm gonna share my screen. Okay, share my screen. So the source is the Oxford Encyclopedia of Ancient Egypt, Volume 3. It's basically from A to Z. So Volume 3 deals with things like the P. So I think it's on page 27.
And that says
Right.
the Oxford University Press there, huh? So this is
I-
like the big deal. This is not, people belittle this, but if you get the book, it's a really big work.
Okay. So let me just blow this up so you can see it a little bit better. Okay. Okay. So, yeah. Okay. Modern physical anthropology, not Ankh, right? He can't talk about anthropology. Modern physical anthropology has demonstrated that 94% of human variation is found within human populations, rather than between the major populations traditionally labeled races. Biological characteristics affected by natural selection, migration, or drift are distributed in geographical gradations. These encompasses all the features used to define racial physical phenotypes, including facial form, hair, texture, blood type, and epidermal melanin, the chemical determining darkness of skin. These physical features cross alleged racial boundaries as if they were non-existent, leading to the inevitable conclusion that there are no biological races, just clines, right? Just clines. Physical anthropologists are increasingly, not all, right, but physical anthropologists are increasingly concluding that racial definitions are the culturally defined product of selective perception and should be replaced with biological terms by the study of populations and clines. So break down the populations and with clines. Look at populations and look at clines. Consequently, any characterization of the race of the ancient Egyptians depends on modern cultural definitions, not scientific study. Thus, here goes Chef, thus by modern American standards, it is reasonable to characterize the Egyptians as Black, while acknowledging the scientific evidence for the physical diversity of Africans. Thus, by modern American standards, it is reasonable to characterize the Egyptians as Black, while acknowledging the scientific evidence for the physical diversity of Africans.
Okay, Chef.
Which,
Chef.
Yo.
Did you hear what the Encyclopedia of Ancient Egypt said about the term Black and calling Egyptians Black?
Yep, according to American standards, they could be called Black.
So should this shouldn't it be over? Do we still have to prove it, or should we just show the source?
Let it sink in, Chef. It's hard. I know you've been on a ride with Goofy Corey, Babbling Corey. I know you've been listening to.
No, my dog was barking. Listen, y'all definitely got. If y'all gonna use that, y'all should definitely use that in the debate and see how they can get around that.
Ain't no getting around it. How can you get around the Encyclopedia of Egypt? What they gonna say?
Yeah,
they sued on.
I'll pull it up. Here it goes. Right. So here it goes.
Open up with that every round and finish with that every round.
Supply them with the sword. Go ahead, because it ain't no getting around it.
Encyclopedia of Ancient Egypt, Volume 3, right? Yeah, PDF. So the Encyclopedia of Ancient Egypt, Volume 3, right? You can get it from Internet Archive. It's right there. It's 2019.
I mean, it ain't no more debating after that, bro. Because they say it's reasonable.
Okay, so here it is. The Oxford Encyclopedia.
That's crazy. I actually got that book.
You do?
Yes, I do.
So go on and give him the page to highlight, so he can see that it's given. It's true. What page you said? 2 something?
2027.
27.
So this one starts with P, right? Starts with P, and let me just do it right here.
Some damn evolution. Evolution, right? You're gonna bring evolutionists to an Egypt conversation about Egypt.
So page 27. Look at Smash. Right? I'm getting there on when it goes to people, right? 27. Sorry. 23. So these are all the Egyptian terms from A to Z, right? People. There it goes right there. I just missed it. Oh, no, on page 28, sorry. Page 28. Okay. There it goes. These encompass all features used to define racial physical phenotypes, including facial form, hair, texture, blood type, and epidermal melanin, the chemical determining the darkness of skin. These physical features cross alleged racial boundaries as if they were non-existent, leading to the inevitable conclusion that there are no biological races, just clines. Physical anthropologists are increasingly concluding that racial definitions are the culturally defined product of selective perception and should be replaced in biological terms by the study of populations and climes. This is what we should be doing. The study of populations and climes. Consequently, any characterization of the race of the ancient Egyptians depends on modern cultural definitions.
Thank you.
Not scientific study.
Thank you, because how you gonna say race is unscientific, then try to depend on science to define it?
Yeah, that was.
Say that again, Smash.
She just made a good point that they've been trying to say race is unscientific. We can't do that, but then they try to go into genetics and define it. They be like, "Look, so he from here, he from there."
Don't talk about race. Talk about the characterization, right? The traits, the clines, any characterization of the race of the ancient Egyptians depends on modern cultural definitions, not scientific study. Meaning we speak English, we think English, we do that. Thus, by modern American standards, it is reasonable to characterize the Egyptians as Black while acknowledging the scientific evidence for the physical diversity of the Africans. It is reasonable. Where do we go from here, Smith?
I'm gonna tell you, the problem is right here. They don't even know what an indigenous African is.
Right. And so
as crazy as that sounds, they don't know that.
Yeah.
You're gonna have to parse that out for them.
So then it says origins of the Egyptians in North Africa. In spite of the evident scientific race, both Egyptologists and Afrocentric scholars often continue attempts to define Egyptians as member of an essential race or category, usually attempting to link them to either to a how is this? I can't move it up. To a supposed Caucasoid or Negro Africoid phenotype. Such models imply that the founders of Pharaonic Egypt came from sub-Saharan Africa, Western Asia, or Europe, Trans-Caucasus. While there were some migrations from these areas, physical anthropology, now what Ankh says, has demonstrated the fundamental continuity of ancient and modern Egyptian population. The evidence also points to linkages to other Northeastern African peoples, not consequently approximating the modern range of languages closely related to the Egyptian and Afro-Asiatic group formerly called Hamito-Semitic. These linguistic similarities place an ancient Egyptian in close relationship with languages spoken today in Northeast Africa as far west as Chad and south to Somalia. Archaeological evidence also strongly supports an African origin, a widespread Northeastern African cultural assemblage, including distinctive multiple barbed harpoons and pottery decorated with dotted wavy line patterns appearing in the Neolithic, also known as the Aqualithic, a reference to the mild climate of the Sahara at the time. Saharan and Sudanese rock art from this time resembles early ancient Egyptian iconography, right? Strong connections with Nubia, Sudanese, and Egyptian material cultures continue in the late Neolithic Badarian culture of Upper Egypt. Similarity include blacktop wares, etc. All the things that we have been saying. So, and then he talks about other peoples in Egypt. So, who are the other peoples in Egypt? This kills them. Nubians.
Where is that at, Reggie?
Other peoples in Egypt, right? Throughout Pharaonic long history, Egypt's people from surrounding areas interacted with the Egyptians. Many of them settled in the Nile Valley, where they assimilated to and sometimes exerted some influence on Egyptian culture. We can identify a number of groups. Who are the groups? The Nubians. Nubian Egyptian trade flourished during the pre-dynastic through the first dynasty, presumably accompanied by a small number of expatriates and traders and perhaps envoys, right? Like that thing that Smash shows with Tutankhamun and the viziers, right? The early dynastic period raids that destroyed the lower Nubian ethnic group culture brought Nubians, watch this, brought Nubians to Egypt as slaves and perhaps mercenaries. During the Old Kingdom,
you agree with that?
Evidence. They gave up their they got captured.
Okay.
Here go the thing. She already said the Egyptians was black. So she basically talking about black on black crime right now.
Well, it's not crime, it's prisoners of war. Right? So Nubians to Egypt, that's what happened.
Yeah, they're just tribal war. I get it. Okay.
And perhaps mercenaries during the Old Kingdom. Archaeological evidence from the Egyptian colonial settlement at Buhan at the Second Cataract reveals a population of impoverished Nubians, presumably slaves. Nubians are attested as soldiers and administrators during the late Old Kingdom, and large number of Nubian mercenaries were used during the civil wars of the first intermediate period. So the Egyptian citizens, a group of these Egyptianized soldiers settled in Jebelen, where funerary stele depicts them as prosperous members of the local community. This kills Hawaz, kills Ankh, kills Kori, right? Kills Chief, whatever he is. A statue of the kingdom found Nephihepri Mentuhotep with black skin may point to Nubian ancestry.
Let's stop. I gotta add this page 28. I gotta add this to my presentation because every time we say that, his black skin on
This
Mentuo
page
Tap.
29, Smash.
29, thank you. The black skin on Mentuo Tap. Uh-oh, he gonna talk about almost, oh, it's going down. My whole book about to be better after tonight. Because now I can source the ancient Egyptian. Reggie, you the man. Keep reading.
No, this is Camdy verse, man.
Camdy verse, shout out to you.
Yeah, Cam and Deadly with this
A
type
statue
of
of the Middle Kingdom founder Petri Mentuhotep with black skin may point to Nubian ancestry. Although the use of black may simply reflect the statue's Osirian symbolism, artistic and physical evidence suggests that his wives, which Smash went over the other day, right? Ashied, Henet, Kimset, and Seti were probably Nubian. Nubian-style tattoos were found in women and pharaohs of the period. Nubians are featured in Middle Kingdom tombs at Beni Hassan and Mir. Later images show Mir, right? Mir rock tombs. Later images showing a black-skinned queen, Amos Nefertari, wife and sister, half-sister of the New Kingdom.
I'm about to kill that right now. Read it. I'm gonna kill it. Show you how we work together. Read it.
Later images showing a black-skinned Amos Nefertari, wife and sister, half-sister of the New Kingdom's founder Amos, may indicate Nubian ancestry, although black may be symbolized.
Although the black, I messed you up. Start over again at almost the black. I messed you up.
No, they're just saying that may
people couldn't hear it because I talked over you. My bad.
Okay, so it says in the Middle Kingdom tombs at Beni Hassan and Mir, later images showing a black-skinned. Watch this. But here's it. But what? Amos Nefertari. Amos Nefertari, right, is Egyptian. Wife and half-sister of the New Kingdom's founder, Amos, may indicate Nubian ancestry. Although again, black may be symbolized the deceased connection with Osiris. But we can stop right there.
All right, I want to show y'all something. Because we know how to beat the brakes off shit now. I know we doing like a strong military right now that's out there marching and shit. That got them like, holy shit, we don't want war with them. What we gonna do if you whip out that nuke? But they don't know which one that army gonna use first. You feel me? That's why the Russian army be marching. They put that left leg hella high. They got American. This is back in the day. That was old school Soviet Union. They had that leg up hella high. Yeah, we parading around with the cannons. But I want to show somebody something. If anybody want to build, go right ahead, and then I'm gonna try to share this with y'all.
I just want to say, King, before you go, God, you know, I just want everybody to pay attention. You know what I mean? It just an article just came out the other day that in the year 2060, 1 in every 4 Americans is going to be Latino. Now, I'm only saying that to bring context into what I'm saying. Y'all can keep, and this is dealing strictly on a racial construct now. See what I'm saying? I want to talk about that just for 10 seconds. Let me bust you in the head with your racial construct on. Messing with you and them damn pseudo killers, we all gonna be dead, man. There ain't gonna be a black person left in America. We're not black. Don't worry about it. It's a racial construct. We're human beings. Come on, guys, we're just humans. Don't worry about it. Well, you tell that to the damn job application because they sure enough to figure some shit out that you don't understand. 1 in every 4 damn Americans is gonna be Latino. All praise and peace and love to y'all. You know what I'm saying? Do your thing. You know what I mean? Y'all doing your thing. You know what I'm saying? I ain't got no hatred towards you. Peace and love. But goddamn, if you don't know, if you know all, you know everything else, Mr. Damn evolutionary Charles Darwin. You know everything else, Unc Darwin, Bobby Darwin. You know everything else, but you don't know that the black population is declining in America. We was at 45 million in 2019. Now we at 40 million. And in 2060, it's going to be 1 in every 4 Americans going to be Latino. You keep playing. If you want to deal with your racial construct, you come up with some numbers and figure some shit out with that, man, and then get back at me. Right. We're going to all be dead. Ain't going to be a black face around this motherfucker. No afros, braids, locks, or nothing, no beautiful lips and noses. We're all gonna be half dead fucking with no racial construct, guys. It's not real. You know, just excuse it. We're all just humans. We're all the same. We're just Africans. We're just Americans. All right, you keep that we're just American shit. Ain't gonna be not a soul, a black soul. Ain't gonna be no funk playing no James Brown. They gonna whitewash the hell out James Brown and Michael Jackson fucking with you on.
I get his points in on. I want to read that again. Mental Hotep, right? The founder, Neb Petrie, Mental Hotep with black skin may point to Nubian ancestry, although the use of black may simply reflect the statue's Osirian symbolism. Smash, get them. What is Smash's Osirian symbolism? The Butament, as the Butament, as Ankh says, the black goo, right? So there's even if they're talking about, right, Osirian's black skin, right? I mean, Osirian's, what do you say? Osirian symbolism. Well, you got to know what Osirian symbolism, identity with Kim Ware, right? Identity with
who's Kim Ware?
Huh? Ooh,
who's Kim Ware?
Ooh, right. So those are his symbolisms. And then when it comes to Buterin, what is pushed out of the skin, right? Right. Those are all. Watch this. Those are all related to the Assyrian symbolism, and still all relates to skin. So you can't get me with that.
They can't comprehend that.
Huh? Say what?
Smash tried to tell them that they couldn't comprehend what he was saying. That it still all relates to skin.
So when if we can hyperlink to Assyrian's black symbolism, you have all the components that we talked about, right? So what this whole article is doing is saying, wait, y'all, Nubians and other people are in Africa, and it connects with the population. You can't take these people, these brown and dark people out of Egypt because you want to, because there's too much evidence to say, oh, they talk about the Puntites, they talk about the Libyans, they talk about all these other groups that are in Egypt, right? So look at the diversity, right? But then let's go back to the beginning. They're all going to sit on the back of the bus. By American standards, you could call them black. Have a nice day.
So
hold up, this right here is what you was talking about right here, Reggie. What in the article you read, this is exactly what you're talking about.
Huh?
When you're saying, when we're talking about Nubians being in Egypt,
yes,
see the modern border is way down here. But in ancient times, it was up here. Dr. Ben goes in on this too, but he pushes it even further to Aswad as far as the border. But this right here shows you, this is why when they say the Nubians were inside of Egypt at that time. See?
Right, before Egypt.
Yeah, you know what I'm saying? It's showing you right here what the ancient border was and then what the modern border is now. They pushed it and took it, but in the ancient time, this was a part of Egypt. All of it.
And right. And so we're not even, right now, we're not out of Egypt, right? I mean, we if you look at the bottom, there's Abu Simbel, right? There is Kustul, right? Wait. I don't have my glasses on, right?
Yeah, that's Kustul.
Kustul, right? These look. But Abu Simbel is Egypt. So when you look at Kustal and Buhan is on the other side. Buhan is Egypt. So Kustal over there, this Kustal, right? I got to check which Kustal because there may be another one. All of this is Egypt. And then you get to Simna. Simna, right? A lot of this is flooded by Lake Nassau. All of this is Egypt. So you're going to tell me there's some freaking invisible line where these people didn't cross into, go further up. There's Aswan, and then they go further. You got your map is too small.
Right. Yeah, but this is just to show, like, you know, the border.
Egypt wasn't formed there. Egypt was formed by these groups of people in cooperation with these groups of people in nomes, right? Coming up to Aswan, Heliopolis, right?
But the map is the map reads exactly what it's trying to say. Like, so we don't even have to interject on it. It's a ancient boundary between Egypt and Nubia, right? Aswan and all of that, and according to the ancient boundary, was in Lower Nubia and not in Egypt. So obviously, the Egyptians in the Egyptian period pushed their border over top of Lower Nubia and took more land in Lower Nubia and incorporated it into Egypt. So Aswan and all of that got incorporated into Egypt, but it was in the ancient boundary, it was Lower Nubia.
Oh, well, you know what, Sheffrin, the problem is that there is a pyramid from the Old Kingdom that was built in Aswan. Did you know that? One of the after Imhotep, before the Khufu Khafre.
I've never heard that.
Oh, okay.
That's some hell of information right there, Reggie.
Yeah, that's some hell of information right there.
I showed it to y'all the other day. Y'all want to see it again?
Yeah, come back with it. It's always good to be fresh.
Let me buy my glasses. I'm sorry. Okay, I got a pair of glasses with one leg off. So let me just see this. Here it goes. Bookmarks. Look at my bookmarks. Sorry, bookmarks, bookmark manager, bookmarks, bookmark manager. Thank you. Sorry, Reggie. And I'm going to Kemet. And let's go all the way down. Sorry. To my, let's see. Give me a second. If y'all could, let's see, pyramid. I'm just looking for it.
So what you think, Chef? Like, what's going on?
Yeah. Oh, well, what we read out of the book that said that according to modern American definitions, the Egyptians would be considered black. It's because of America's loose definition of black, right?
It's been that loose ever since we've been using it, though.
But watch this, Chef. Watch this, Chef. Okay, so we're gonna use American definitions, right?
Let's
the people. Hold on, the people in the north. We based on how our definitions is, do we see the people in the north as African?
We ain't talking about African.
No, I'm talking about based on our definition. Will we see those people in the north as African?
What people in the north for what?
Oh my God! So you gonna do this, Chef? You know,
no, you just threw me off.
The people that's in the northern part of Egypt today, in the modern time, based on our definition of what we call black, will we say they are black people?
No.
Hell yeah.
Okay, well then there you have it. That's all I need to hear.
And where oh, you talking about modern day? Oh yeah, well, you know. Yeah, true
well,
indeed.
You would say the ancient ones was and the modern ones ain't, huh? That's interesting.
I'm gonna say it's some up there that still express African phenotypes where indigenous African phenotypes even today in Kemet, but I will say that the majority do not. They express the phenotypes typically associated with foreigners that colonized and conquered Egypt at various periods.
Right, and I'm definitely not speaking in absolutes. I'm just saying, you know, just like if we were to do that in Mexico, it would be the same thing. What would we say to people in Mexico? We would say they were Mexican. We wouldn't even have a problem.
But it depends on what Egyptians you're talking about. Because remember, we keep reading the source that said the Egyptian population varies from light to dark. You dig what I'm saying? So, according to American definition, you dig what I'm saying? That these people would be considered black because the population varies from light to dark. But James asked me, would I consider those people in Egypt black and North Egypt black? No, I wouldn't. But according to American definition of race, they would be considered black because their population
Nah, you
varies
messed
from
that
light
up,
to
Chef.
Messed it
dark.
all up.
See, I just hit you.
God,
So you messed that all
But that's
up.
the
First of all,
only
the book wasn't
you
talking
messed
about
that up.
modern
First,
Egyptians.
yeah, you
And
went to
modern
the
Egyptians
first.
are
It's
alive
talking
right
about the
now.
ancient Egypt.
Real
Right.
quick.
It's
But the
it's
modern
talking about
Egyptians
that.
are alive and they don't call themselves black, right?
Right. But according to American, that he the one who asked me about modern Egyptians in the North today.
Now, I
He the
said
one who
based
just
on
did
because
that. So
the
I'm
article,
answering
hold
to
on.
that.
The article
Jeez.
said based on American
That's why I
standards.
should have just finished my retort
Okay,
before he threw that in there.
Yeah, we
Because
should
what
now
I'm
let you
saying,
finish.
Chef, is it what I heard Brother Reggie read, what it said it was based on modern standards, what we would think that the ancient Egyptians would be. And we would categorize
Man, they
them as
playing
black.
games. That book was
Then
read.
bam,
That
hold up.
book,
So I switched it around and used that same standard.
But you didn't have to switch it around. You should have
Yeah, I
just
did
let
because I
me
wanted to talk
answer
about
it.
the people that's in Northern Africa today and our standards of what we use in that same context. Is
Man,
that not? Is something wrong with that?
So
books in
now
the
I had to answer the question on two different fronts instead of addressing what the book has said.
But the book is written at a level that everyone could comprehend what they're talking about. They're not trying to fool us. If they say we can consider the ancient Egyptians black, they don't even want us to even do all that. Well, what type of black? Like, well, they just saying, look, man, stop playing.
Right, and he brought modern Egyptians up in the North.
All right, let's deal with almost
So if we
Nefertari.
can make, hold up, excuse me, Smash. So if we can make that analysis.
Hey, James.
This is crazy.
Hey, James.
Go ahead, I'm mute now. I'm tripping.
Right, James and Smash. You know where it really gets messed up as?
Where?
Okay, watch this. Watch this. If the modern Egyptians could be considered black with American terms. No, sorry. If the ancient Egyptians could be considered black, right? It's reasonable. Black through American terms. Can the modern Egyptians be considered black with American terms?
No.
No.
Some, maybe a handful. G,
Why
you know,
couldn't they?
but majority, I say
I
no.
mean, if you go to the South, maybe. But them dudes who
Right.
on the
The
internet complaining. But
population
what about the
varies.
ones complaining?
Got him. So
hold on, Uncle them is sitting here complaining that they not black.
They're not Egyptians.
So you even got black people
We was
in
talking about
America
Egyptians,
who don't
man.
consider themselves black.
No, we're not. We're talking about the clines. We're talking about the phenotypes, the biological phenotypes. The ancient Egyptians could be considered black by American terms, but the modern Egyptians that look Arab can't be considered black.
By the way, the
How about
debate is
the
over the
Arab look
ancient
African?
Egyptians anyway, and the book is addressing the ancient Egyptians, and it said they was black. So none of the other stuff we talking about is wiggle room for the debate. We'll be clear about that. We talking about what the ancient Egyptians was. And our sources say what the ancient Egyptians was, and they say we take it in the modern context, they'd be black. But let's just real quick, let me segue over to the blackness of almost
According to
Nefertari.
American standards.
Yeah, according to American standards. Which
Right.
the only
Let's
people who
keep
got a
that in
standard of
mind.
blackness really right.
I want, the only person I want to speak, because I need to listen to, of all of us, right, is our guest, Sheffrin. Sheffrin is our guest. Sheffrin, help us out with this. What will they say about this? Help us out with this. How will they dodge that bullet? Because how can I say the difference between you always say, when I see it, I need to see it, right?
Mm-hmm.
Right? I need to see it. Now you saw it from the Oxford Encyclopedia of Egypt by Oxford, right?
Mm-hmm.
How does Corey, how does Chief X get out of this?
How did they get out of well, I think we even had a Wikipedia. We even had a Wikipedia source that said the same thing that the book said. But we didn't get it confused when Wiki said it. But now it seems like now we are getting the book confused when they say it.
Nah, you are doing that on purpose. All right, anyone in the chat, are y'all confused when Reggie reads that sentence? Let us say yes, I'm confused, or no, I'm not confused. Because the only one confused is Chef, and that is called intentional confusion.
No, Smash.
You know how your homies be like, what you talking about, huh? What you talking about?
I'm finna blame this on the Baltimore school system.
Yeah, it seems to be something in the water or
Baltimore to where they can't comprehend what do we talk funny or something? Can y'all understand what we saying? We gotta talk like we from Baltimore for y'all to understand what we saying. Because what is going on?
No,
Steph just like to play devil's advocate.
Netanyahu, he a little bit better lately, but Netanyahu used to kind of be like couldn't understand if you was really like offending him or not.
All right, well, I'm not really on that geographical. I ain't trying to do that.
We got into an understanding in Netanyahu.
You just cracking the joke at Chef and Bobby right now.
It's just a joke, but I'm trying to understand why y'all keep doing this to us. Like, y'all like Lucy and Charlie Brown with the football. Like, every time we get ready to kick it, you move the damn ball.
But everybody say no in the chat, Chef, so I know you're not one to ignore what the people think. That's not just people supporting me. They want you to see the truth. Most encyclopedias are written on the 8th grade level so that the people can grasp them and understand them. They're not trying to confuse you when they say, look, by modern terms, you could say they was black. It's the way that it sounded when I said it. Like they ain't trying to put no extras on it. And so
remember the Egyptologist that you had played. And she said that if those people would have been in the 1940s, they would have been on the back of the bus.
That's correct.
Right. So obviously it was a lot of people getting put into racial categories considered black because they didn't fit into the mold.
You see how you trying to mess everything up?
No,
that ain't what she was saying,
how
bro.
I understand.
She was saying they looked like the people who already was getting thrown on the bus. She wasn't saying they would include them too, and it would widen the spectrum of the way that people look who was getting through on the back of the bus. She's saying they would fit the profile. If a white boy walked up on them, they'd grab him and throw him in handcuffs in the civil rights movement.
I think she was comparing black and white. I believe, you know what I mean. Prior to that, to be honest, that was the whole thing.
All right, well, look, y'all already won. No, modern Egyptologists consider the ancient Egyptians as black. Then all right.
No, they just gonna try to do what you was doing. They gonna try to do a denialism. But it won't last long in the fact. I mean, look at the chat gonna say the same thing. Those will be the people voting on the debate.
Okay, check this out. We got 143 people watching.
Oh, it's time to do some polls. Let's go back to the old school polls.
That's what people dropped off, right? So first, like the page. That's the first thing you do. Like the page. We have 143 people watching. I need to count the people that completely understood. Okay, so modern standards.
People who think that they understood.
Nah, that ain't it. This is an 8th grade book.
It doesn't matter.
And I finished the 8th grade just like y'all.
That's
so
what
I
mean.
I'm asking 143 people in. Please help us out. I mean, Smash, if you could put up a poll, that would be fine.
The Oxford, what is it? I'm just gonna say the Oxford source. Forget it.
The Encyclopedia of Ancient Egypt by Oxford, Volume 3. I will, if you want, I will show it again, right? So let me just show it again. And I want everybody to read it. I want you to take some action. I want you to, right, so here it goes right
Take
here.
action. Let Chef know if y'all don't understand it. I mean, if you don't understand it, it's fine. Don't fake like you understand it. Don't be on the bandwagon. Let us get a real survey of whether you understand this source.
I know some of you like Ankh, you like Cedric, right? I know that you do that. I'm asking not that you like them. I'm asking, they made the argument that you could not use black, right? And I want you to press 1 if, okay, let
I'm
me
gonna
put
do it
this
over.
back.
I'm gonna start a poll with yes or no.
Yeah, the poll ain't popped up yet.
I messed it up.
So let me ask y'all this: was there other dark-skinned people in America that had to ride the back of the bus also, or was that just
Nah. In
restricted
19,
to
they said the other people was
African
white.
American?
They said they was white. You don't remember?
No, hold on. So you're telling me that that Indians and all of them could ride the front of the bus and didn't have to get up and give their seat up to
Oh yeah,
the
Indians might
ones
have
that they
had to ride the
consider
back of
white.
the bus, but they wasn't even. They was on the reservation, cuz.
But
No.
because
Oh God.
they were riding the back of the bus
That was facts.
because they was
Y'all
trying to
doing this on purpose
So
now.
find a picture of an Indian on the bus, period. I dare you. Find a picture of an Indian on the bus in the 60s and you win.
Top cat.
Problem is, we don't look at the conversation once you look at the conversation in its totality and in its entirety, a lot of these arguments you'll notice become very thin. They become straw man arguments because once you got the primary attestations, then you got the historical accounts, then you got the German Institute of Archaeology calling them Negroes, then you got Dr. Sally Ann Ashton saying that they are Black Africans. Then you got the source that Dr. Reggie has just read. Then you got the primary evidence of how they depicted themselves. You see what I'm saying? When you get all of this, you got
Then you
primary
got the betterment.
attestations
Then you
of
got the
them calling
code.
We only
themselves
need
Black.
the statement. Wait, stop. Y'all doing it too much.
I think the lady was literally saying that they wasn't white.
No,
And
stop.
played the video of the full context of what the lady has said.
I'm not talking
And
about that.
she clearly was saying that they wasn't. You going too far when you saying that they was European or white, and to say that they were like
I understand,
sub-Saharan
but Sheffrin,
Africans,
you're
you didn't
purposely
went too far again.
Sheffrin, you're purposely trying to mess this up. I don't care about that. I care about
No, so you got to play the lady.
The lady ain't the checkmate. The
Look.
Oxford Dictionary of Ancient Egypt is the checkmate.
So here it goes. Consequently to the family, right? Consequently, any characterization of the race of the ancient Egyptians
According to race ain't real.
Consequently, any characterization of the race of the ancient Egyptians depends on modern cultural definitions, not scientific study. Thus, by modern American standards, it is reasonable to characterize the Egyptians as Black while acknowledging the scientific evidence for the physical diversity of Africans. All it's saying, no, stop it, because I got college, right? It is simply saying, by American standards, it's reasonable to characterize the Egyptians as Black. At the same time, by American standards, while acknowledging the scientific evidence. So you have to still acknowledge the scientific evidence for the physical diversity of Africans. So there's two parts here. There is the standard, can we call Metroton, or whatever your name is, can we call them Black by American standards? And with that, right, acknowledge the scientific evidence for the physical diversity of Africans.
Adam Clayton Powell was called black according to American standards.
Man, you're not about to mess that up.
he
It's
look
over.
like Megatron.
Because that wasn't your argument at first. At first, the argument was you can't say black, period. Now that that's been beaten through the dough, it's like what categories are black? I'm going to make sure the people remember because I got all the clips. So no one will be confused. Won't be no goalposts moved around. As a matter of fact, I'm going to put goalposts in my presentation so people can see where they at.
You couldn't use black.
Yeah, not you, but some of the Mediterraneanites. You know, brother Bobby Banger is the one who got this issue with the blackness.
I think you was on that side of
okay,
the
where's
I
the
never
vote?
said you couldn't use
I don't
black.
care
I'm a
about
black
all that.
man.
Where is the vote? Did you understand Reggie's source?
Only people who didn't understand that, y'all got an issue, right? But let me show y'all how percentages work, just so people won't be fooled. See, you got to learn percentages. There's 33 people in the chat, right? So 10% of that'll be 3 people. You got 12%. That's 3. Am I wrong? 3. Thank you.
12%, yes. Right.
3. Thank you. So you got 3 people with you, and they in the bushes. I'm just keeping it a buck. You got to do the statistics. 3 people out of 33. You about to get jumped. You got 3 people with you. It's 30 motherfuckers. Excuse my language. You might as well know you through. You know what I'm saying? Here goes some more pseudo killers coming out the bushes, but they're not saying anything but they can't understand an encyclopedia written at an 8th grade level. They're not supporting, they're not falsifying anything. See, they saying you clicking the button on your understanding.
Uh-oh, here come Corey. Check this out.
You like Chef needs some help. Chef did need some help, Corey.
We need to get this help.
Yeah, I was over here bashing my brother, man.
He was getting booked. All right, let's read the sentence for Chef. No, it's a brand. Hold on, no, real quick.
Butch Cassidy and the Sundance Kid.
Let me read this for my brother Corey. And we just gonna read this one sentence. This is all that need to be on the screen with the source, where it's from. Thus, by modern American standards, it is reasonable to characterize the Egyptians as black, while acknowledging the scientific evidence for the physical diversity of Africans. Now, what they really saying about the physical diversity of Africans is they ain't gotta just look the one way y'all thinking, blackity black. But how you like that from the encyclopedia? I mean, the Oxford Handbook on Ancient Egypt.
Okay, no, wait. Why don't Corey? Yeah. Why don't you read it, Corey? Why don't you read it yourself?
He just read it to me.
No, you read it. I want to see if you could read it. I want to go into your.
What part is he saying?
I want y'all to share my screen.
Thus, by
modern American standards, it is reasonable to characterize the Egyptians as black, while acknowledging the scientific evidence for the physical diversity of Africa.
We got it, Smash. We got the soundbite.
Reggie Sharp. I'm keeping that one for hella long. I ain't gonna show the context to it or nothing, Corey. I ain't gonna let him know he asked you to read it or nothing. I'm just gonna be like, and this what Corey think. You're gonna be mad at that debate. Hold on.
It's all good. You know what? It's all fair. It's all in the game, bro. If it's part of the game,
share my screen.
I don't know who that's.
Real quick, hold on. Chef got a screen share. You doing good today, Chef? Hold on.
Did you understand the source? We're not asking you if you agree with the source. So the 16%, you don't understand the source, or you don't agree.
It says, what about the bottom? What about down there? It says origins of the Egyptians in North Africa.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, they got a whole section on it.
The scientific race, both Egyptologists and Afrocentric scholars. See, they
just talk about the debate. Trust me. You can read up on it. It's online. You're gonna see that it's gonna skill.
This is
this way. It's free online.
This is UNESCO or whatever.
No, this is the Oxford Encyclopedia. This is Oxford.
This is the Encyclopedia of Ancient Egypt, Volume 3, published by Oxford.
I just want
So
to show what black.
they were having a kind of a debate in this article here, or this
No, they're
not a-
defining peoples.
It's
This
an
is
encyclopedia, bro. It's
I
trying.
just want to
Anybody
show y'all
want to
what
open
can
up the
be
book to see?
considered black.
If they want to see
according
who
to
the people of
American
Egypt
standards.
was, they open up this.
they're on a section of people. You see this right here? It says people. So now they're discussing the people of ancient Egypt because this is about ancient Egypt. So they go to people. And so they
let's.
out the
But
race.
Chevron want to share his screen though. Y'all
I
don't want to do
just
that.
want to show what can be considered black according to American
I
standards.
know he was gonna show. He about to show Jason Tatum. Don't even trip. Let him show it. He gonna show Jason Tatum.
I'm not showing no Jason Tatum.
Close to it. I'm just guessing.
He's gonna be Mariah Carey.
But he black
Jason
though.
Tatum is
Hey,
clearly a black person.
Somebody Reg got to unshare their screen before he could share it.
But you're wasting time, y'all.
Real talk though.
Corey,
Cut it out, bro.
what do you have to say about that?
So let's address him real quick to get this out of here. He's considered black because he has 1 drop of black blood in him. It was a 1 drop rule. You remember that? So you don't even gotta look the person you had on the screen.
Adam Clayton Powell.
Yeah, if you can have 100% or just 1 drop by their old 1 drop rule standards and be considered black. You feel what I'm saying?
Right.
Right. So
yeah.
according to American standards, right? Adam Clayton Powell was considered black. According to American standards, the Egyptians could be considered black. But that range is crazy. And y'all neglecting that. Like, that's crazy.
I ain't neglecting nothing. I'm focusing on the word black. Y'all trying to start a brand new argument.
Hold on, man.
Real quick. I'm in the middle of talking. Y'all trying to start a brand new argument. Y'all trying to. I gotta reclaim the house. Y'all trying to start a brand new argument. Just the other day, the argument was you can't use the word black. Why they using black? Well, now that we got y'all saying, but the spectrum of black is so wide. It was so wide just the other day. This is anybody can unmute themselves.
I hate when they say you can't use black. I hate that.
Okay.
I literally just got through.
We was just over there arguing with them over that. So y'all talking to the 2 wrong people.
Well, no, y'all just need to be madjais and let it go.
Well, y'all ain't in the debate, so he's still maintaining that, so he did. And y'all trying to wiggle out of being dead right now.
Yeah, I tried to tell him that he needed to tighten up his argument. He can't bring the racist.
Pseudo killers, y'all was on the same page, man. Cut it out.
No,
I know
we went on the subject of Egypt. That's what broke us
kicked out of the pseudo killers.
The subject of
Egypt
is what got us kicked out of the pseudo killers, bro.
Welcome to the Madjai Kings.
The subject of Egypt is
we need y'all on the team, man.
It was the subject, but it was the stances was different. I don't remember what the stances was.
I think they was disrespecting.
We were comfortable with the fact that they were Levantine Mediterranean niggas, and the rest of the pseudo killers what?
Now, what it was, y'all was being too disrespectful to certain things in Egypt, and he kicked y'all out. Then we joined the party.
No, we were.
That's what happened. Man, I've been around. I've been listening to y'all. Y'all was out of control. You, Corey and Chef, when y'all first showed up, y'all was out of control because y'all was just about to build.
Y'all was out at first.
And I'm telling you.
I mean, if somebody's pseudo because you
coming on these
well-known and a well-known pseudo don't make you not.
Nah, that ain't what it was. Y'all used to just do shock value Eminem type shit at first.
Yeah, you think we
no, y'all just never was comfortable with hearing what we said. I don't think it was shock value. Nobody ever came to the community and actually said it flat out, like Dr. being a pseudo ass nigga. Or
y'all said different things though, and I've heard
snake
y'all
oil
say
still.
different things. But I didn't agree with that was cool, or I didn't think that was the way to do it. But anyway,
you don't think Dr. Ben was a snake oil?
I'm trying to even out loud mic you when you say it every time. You feel me? Every time you say you don't think he was.
I don't think you read enough to even make that statement. Is what I think. But anyway.
We
Well,
can
no, I've been
use
wanting to
Chef
talk
and
about this
Corey.
How
for a
much you
minute.
got to
Hold
read
on.
to
All
see
right.
if the nigga be lying
Real
about even
quick.
where he came?
I've been wanting to deal with this for a minute, so let's get on to this segment. We want to deal with the blackness of Nefertari. Y'all could come off what you call it, but just let me get into this. So one of the things we learn when we deal with Nefertari, they always talk about her blackness in regard to death and her deification. If we don't know, it's not no text that say that. When we look for that, where we draw that from is finding her drawn dark black, bliggity black in 50 other tombs, ranging from her time period all the way up until about the Ramses. We could find a Nefertari in other people's tombs. So it ain't no explanation for that. But they use this right here to link blackness to her being dead or what have you. But now I'm about to show you how pseudo that is. It's because what we learn is that if we look into the cult of Nefertari, it wasn't even the cult of Nefertari. It was the cult of Nefertari and Amos the First. All right. And now, when we look at how they are represented, this is another dead man's tomb. And here, dead man or woman, excuse me, I don't want to mess it up. But it's in her cow, or in her cow, right? However you would say that. Now, let's go down here and look at this and let's read this. It was cut up and then brought back to Berlin by the Perusian exposition of Lepus. It says, Lepsius. It says, we can compare the image opposite Berlin, thanks to Herms, to the one in Deckmaler, and we can see that one too. It's just a redrawing. And the current appearance of the wall. On either side of the pointed doors were represented in large size, almost Nefertari, and his, I don't know why it says his, but that's just a typo. And his son, Jeshakara Amenhotep I. Right? Protectors of the community of artisans. It says the careful execution of the painting is excellent example of the Ramsai art of the 20th dynasty. All right. So now let's go in, and I could even take us to more about this cult. What do we learn if we look at this image? Let me see what y'all seeing. Yeah, we see this image, and we see both of these people have been deified. Not just her, but both of them. Then that tells us one thing about the erroneous claims that they use to take her skin color to say is a symbol of death. Because the cult wasn't the cult of Nefertari, it was the cult of Amos the First in Nefertari. And he ain't in no deaf black skin. But this is in another person's tomb where he is deified. So when we read in the Oxford Handbook of Ancient Egypt, when it says Nefertari's dark skin may indicate her Nubian ancestry, it's because they already know stuff like this that I'm trying to show us right now. I yield.
Well, shut up, Cedric. Shut up, bruh. On God. Yeah, Smash. Great presentation. Way to take a pseudo head off.
I mean,
You know what I'm
that
saying?
ain't even, I'm just showing us something we probably don't know. They'll say it right here on the thing that she's found, but they ain't gonna be saying her dark skin. They might say it once. Look, Queen Amos Nefertari, once again with black skin, wears her loose pleated dress and her waist. They didn't say, oh, it's because she is deceased. But this is a more of a scientific thing. Now, look, here we go. I don't want you to get it twisted. It is organized in 3 registers of 4, saying the wall must be read from east to west because the deceased continued their path down the entrance towards the West Hall. Both of them being deceased. I'm talking about right here. They are. And they're deified. But he ain't jet black. So when anybody tell you she's jet black, because she was deified, we'll ask them how much they know about the cult of Amos Nefertari and Amos the First. And we can learn a lot about that cult right here on Osiris.net. But I'll let y'all build while I pull up some other stuff about it.
Where you at, Mr. Ortega? You need to respond to that. You know what I mean? That that slaughters all of your antics and rhetoric the other day, crying about how black is only, a color that was just deified, it signified godliness. Once again, they hit you with black being referring to the skin color.
Here we go. So this will corroborate this with another source. Y'all see this right here? The cult of Amenhotep the First and Nefertari.
Mm-hmm.
So then we can see she wasn't the only one deified. So then when somebody tells you her black skin is a result of the deification, we want to ask, why was her son or the other person she was with never shown with black skin, as we find, but they're in front of men here, okay? Now that looks like a men just because I've seen the erect, but if I read it, this probably was Sarah. It actually says Amen Ra, so I didn't read it. It says Amen Ra right here, if y'all see that. And then it says, whatever, I pet.
You're on the one to the left, right?
You can't see my mouse?
Where is that?
Oh, well, on the YouTube, y'all, I forgot. Sometimes it show difference. You don't even see this picture of
I see the picture. You got two pictures,
black
but it's
god.
the picture to the, yes, the picture to the left and the picture to the right.
I'm on the one to the left, yeah, but you can't see my mouse, I guess. Yeah, I was reading this Amen Ra right here, but this is even them showing Amen Ra in their Ithyphallic. And
so the people behind them are being deified?
So, but the fact that this ain't working, because we see a form of like a Ra natural. This is just Amenhotep, but he's not jet black, but yeah, he's supposed to be dead, and this is how his cult worshipped him. You see what I'm saying?
If you click the image, the whole stela will enlarge.
Right here?
That's what they say.
Oh, yeah, so I don't know how y'all seeing it, because it's kind of enlarged for me. That's the problem. So let me share my screen a different way. Yeah, because I was seeing it enlarged. YouTube was seeing it like that, but I guess the way I shared my screen. Now y'all see it enlarged?
Yeah, we can see it.
Yeah, so I was looking at this writing right here. Yeah, that's what was going on. And so, but this is...
So that person that's jet black, they're not
So this is the guy right here,
in afterlife?
Right? Yeah, this is the Netcher. He represents Amen Ra, apparently. That's what it says right here. But he is the guy from the cult, right? But Egyptology says when you see them with that black skin like that, it represents that they was deified or what have you. And he is often found, and he's from the same cult of the sister Ames Nefertari, who is always found with the black skin. I mean, not always. Most often depicted with the like you see them both here. So here, this is another attestation that proved that they just made that up, because they both deified right here. Sitting, but he
one
got
of them brown and one of them black.
Exactly. So her black skin don't got nothing to do. But see, she carries on after this and is worshipped just by herself. So but if we didn't trace it back to this, we wouldn't be able to show them her counterpart who ain't got nothing to do. He got regular skin. Or I don't want to say regular.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? But that's they call it the standard Egyptian hue, but I think that's even bullshit too. He got brownish skin. How about that? Some want to call it red.
But what's crazy to me is like that we act like we can't understand the taxonomy of humans today. So we do this right now. We got a certain scale that we accept into our taxonomy. Of it goes all the way from Khoisan light until Ethiopian in the north.
Well, that's not taxonomy. That's skin color.
No. This is I'm just talking about everybody that's within the African scope. That's about that's how diverse it is. Anything in between, though. But once you get up into North Africa, they're not.
No. You got people lighter than Khoisan.
No, what I'm saying, Corey, is even if once you get into a certain area, no matter if they do start to look like the Ethiopian type, you stop, because Ethiopians look very close to Arabs. But at some point, they stop being Ethiopians and they start being Arabs. Do you not acknowledge that? And just in a plain observation, we have already done this. The Ethiopians are not Arabs. Why are they not Arabs?
You know what I
even though they phenotypically similar, hair texture and the way they look morphology similar. What makes the Ethiopian accepted in the African scope, but then the Arab not accepted in the African scope? What happens?
And then we can't
you know
forget
what though,
about
James?
the Himba tribe and all of those people in the Omo Valley too, though, James. You know, when most people mention Ethiopia, they go straight to the quote unquote Habesha, but they leave them beautiful, beautiful people over there in the Omo Valley. You know what I'm saying? The Himba.
Yes, I'm not saying, but still, they're gonna phenotypically, you can still see their Africanness, no matter even if they are very light. But at some
I'm talking
point,
about
they
the Karo
jump over a
tribe.
line and they become Arab, and they act like
No,
we can't see that, or we can't say that, or just like even in America, we'll say that some people are Indian.
Yeah, I get what
But
you're
they
saying,
look
but
similar to a
I'm saying
Mexican,
is
but we
you can't
still
forget about the
differentiate.
Karo tribe over there, James. A lot of people when we mention Ethiopia, we forget about the Karo, we forget about the Mandari, we forget about the Himba tribe. We forget about those tribes, and those people look absolutely nothing like the Arabs. Absolutely nothing at all.
Hey, Reggie, you still there? I'm just checking. He might have fell asleep. It's the East Coast time.
Hey, but Smash. Let me say this, bro. I think it's a misnomer. I think because I know people say, well, this guy looks like an Arab, or that guy looks Arab or Western Asian or whatever, what have you, right? The misnomer is the Arabs. That's really a North African look. The Arabs look like North Africans, not the other way around. Not that North Africans look like Arabs. You know, that look is
yeah, that's they
indigenous
daddies,
to
man.
North Africa. It's not those North Africans left out of Africa and started to populate other parts of the world. So what I just want to say is I think it's a misnomer when we keep saying that these people look like Arabs. No, it's the other way around. The Arabs look like North Africans. But
I agree with that. I agree with that, man. I think that's their daddies. I mean, just common sense. If we know that, life started there, when they branched out and went out, we can see those similarities. That's their daddies, man. But what's the main point that when we get to Egypt and we get to North Africa, we can't forget about those other phenotypes and those other components that they try to discredit, and they try to act like what didn't exist in there. They existed in there too, King. And that's the biggest point we trying to make. Yeah, there's many different, features and stuff, but those progenitors, those fathers, those founders, those indigenous, a lot of those indigenous people, most of those indigenous people, the majority of those indigenous people, yes, sir, they had your quote unquote sub-Saharan African. And as soon as the great king allowed me, I would like to share my screen and prove it.
Hey, real quick, Reggie, you there? Because I just was in the hole in the middle of some shit and it just went off on a long ass tangent. I still was talking about Nefertari and disproving this spell that this blackness got to do with something death. Every image we seen while the brothers was building, showed her and almost the first her son, who were both deified, right? So we could see right here, they kind of put that on thick and said that this black skin of hers was symbolic. If it's symbolic with her, then it's symbolic with him. It gotta be some consistency here. And so again, I'm not trying to filibuster this. I just want to get to the bottom of it so I could end it. I know I seen Reggie come off of mute, but you feel me? I seen him come off of mute, and then we even see him represented in different ways here, right? And so some might try to take that to say whatever they want to say. I just had to show it and not glaze over it because they'd be like, "Why you scooping that one?"
The whole point of this smash was is that Metroton made a false analysis in his video that women are lighter because they work in the houses.
right?
Mm-hmm.
And then men working in fields. That was wrong. Then the Egyptologists make the point that say that they're dark because they're deceased, right? They make that wrong point. Then they make another wrong point is that they tie Egypt to the black silk, and there is no reference that the ancient Egyptians does that. You can't find a quote, but they do tie it to the blackness of the eye, right? And they also tie it to the cattle, the blackness of the eye and the coat of the cattle.
You can share your screen, Robert, by the way, and get ready to do your thing after Reggie finishes. Go ahead, Reggie.
So on our point, because we are responding to Metrodome, and you're also writing a book, we have that beautiful section in the ancient Egyptian encyclopedia, where by American norms, right, you can call the ancient Egyptians black, but you have to pay attention to the diversity. So this ends an enormous amount of arguments that we have had in the past, because don't change the goalpost. The goalpost was you can't find anybody that says that the ancient Egyptians were black, because they didn't believe that the ancient Egyptians themselves said they were black. So when we said we could see it through the text that they are relating themselves to Pepe, right? When they are relating themselves to witnesses relaying saying, I am the black ram born of the black sheep, right? When we were saying it, you were saying that no, you can't find any experts, but now you have the experts saying, nah, the ancient Egyptians could be, it's okay to call them black by American standards. You just have to pay attention to the scientific diversity. I'll stop.
Well, it's
Reggie,
funny.
I want to ask, what does that mean to you? What does the fact that Africa is the most diverse continent on the planet, what does that have any implications in your eyes?
Yeah. So what it means is that don't look at Africa through racial lens, right? Look at it through climes and populations, right? Climes are biological traits. And then when you look at those traits by biological traits, relate those traits to their neighbors, which are populations. So the Southern Egyptian is more related to the Nubian population, their parents, than the North Africans in the Delta, who have been there for thousands of years, stratified, not intermixing, right? Not moving, having relationships with Libya, and having relationships to the Canaanite populations going. They have that relationship is different than the relationship between Southern Egypt, where Egypt was formulated, Corey, in the South, Southern Egypt.
In Southern Egypt or Sudan, which y'all be confused on what y'all be calling the South. Are you talking about Darfur or are you talking about like Luxor?
Say what?
When you say the South, are you talking about Darfur or are you talking about Luxor?
No, I'm talking about Nakada. I'm talking about
around that area. Okay, so that is Egypt then, right?
I'm talking about Abju, right? I'm talking about El Kab. I'm talking about Kamombo. I'm talking about all the way down to Buhan and Simna, which are all in Aswan, which are all in Egypt, Southern Egypt. Those populations are more closely related to the Nubian populations than they are related to those Africans in the Delta.
Okay, that's cool. I just wanted to really I just really wanted to kind of see where you were at or if you even agreed that Africa is a very diverse place, and it's more than one way to be African.
Right.
You talk about a continent who has who sits on two different. Here in the United States, right? We only sit on one hemisphere. Africa sits on both hemispheres.
Correct. So what I'm doing,
So
is
the genetic diversity that would come with a continent as large and sits in two different hemispheres, and it also has multiple zones.
Corey, what I'm concerned about is not all of Africa. I'm concerned about the
just
origin.
Northeast Africa.
Wait, no, I'm only concerned with the origin of the Egyptians.
Yeah, that's Northeast Africa. Yeah, you ain't concerned with all. You don't give a damn about West and Central Africa or Sub-Saharan Africa. You're just concerned with the northeastern niggas. Right? Go ahead.
Wow. I'm only concerned with the origins of Egypt. So that's the Nakata 1, 2, and 3. Norma was a member of Nakata 1, 2, and 3. Nakata 3. Right. I mean Nakata 1.
Namur was
Hold on, brother Reggie.
He was a
thin-eyed
king
show us
originally,
about
right?
that pyramid that you were supposed to be showing? Did you ever get that?
Yeah, but that's
a rabbit hole.
I can show that, but I can show that in a few minutes after Snash shows what he's going to show. But my point is, Corby, Southern Egypt is where Egypt began. That is ancient Egypt. Now,
so Southern Egypt is in a different zone. Southern Egypt is in tropical Africa. Is that what you're saying?
No, Southern Egypt is in Abdu, Nakata.
I'm talking about as far as zones go, right? Would that be considered tropical Africa in Southern Egypt?
No, it's not.
Corey, brother Reggie, let me see if I can help you. Do you know that Sahel has been receding for 3,000 years? So we don't know how far the Sahel was up at the time. It could have been as close to upper northern.
About the
Well, even when the Sahel,
I know, but what he's trying to do,
I'm not even
what he's
going
doing, Reggie. What he's
even
saying,
when it was
trying
wet,
to get you to say he's trying to parse them out of the Sahel like they're
no, I'm not trying to parse them out of nowhere
than what they really are.
No.
I mean, I know how this works.
Even when the Sahel was wet, right? Even in its wet phase, right?
I'm asking about that period. Why are you talking about
James brought that up.
I'm talking about.
Well, James brought that up. That's on him. I don't know. Ask him.
James, see, that's the problem. Why don't you stick to the period of 3600 BC to the founding of Egypt, which is 3100 BC? Why don't you stick to Southern Egypt? That's the Egyptians.
Right. So again, Reggie, my question would be: would that be considered at any time? I don't care what time period y'all want to put on it. Would that be considered tropical Africa at that? Okay.
No, sir. At best, at the earliest time, you say that it's aquatic, right? At the best, when the Nile was wild, when the flood was just flooding all over the place, right? But I'm not talking about that period. I'm talking about Nakata 1, 3600 BC. Nakata 2, which is roughly 3400 BC. Nakata 3, which goes into 3200 BC. Then it's dynastic. I mean, it's dynasty 0, which is 3100 BC. Right?
So would the Nakadians, 1, 2, or 3, would the Nakadians be considered? They would be considered North Africans, right?
southern Egypt.
No, I'm asking would they be considered North Africans?
All yes, but
Mhm.
they are considered southern Egypt. Egypt has top it has a lower and upper. So we're talking upper Egypt. We're not talking lower Egypt. So I'm narrowing it down. I'm narrowing down to Egypt was formulated in southern Egypt, right? Which is upper Egypt, right? And then there is lower Egypt. Lower Egypt is closer to North Africa. I'm talking about the region where Egypt was formed, which was in the south, southern Egypt. And I'm talking about Abdu, Hierapolis, which is Deccan, El Kab, which is on the
Heracleopolis.
huh? No, I'm not.
Heracleopolis.
No, I'm not talking. I'm not talking about Heliopolis. I'm telling you exactly where I am. I'm talking about the land, the town of the Falcon, which is Necco, right? Necco. I'm talking about Nakada was there before these areas. It was a culture. So I'm talking the culture, Nakada 1, 2, and 3, right? And then I get to Dynasty 0, and then Dynasty the Dynastic Egypt, which is Old Kingdom. And that is where
Akkadians were considered Asiatics, right?
no, they were not. Stop. That's a lie.
Yeah, they spoke.
Show
They actually
source.
spoke. Well, they talked about how they spoke a Afro-Asiatic language.
No.
And genetically, they.
That's a lie. Show me, Corey.
See?
I'm just telling you what they said, bro. I'm sorry if that offends you.
So at this time period, they were not speaking an Asiatic nothing. It was on the African side. You forget that
Yeah, it's called Afro-Asiatic. They lived in a region. They didn't live on the continent. They lived in a region, Reggie. They didn't live on the continent. Only you, black folks, in 2023 are the only ones that ever in human history have lived on the continent. Everybody else in human history have lived in regions.
Lies.
Hey, Corey,
trash, Corey, trash.
Show me a source. Show me a source.
I just made that up. Reggie. I ain't got no source.
Yeah, you did. Because you could have labeled it territories, regions, areas. You could have called it any goddamn thing at this point with that kind of definition of what we talking about, a description on a map of a place where people live and speak a language and have a culture. We can describe that place. We don't have to say
I could have said area or whatever. Yeah,
that's right. So, hey, let me just finish this though, Mr. Corey. How you doing?
I'll say a region though. I chose my word. But if you're comfortable with the area, that's fine.
No,
I think region is more geographical term. But go ahead.
Just know that region don't cover nothing and it says nothing. Anything is a region. It could be a region of space.
I can't.
So that don't tell us nothing. But we
were talking about a specific region, so that would tell you something.
I just got one thing to say, Mr. Corey. That's it. I just got one thing to say. I don't come on that much. Just Babylon down. I just got one thing to say.
You muted yourself, Babylon Dunn. We can't hear you. Hello? Yeah, you keep muting yourself.
Hold on 1 second, Smash. Hold on.
Okay. Well, go ahead. We got Bobby Bang in the building. So what's happening?
Damn, G. Yeah. Okay,
what's happening, Bob?
Where Reggie at?
Man, don't come over here picking on Reggie.
Hey, Reggie. So you don't understand evolution now, yo?
And listen, we're not talking about evolution.
Yeah, we was. You was Kai and Kiki when the white boy was talking about hierarchy and mutations, right? You spoke to niggas an intelligent designer.
I saw a white dude.
Hold on, Reggie, we're not yelling. No, Reggie, listen to what I'm telling you. The white boy tricked you. That's not evolution, yo. That's intelligent design. He was an intelligent designer reading from an intelligent design website, yo. That's not evolution. Nobody says that. You can't find the sources. So you never acquiesce to a faulty premise.
He got to the point. He got to the point where
That's not evolution.
is an intelligent designer, but prior
No, but
to
because
that,
no, wait. How did you hold Reggie? Listen. How did I know he was an intelligent designer, Reggie? See, that's the question you should ask yourself.
because you ask him later.
No. Why did I ask him though, Reggie? It's the reason why I asked him. Seriously.
I understand why you ask him.
I asked him because I knew he was fucking it up with the intelligent design argument. I know the papers. I could bring the papers up.
It was something he said that brought that on, that made you ask him that.
Right. Prior to that, right, what he said was he was talking about how could the randomness, right? How could the randomness lead to something? So he put in, that's when you asked him about it, but prior to that, he had asked you, did you know the term? That was the problem. He asked you, did you know the term? Whether he was wrong or right, about his feelings. Everybody has their feelings. Yes, he was an intelligent designer, but the question was, he was asking you a question about, please explain how random genetic material could lead to this, right? And so
you give it 14 billion years.
So Smash can play it again for you, and you can answer the question today.
He smashed out.
Yeah, if you give a monkey a keyboard and give him 14 billion years, at some point through that 14 billion years, he gonna type a coherent sentence, right? So like, when you give randomness enough time,
we don't know.
She can look organized.
Don't nobody know that. That's conjecture.
He was talking about what's the word Darwin uses? He was using fitness,
natural selection. He was talking about the survival of the fit. Yeah, he had that.
No, he used the word random to dispel by mathematics in order to say that what you just said, Corey, could never happen, which is the word random. Study chaos mathematics and you'll learn that what you're talking about could never coagulate and become a coherent system. From a chaotic system, you do not obtain
a false
order.
statement.
It disobeys the laws of entropy, and the laws of entropy say that things steadily decay to a fallen state. Everything around us that we see in the universe, observable. What you're saying is false.
Two different things,
Darwin cannot gather a bunch of genes and say that something evolved into intelligence from that, nor can he prove it. We just done with that.
It's theoretical.
If somebody knock your ass upside the head, you're gonna go to the damn hospital, which uses modern medicine, which is based in evolutionary biology. Shut the hell up, boy.
I know this woman fine on the screen.
You think that people didn't know about medicine to evolution?
Modern. I said modern medicine. I said modern medicine. If somebody knock your crazy ass upside your motherfucking head.
The last time I hurt my toe, I didn't think nothing about evolution.
Yeah, I know. You ain't been knocked upside your crazy ass head. So when somebody knock your crazy ass upside your damn head, you're going to take your ass to the hospital. You're going to take your ass to the hospital where modern physicians is going to use modern medicine on your crazy ass, which is based on evolutionary biology.
And y'all ignoring the photos on
That's
screen.
How crazy it is.
This primary evidence.
You probably got kids.
I wish y'all would stop saying y'all
to the
see one
goddamn
rabbit
hospital.
dog get out of line.
You know this Queen
You probably got kids who were born in
and y'all see the Negro on the channel, on the panel, cutting the food and talking crazy and calling me crazy.
Negro,
Don't do that. Don't say y'all. Y'all should say, Corey, stop with the ad hom. Stop with the
it's me.
The
it's the dumb ass. It's the dumb
argument
nigga.
And
it's
just
the
take the
nigga.
argument and
but
don't
you
run.
see Queen Nefertiti on the screen.
Take the red cap off and relax.
Hey, Pan
Got
African James.
fined.
That was a picture, bro. I don't have the red hat on.
What's
right
going
now.
on, Reggie?
Got fined, cleaned up the TV.
Hey, Pan African James, can you control this or not, or end this show?
I don't think I have the host. I think Smash took it, if I'm not mistaken.
You know that's the problem though, Reggie. On this channel, right? Like I get the pushback for stating a geographical location, but this guy, right, got zero pushback from y'all. Who took his baby mama to the hospital when she was in labor, finna have a baby.
Hold on, Corey. What that got to do?
Nothing, bro. I'm trying to present the primary evidence.
Let me
hold
want to know why?
on. Like, what do that got to do with anything that we talking about?
Nothing.
Huh?
So let's just get back on topic. Is what I'm saying, because it's deteriorating into an argument between you and Babylon Dumb. Y'all could do that.
No, it's not an argument.
Hey, Pan African James. Hey, Pan African James. I just came on to ask you one question though, bro.
Right.
When it come down to the North-South thing, it always seemed like you allowed them to get you into the Sahel, and then you start moving east to west. And
okay, slow down. What are you saying?
I'm gonna say it again. I'm not saying. I'm speaking English. I'm gonna take off the mic.
Said you gonna take a run around like a chicken with his head cut off in the chat. He did.
Go ahead, Babylon Dunn.
Okay, now listen, Pan African James. I said it appears that when we start talking to north to south, you allow certain people like the guy.
Hey, Smash, I'm not gonna be on long. We had Unc on for a few seconds, and you was gone. I wanted to deal with him on what that article said, but we could do it another time. But I'm not gonna be up. It's getting chaotic right now. So
And that white boy was slap crazy though, Reggie. The white boy that had the discussion with I know him from the great debate community. Yeah, that's a slap crazy ass white boy. I mean,
no, but I didn't matter that he was slap crazy. He said what he admitted was what people the common theory on natural selection, and then Ankh moved into the point of
but he was right though.
About what specifically was he right?
But he was right.
I'm never gonna say somebody was totally wrong about everything. That's impossible. But go ahead. What was he right about?
He was right when with the part of the discourse I showed, how he was explaining evolution.
Right. He was explaining the normal thinking of evolution. And then it got to the point of he asked how even though that there's fitness and natural selection, he just simply asked how would randomness solve the question? Even though he admitted natural selection and fitness, right? All Ankh had to say was it was natural selection and it was fitness, right? But what Ankh did was Ankh went to try to find out who he was instead of just simply saying, well, I agree, it's natural selection and fitness. So that explains randomness. That explains it all. It's like the creation of the universe, right? It can be explained by the Big Bang, right? It can.
Okay, I didn't know why he left. Okay, that's cool.
I thought.
All right, peace.
No, I said we back.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, so we wasn't on.
No, we were. I just did a mute to talk to y'all for a minute.
Oh, okay.
To let James know he was hosting. There you go.
All right, I got it.
Okay, so getting back to you, Smash, Jonathan Owens, I think that we did enormous amount of work, right? In one, addressing what the encyclopedia said. And I think that we got something really good out of that. And then that led to their clarifying their issue, right, of the deceased having black skin. They said, well, it could be black skin or it could be because of the Assyrian myth, right? Then you show two people deceased, one dark, one light, right? And it had nothing to do with the Assyrian myth, really. It had more to do with the Amun-Ra cult, right? So their analysis, they gave us two things. It could be the skin, but it could also be the Assyrian myth. Even if it was the Assyrian myth, we know that Assyria is connected to blackness by Kim Ware, by the secretions, right, that Asar, the secretions that Asar delivers, the butamin, right? So either way, it works out in our argument as far as the skin color, right? But what we have, which is a beautiful thing, is that we have skin color in play, and you can use it without race. You can use it without racism, because you can use it with clients. I think that was great work, and your Sherlock Holmes work of saying, nah, you're wrong because here's two people being deceased, right? And Amos Nefertari is almost always depicted as dark, and that ain't got nothing to do with her being deceased. And then we have statues of Amos Nefertari, right? And with clines or face formations and hair and other type of things that shows that she is possibly Nubian. So then there's the other leg that we handled, that there were Nubians, citizens in ancient Egypt. And so Egypt never looked one way, but southern Egypt, these populations are closely related to the Nubian populations and the other populations. So the other close populations, their ancestor populations, Nakata 1, 2, and 3, right? So this whole thing about it being North African, close to the Delta, that yes, it is relevant, but the base population came from the South. I think
that's cool, Reggie. Reggie, I wanted to ask if I can.
Really? Seriously.
Well, I can't ask. Go ahead then. It's on you then, with Babylon.
No, I wasn't talking to you, Corey. I was actually commenting on Rudy's remarks. Go ahead.
Oh, so I wanted to ask Brother Reggie, and this is just to get some clarity for me, right? But so let's say Jerusalem, right? We know where Jerusalem is located at. I don't know. I would share my screen, but somebody's doing some. I would just put the map up there. So
G. I've been trying to present for the last 30 minutes, but you've been on your devil's advocate, distracting shit, King.
Oh, go ahead then, brother. My bad. I didn't realize that, brother. Go ahead. I thought that was like Smash or Reggie.
Yeah, I was supposed to. Ben had went, but y'all go ahead. You know what I'm saying? This right here gonna cut deep without me even speaking. G, y'all go ahead. You're gonna see my presentation without words. A silent presentation. Go ahead and detract.
Well, the brother
okay, it's all good, bro. I mean, if you wanted to have
go ahead. This right here,
man. Peace, brother Robert.
He ain't no modern Egyptian.
Peace
modern
to you, bro.
Don't look like
peace, brother Robert.
There we go. Peace, great King Babylon. Peace, God. I'm gonna hit them silently. Y'all go ahead and build. These pictures say 1,000 words. Watch this.
Ain't no modern Egyptians look like this. This ain't their ancestors.
Hey, Robert. Hey, Robert. Can I point out two facts while you do that?
Go ahead, God.
Okay, this just the two facts I want to point out. Smash, you played a video yesterday by the lady Futo. She wasn't an expert, but I had seen the video before. I said, good, he played that video. Now, But she better than an expert to me because she an onlooker and an investigator and uninhibited investigator.
You can't be better than an expert.
Bro, can I talk? I don't want to do that, Reggie. You got a beef, bro. We can handle that another time. And really, you can't have no beef with me because you my shit. So leave me alone. Now let me finish. So this whole thing, this whole thing about the East-West, she killed that yesterday. She said it was totally north-south. Is no such thing as east-west. She even mentioned it in the video and said that's what people try to do. Then she took it a step further and said Afro-Asiatic is a term that they use in order to confuse the basic public in order to not say African nor Asiatic. But you just had Corey and the dude, and right after she said that on the same show, said Afro-Asiatic is the term to be used, and that they mentioned the Sahel. Just like tonight. I'm saying we should play her video again so people can hear her say straight up, it's north to south, and there's no such thing as all this jumping around and mixing up, playing the game. It's just north to south. There's no east to west movement. What we're talking about here, they totally Nilotic people, she called them. She said they lived along the whole entire Nile. That's from the foothills of the moon, Mount Kilimanjaro, to those who don't know. Dr. Ben was right. From the foothills of the moon all the way up to the Delta. So we got the whole Nile covered, and that's what we're discussing. The Nubians that lived, the black people that lived along the Nile.
See, Reggie, and that's what I'm talking about. Like Reggie,
that's right, Babylon.
You ain't gonna give him no pushback on that. Although you knew Dr. Ben was wrong on that, like you're gonna give him zero pushback. But anyway,
hold on.
We could look
there
the word
is such thing of a mountain of the moon in the interior of Africa. I'm not saying that he was right. But there is a such thing as a mountain of the moon in the interior of Africa that they had oral stories that was talking about that.
Yeah, it's
I don't know if Dr. Ben embellished as far as like where the location was or anything, but that is an actual thing. You could actually type in right now, Corey, foothills of the mountain of the moon. It's gonna show up in Wikipedia right now.
You don't know.
He didn't make it up. He just maybe embellished where it was on text.
I've been showed that on this show though.
Go ahead, Babylon Don.
That ain't nothing new. I've been showed that Kilimanjaro actually means foothills of the moon. That you can Google it. That's not a big deal. He could say all that. They always do that. But nevertheless, just know that this is not about no Afro-Asiatic. This is not about Afro-Asiatic. Because just like the brother Chris Erickdom, and they told y'all, the scholar Chris Erickdom told y'all, they said, no, don't fall into the Hamito-Semitic, because Ham and Shem are biblical characters, basically, and that's going to take you somewhere else. The Hamitic hypothesis, that's racism. That's scientific racism. So don't go down that road. So it ain't Hamito-Shemeto. So they need to stop saying that. Then this lady done said, the same thing I've been saying for years, Afro-Asiatic is trash. You'll never find another nation of people saying that their language is mixed with another continent. You ain't never heard of Asio-African. Because they ain't got no Asia-African.
Because it started in Africa first. So that's why they call it Afro-Asiatic.
They have a culture. They have a culture. I'm talking, bro. They have a culture and they practice that culture. And we have a culture. And what they did with UNESCO and all the rest of them, they came in and they set up organizations and they called parts of Africa, Asia, and Northeast Africa, and the Levant, and the Middle East, and renamed all that stuff regions like you did, and then they confused everybody. But we ain't confused no more. We know exactly where the land is, we know exactly who lived there, and we know exactly where we're talking about, along the Nile. I'm asking you, is the Nile anywhere in Asia?
Was that a dagger?
Some of this stuff got to stop, Corey. Y'all got to stop.
I actually claimed that the Nile was in Asia or something like that.
No, you bring it up, Adrian. We done been specific that we're talking about from north to south, from the foothills of the moon to the Delta. We have not mentioned Asia. We have no need for Asiatic language.
That's fine.
We
You
have
didn't
no
mention
need
Asia.
for Asiatic affiliation. We have no pyramids in Egypt from Asia. We have no monuments in Egypt from Asia. We have nothing in Sudan from Asia. We have no implements, no animals, no sharing of resources, language, nothing. What you talking about?
You don't have the sharing of resources, language, animals. You don't
Nope.
have that.
These niggas look
No,
like
Are
they
you
straight out of
crazy?
road bounce, yo.
Let me
They look
answer.
like if they
Let
put
me
on
answer
Reggie,
him.
this is what I
Let
be
me
saying,
answer
Hold on, let
Reggie.
Babylon Down finish. Him
Let
and
me answer him.
finish their dialogue. Let's see what's
Go ahead.
Exactly.
But
No
you actually you
sharing.
got all of that from Asia. But go ahead.
No sharing. Even the women, they sent women and we sent none back. They sent cattle, we rule. It wasn't a we share and
Well,
we
you just
trying
said
to
it wasn't
farm
no animal
together.
or no
No,
material there.
hold up. It wasn't a we
Damn,
sharing,
bro.
we trying to be a get along gang and we trying to get along with Asians outside of Africa. No, we had a culture, we building pyramids, we have dynasties, we rulers, we ruling the world, and we
They
ain't
didn't.
stuck nobody.
It was no such thing as they wasn't living in Africa. They didn't know they lived in Africa. All they knew is they lived in this region, and they knew there was different groups of people. They didn't understand the fact of a continent, of the whole continent, Africa. So like the shit you saying is
which
wild
one
as
is
fuck.
Egyptian?
Then hold
Which
on.
one is Nubian?
Then you said they didn't have
which
no
one is
animals,
which?
or they didn't have no material, or they didn't have none of that from Asia. Like this, and then you go on to say, oh well, they did have animals, and they did have this, and they did. Like you talk in circles, bro.
Okay, well,
which one is Egyptian and which one is Nubian?
Watch this, y'all. Hold on. Let me ask.
Choose the
What animals?
Choose the
What
Nubian.
animals came into Africa?
You don't know the difference.
Let's do that. What significant amount of
a group of Egyptian soldiers and Nubian mercenaries? Which one is which? We don't even goddamn know.
No, I'm asking Corey, what animal flora came into Africa of significance?
I tell you what, we do know them.
Goddamn a goat.
See, goat and what else? Go ahead and continue.
The domesticated cows.
Lies.
No, that's not true.
Yeah,
bro.
No, that's not
bro.
true.
Look
right
up
there,
domesticated
Corey.
cows. Look up where domesticated cows.
The only animal.
Domestication of cattle starts in actually in Africa.
Find that for me then.
Okay, hold on, dude. Just give me a second.
It's only one animal found in Africa, in Egypt, that's not from Africa, that was celebrated as a deity. You don't
Nobody
know.
said they celebrated anything as a deity,
when
bro.
you're talking to you, Corey, it's one animal that's not from Africa that's celebrated in Africa and was brought into Africa, and you don't know what it is.
Okay, that's cool, bro. That's something. You got something that you know that
So study up.
I never said anything about deifying any fucking animals, bro.
Yeah, you
what
just
the fuck are you talking about?
You just tried to make up a lie like you knew something about some Asian animals being brought into Africa. You know all of that. Surely you know the animal that
I don't know about deifying fucking animals, bro. I know about where the domestication of cows started
Asian
at.
animals that were brought into Africa, surely you should know the only one that was.
Listen,
one
bro.
at a time.
I don't give a
over
damn about which one they got on their knees and prayed to. I gives a fuck about it. I'm saying this subject matter is about domesticated cows. He asked where domesticated cows came from. I don't give a fuck which one of them they prayed to. They made a goddamn seance to. They poured the libations to, or none of that shit.
Right here, let's just stop the dialogue and let's learn something. So since you say you don't know, let's see what's gonna happen after.
I don't give a damn about which one they
you
give.
didn't give a damn, why you bring it up?
I'm talking about the domestication of cattle, bro.
Yeah,
all right, here goes some early
and then when I
depictions
get
of
when
some
I get
Near East
ready to show you, you say you don't care.
No, I want to
same-
see that. That's what That's what we talking about.
Damn,
Actually,
then slow down, Corey. Let's do this. I mean, that's
Oh,
what
who
I'm
the
trying to do.
goddamn hell is
I'm trying to see how long it's gonna take you to acknowledge some shit that you see right in your face. Because it seems like y'all got a hard time around here, for some reason or another, and
So
acknowledging shit that y'all see right in your face. So slow down. Let's look at this. Let's view this, and then we're gonna see what you'd say after this. Okay? Watch this.
Who the hell is these niggas on the screen?
Shit, I don't know who's sharing it. That's the person who's
That's
sharing
me.
it.
I'm sharing
it. I'm sharing these niggas. I'm saying these are early depictions, your earliest depictions of them cats
What's
from the
going
Middle
on?
East.
Y'all don't see my screen?
No.
No, this
I'm still
guy's
sharing my
sharing
shit,
biblical
Mr.
characters.
James.
Oh, okay, I'm tripping.
Let me
Oh,
hold on. Let me share.
Slow down,
screen card.
brother Robert. Let's see if we can get brother Corey kind of see if he could acknowledge something that we share.
Devil's advocate.
That
G.
has a
You
source.
get that with this man, G?
And if not, then I swear I'll be done. But I just wanted to share this to see if we can get some type of acknowledgement from these type of people. So just give me a second to share this. It ain't gonna be. I swear it ain't gonna be long.
Ancient Your homeboy don't want you to share. He want to continue sharing his thing.
What you want me to jump out?
Stop
Mr.
sharing. No, stop.
Just stop sharing your
sharing.
screen real quick so I can share
That's
this
what I
video
was.
for
That's
Corey
what I was
so
saying,
he
Corey.
can.
You see the red? You see where it says 250? Yeah, there you go.
Yeah, I got it. I know what you mean. Unlike you.
Okay, so
You know what I mean? I ain't gonna be devil's advocate. I get straight to it.
Yeah, right, this out, Corey. So you was talking about domestication of cattle and goat and all of that stuff. Can you see my screen? Now you see where
I see it. It says
9,000. It say 9,000.
It's talking about herding here, but go ahead.
That's domestication of cattle, ain't it? Though you have to get to be herding cattle. Don't that mean that they're already domesticated?
Not necessarily.
Anyway, this is the cattle culture of Africa. It starts at 9,000 before present to 8,000 before present. They have it color coded with looks like an orange dot, a green dot, and all of this little thing. This little chart down in here is going to show you the migration and the spread of domestication of cattle and it looks like goat.
It says that okay. So the chart
emerges in the Sahara about 8,000 years ago during the African humid period when it was much wetter. There was lakes and rivers that dotted the so-called Green Sahara. Everything must come to an end eventually. So global climate change kickstarted the end of the African humid period about 6,000 years ago. And then livestock and presumably also herders spread west and south over the next several thousand years, showing up at the tip of South Africa about 2,000 years ago. So there's a few important things to take from this process. One, unlike in parts of Europe and Asia, cattle are spreading well before crops. So it's mobile pastoralism before farming, which makes sense, again, when we consider the ecology and the environment of many parts of dryland Eastern Africa. When it did spread, it was quite patchy. So food production did not replace pre-existing hunter-gatherers in many parts. We see actually a mosaic developing where hunting and gathering still continues up until the present day in some areas, and herders kind of engage with these hunter-gatherers in different ways. And then also when herding does spread, we see different regional trajectories and traditions. So it's not like one wave of people that's spreading across the continent. It's actually a bunch of different origins for different species of plants and animals at different times with different outcomes. So when we look at Eastern Africa, which is where I work, this patchiness is very much the case.
Hold on, did you understand that, Corey? Do I need to break that down?
Yeah, and then she didn't. I don't understand. I don't. What was your point behind?
Okay, well,
said?
if you can read a chart, hopefully you can. It starts.
It says
off
key site symbols on the chart.
It starts off with this orange dot right here, and it says 9,000 to 8,000 before present. You see this little circle right here on this African map? Guess where that's at, Corey? That's right there. It says Naphtaliya right there. So that is the.
So what does that mean? What does that mean? Is that the origin? Does that mean that's the origins of the
but anyway,
domestication?
Yeah, this is where they identified where the nucleus of the cattle culture starts, right here in Naphtaliya.
No, I'm not talking about the cattle culture. I'm talking about the domestication.
Yes, what do you think? Holy smokes! Do you not know?
I mean,
oh man, hold up, man.
Is a cattle culture and domesticating
cows? Do you
cows
not know what cattle? You know what herding? How herding? You know what herding means?
I do know what herding means.
Do you not know that herding means that humans are herding cattle?
Ranching and herding.
Now you know so how?
Hold on, brother Reggie.
I do know that.
Am I messing this up, Reggie? Hold on.
Yeah, herding is a tradition of Africans where they lead cattle, right? Domestication is when they are, how can I say, closely connected, like in their
They
with
cherry pick what they want out of the cattle.
herding,
Yeah, so
herding is when there's
they condition it.
yeah, they're just how can I say, leading the cattle, picking the cattle that they want, right? And it's sometimes even breeding the cattle on range. Domestication is a little bit different, close to, how can I say, training them, taking them from being wild to being more of a pet, right? So
and tell them about how the
wait, slow down, hold on.
Tell them about how those Egyptians. No,
See, I
James,
watched this. Hold on,
he
Corey.
teaching. Reggie actually teaching
No,
right
no,
here.
hold on, because I'm trying to gain an
The only
understanding
time
right here.
you actually giving them real.
Hold on, I'm gonna have to mute you if you're not going to let me speak. Listen to what I'm saying. I'm trying to gain an understanding. How do they have this demographic of showing that it starts here in the nucleus of here and that it spreads? How is it spreading if the humans are not taking these cattle to these locations?
Right,
that's what I want to know.
But that's not domestication.
That's not. Damn, that's what he's trying to tell you, James. And then not only that, Reggie, can you explain to him how the Africans were pretty smart, because what they did was they took those domesticated cows that those Asians had and they started to breed them with the wild cattle. You know what I'm saying? So giving them a kind of a hybrid type of deal. But go ahead, Reggie. You was actually
so you
teaching
saying
right
by 2,000 years they didn't know nothing about domestication of cattle?
That's crazy, James. You know that's wrong.
James, listen, you take the argument somewhere else. I'm just trying to tell you that those domesticated cattle came into
two
Africa.
people are talking. I can't hear what brother.
Too many
Reggie
people talking, bro.
Let me listen to what brother Reggie's trying. What are you trying to say?
All right. Believe it or not, Corey is correct. Right. Domestication of there's wild cattle which you herd, right? They're not trained. They don't do what you say. You force them to do what they say. Domesticated cattle that is trained, that does what you say. So the cattle that the Africans are herding or not.
Well, they're more genetically fit to be the way you like them to be. It's
they're wild.
Yes.
If they're wild,
and a wild cattle is just wild. Yeah, go ahead.
You have bulls, right? If you have bulls, right, you don't want a lot of bulls because bulls is gonna bust your ass, right? So when you are domesticating something like a horse, right?
You need them heifers.
Huh?
You can't have all bulls. You need heifers out there. Go ahead.
You're making them less wild, right? You're making them less wild. Like a dog is domesticated, or wolf is not, right? So when you have cattle in Africa, you have wild cattle, and you are correlating them, right? But then there's a cattle from Asia that has been docile, right? Trained. So they were breeding these cattle with the wild cattle, right? Creating a kind of a hybrid, right? They were able to domesticate. Domestication of animals, for the most part, cattle. There were other animals that were domesticated in Africa, like elephants. Elephants, believe it or not, was domesticated. Giraffes, they tried. Giraffes was difficult, right? So I hope you understand that, Corey. There's a difference between wild animals. The animals in Africa, the cattle in Africa were wild, right?
That's exactly what I was trying to figure out
how they herding wild cattle for 9,000 years.
Then you see the buffalo. What was buffalo?
No. I'm asking the question.
I'm gonna let them go, bro. But I got something to say too, bro. After this, I got something to say about all of that.
Did the Indians train buffalo? Did they domesticate the buffalo?
No, they just followed the buffalo, but they didn't say that they were herding.
They would herd them too.
I've never heard them say that they were herding. I just heard that they followed the wild, they followed them and
herding is just guiding them, just making them go a certain direction, bro. That's all.
Okay, so how can you herd a wild animal?
Right.
You got to you need a dog, you need a group of people, some horses and shit like that. And you fucking wrestling motherfuckers.
But the video I shared was talking about herding. They weren't talking about domestication. This is what's crazy. The video was talking about herding. Y'all limited it to domestication. I don't understand how y'all did that.
Don't you know that animals travel in herds without human beings being around?
How do you shift herding? I wasn't even talking about domestication. I was talking about the herding of cattle. Well, how do you?
Right? Don't you know they do that naturally without humans? Don't you know they
saying that they wasn't herding cattle 9,000 years ago?
That's where animals don't you know that animals live in herds? They travel in herds without human beings ever stepping foot on the planet.
Well, why are they saying that Africans are herding cattle? Why are they
herding? Is the way you move the group, bro. It's just a term.
Why do they need humans to do that?
It's no mean they domesticated. Reggie just said. Reggie just.
You know what, bro?
They didn't understand a word you said, Reggie. And Reggie, again. This is what I be saying. These guys get zero pushback. Zero. They don't get none. If I wouldn't have gave them pushback, they would have just been able to say that, and then y'all would have moved back on to something else.
I would have loved to be able to talk soon as you be quiet, because that's what ain't happened yet. So now, regarding this thing, when Pan-African James first brought up the word about them, the first two words came out of my mouth was herding and ranching. I said it like 20 times. Herding and ranching. Herding and ranching.
Herding and ranching is two different things, bro.
Bro, I'm gonna finish saying what I'm gonna say, and you're gonna shut up while I do that. I didn't say nothing while you was talking. I don't need no athlete, no help out, nothing. I got it. I'm articulate, I'm smart, pretty, all that shit. I got it. So now,
we don't care about you being pretty.
Yeah. So, and I don't care about you not caring. So now, the hunter-gatherer, you have people called hunter-gatherers, right? You have people called herders and ranchers. You have people then move into farming and fishing. Okay, now see, listen to what I just told y'all now. I'm showing y'all the way into domestication of animals. From hunter-gatherer into herding and ranching, on into farming and fishing. Now, you can watch a video about other places. One of them is, they call it Gobekli Tepe, where they saying right now they don't know, they can't figure out when the farming actually started, when they moved from ranching or just ranching animals and having animals, domesticated animals, to actually farming animals and using those animals on the farm. And then, like Smash always talk about, the Bukarian, which is the burial grounds and the massive amounts of Bukarian or Apis bullheads that's surrounding one pharaoh, like 4,000 at a time. So we had complete mastery over all animals, especially anything that came from the bovine called the cow. Anything from an ox-like animal, we had antelope, we had complete mastery over that animal. We had already domesticated it. I can't even tell you how many years ago. I'll be lying. It'll be so old you wouldn't even believe. So now, this is where they went wrong at. They didn't.
Hey, listen, I'm done.
Reggie, I don't need no backup.
Hey, good night. Good night. I think that y'all need to look up some definitions. I mean, listen. In this case, Corey is right. Right? I'm out of here.
Yeah, the definition is right on the screen. That's what this is.
We have mastery of all animals. We have mastery of bulls.
Yes.
No, I'm just talking about reading the definition. I don't know what Babylon. I'm just letting him do what he's doing. But I put the definition on the screen so we can gain an understanding of what herding is. I don't really. We don't have to really do all that. Just read.
Yeah, what they offended about?
But it says this herding is the act of bringing individual animals together into a group. It says maintaining the group and moving the group from place to place. It says or any combination of those. herding can refer either to the process of animals forming herds in the wild or to humans intervention forming herds for some purpose. Now, what I want to know is why are they saying that Africans started herding? Why are they interjecting humans into saying that they were herding if the animals were just doing it by themselves? Why would they interject humans into it?
It's the direction. It's in a herding in the direction is what the humans do. Animals naturally herd. They naturally move.
Okay, so now when they show the spread, hold on, Corey. When they show the spread from Map Flyer,
hey, check this out. I'm checking out of this shit because all you have to do is put up domestication, and then you know the damn difference, right?
Okay, well, it's no need.
That's all you have to do.
But herding also says that it could be two things. It could be individuals. And I'm asking,
no, it's not individual. You don't move in an individual.
But that's not domestication. Domestication is when you take an animal and you attach a hoe to it, right? And you can control an
animal.
And
they plow the field for you and shit. You know what I mean?
Called complete mastery. That's domestication.
He said it's called complete mastery. This guy's crazy, Reggie.
A wild animal, you cannot attach a goddamn hoe to it.
Like, you ain't going to attach a damn.
But hold on. In what I pulled up, I was not talking about domestication. I was talking about herding. I don't understand how y'all flip that word into the equation of what we're talking about. Why did y'all herding? Nobody brought up anything about domestication.
Y'all did. You said
no, I didn't. I brought up herding. That's what I brought up.
You was talking about shit that was brought in.
And you said that cattle was brought in, but they said that cattle.
I said domesticated.
See, hold on. You said this. Hold on. Now you're talking about domesticated cattle. But I'm telling you that Africans already had cattle, even though they were wild. They were herding them.
I originally was talking about
the domestication cattle came in later.
All right,
now
y'all
cattle 9,000 years ago. So
Reggie is not on my team. Reggie disagrees with me vehemently. Reggie disagrees with me vehemently. But even he knows y'all moving the goalpost.
No, we're not. You moving the goalpost to domestication. We were talking about cattle herding.
Peace to y'all, brothers. You and James in Babylon. Peace to y'all. But I'm gonna tell you right now, Reggie does not agree with a goddamn word I say. He wouldn't.
Yeah,
he
go
wouldn't
ahead and
dare,
leave. Let me go back and share this video because I know I ain't right.
Inkling of something that I was wrong.
Ain't nobody talking about no damn
domestication. And he realized the crazy shit that y'all doing right now.
Now you crazy for trying to switch the narrative to a whole nother word when we was talking about herding, not domestication.
I know it.
Ain't nobody was talking. Didn't even bring that up.
Peace.
You brought that up to cause confusion like y'all do. Yeah, peace. Now hold on. Let me get back to this because I don't understand how we even talking about domestication. We're talking about the identify them cattle herding and spreading that culture.
Yeah.
So it's crazy that somebody will talk about a cattle culture, and when I bring up something about the spread of cattle culture, they disagree with it.
I mean, I hope you know that.
This is what they're talking. They're talking about the spread of herding and cattle. They're not talking about domestication. It says how herding spread. It don't say how domestication spread. What are we doing?
I agree, bro.
Am I tripping?
No, because it could be migratory animals, and a group of people, like tribes, can wait on these animals to pass through, and they can set up gaps and herd those animals just for that one time of year. Would you say they herd in those animals? Well, they herd those animals. But do they herd those animals? Somebody could say, no, that's a migratory pattern of those animals, and they just take advantage of it. So these type of words and this type of scrutiny to me is silly. But go ahead.
Yeah, I mean, I don't understand how they just, every time this happens, and I get disappointed because I know that I didn't even bring up domestication. I was talking about cattle herding spread and that they had cattle indigenous to Africa. He starts to talk about domestication and some more calmer animals that come in from Europe. You see what I'm saying? That's what he did. And then so good and well, the cattle culture starts in Africa. Reggie talks about this constantly. So I don't know what's the refutation from him. When the only thing I'm showing is something that supports his argument. This show, a matter of fact, this shows them going across the southern Sahara with cattle culture in 4,000 before present to 2,500 before present. So when people say that these people wasn't culturally connected, this showed the cattle culture going all the way to West Africa, right?
Yes,
it showed them it's showing it spreading all the way to South Africa by 2000 BC before present. So this is showing the cultural continuity going all the way across the southern Sahara and all the way down to the south. So why would anybody argue against that?
I don't know, but I just know that, man, it's a bunch of sisters, like 4 or 8 of them, like Solange Ashby, Dr. Dean, all these sisters out here, man, they Nubian, black sisters, American sisters.
They talking about
and they have degrees in Bukharian. They have degrees in animal burials, in ritual sacrifice, in Egypt, in Nubia. They have degrees in the language, in reading, like they have degrees in this stuff. And they saying, no, this is what it is. It's time for the truth to come out.
Right. So you can look at this video and they're talking about all of the cultural continuity that spreads from that to apply all of this stuff. See, look at this. Watch this. See this? All of y'all know that this right here is a hippopotamus tusk that was buried with somebody. They saying that he's based on having a hippopotamus, he must have been an important person. This right here is like that makeup thing that we see in enormous palette. But this is all the way down in Kenya. You know that Babylon done?
Yeah,
this material spreads all the way down to Kenya by 4000 BCE. So I'm really trying to throw Brother Reggie an alley-oop, but he's saying like this is not significant. So I'm confused.
No, I'm not. It's not that I'm not saying they're significant. You're changing the goalpost.
Oh,
right. So the African is aware of his environment, right? And the Asian environment. The Asians were the Neolithic people were interested in farming. The Africans didn't have to farm for a while. They were hunter and gatherers until their societies became complex, where they had to deal with the eating when the Nile wasn't flooding, or where they had large populations where they had to supply food for a large groups of population. So then they became more urbanized, right? And when they became more organized into farming. So they didn't have to trust whether or not a particular plant they could gather, that they can make sure that these things were planted. So the Neolithic age helped Africa, right? That's one of the things that they got from Asia, right? From the Canaanites, from those groups of people over there. And then they got sheep, right? Sheep and goats and things like that, that they wouldn't run away. they wouldn't run away. The other model is when domesticated animals usually don't run away. They're more gentle, and you could breed them to be gentle, like you could breed a wolf to a dog, right? Over successive types of breeding, looking at traits. So I don't know if you are like a hippopotamus, you're not training a goddamn hippopotamus. You're not training a hippopotamus. That's just not what you're doing. Lions, you could train them, but you really can't domesticate them. They will eat your ass, right? So so you gotta put chains on them, right? Hyenas, you can train them, but you can't domesticate them. They're always going to be wild. So domestication helps with taking animals that are wild and docifying them so that you can manage them, right? So the last picture that you showed had nothing to do with the conversation that we were having. These are animals that are buried. So they are slaughtered for burial, meaning the African will look at the groups of animals that is hurting or has come in contact with, and because of its sacredness, right, and the needs for a funeral, right, for food, funeral food, or for rites of passage, they would select an animal to kill. Bulls or something that they had to kill because bulls do what they want to do. Even today, bulls do what they do want to. But the African had a more docile animal type, which was the ox, right? And so that was their kind of breed of cattle. The wild, they called them the wild bull, right? But it was out of necessity for food, right? For more reliable crops that they began to use domesticated animals. So I hear what you're saying. I just think that it was important to throw out the term of domesticated cattle, right? It was important because that's the evolution of African society, right? And that comes a little later. But Africa at one point had Egypt had millions and millions of cattle, right? Now there's a problem also with wild cattle and farmers. Farmers hate wild cattle. Wild cattle destroy their crops, right? That's an issue with domestication and herding, right? Herding is going to destroy your crops because the cows, the cows or the bulls, all you're trying to do is give them a direction to their water source so that you can feed off of them. But domestication is when you have cows that you can milk. The other part of it is you got to remember that Africans they were lactose intolerant for many, many years, right? Until they got the gene that allowed them to drink milk. Milk would make you sick. So I do think that we actually need to study these processes and understand when Africa's society began to actually change. So the time period of 8,000 BC, 7,000, 6,000 BC, you're largely herding, right? Cattle, right? And herding other animals, right? Until you have the need for more planting. So then when you see the African in Egypt with the planter's hoe on the animal, then that's domestication. That's a difference. But the African themselves at some period of time was moving with the cattle. They picked up cattle need to drink, the water supply is drying up. The African would pick up and follow the animals and try to guide them, right? So they didn't live in a sedentary kind of place. They were more migratory, going from place to place. And when the African himself had water by jugs, he or she can go further places because they have water. So Asia, that is something that we got from Canaan, right? That is something that we got from Canaan. And then we had a kind of a hybrid where we had some animals that we were just domesticated and some animals that we herded. right?
Correct.
That's
So I'm not against the chronology of it, Reggie. I was just talking about what, you know, when you starting off, that's what they were doing. They're calling it some form of herding, whether it be wild or whatever, following them. But we could definitely put in the domestication time period to show when it's, you know, that comes in. I'm not opposed to that. I mean,
so we have farming and we have domestication.
yes. So, you know, putting it in a chronological template, that'd be great. You know, I'm
Even
never
though
against.
Africa had its own version of farming because the people from the Blue Nile, right, from Ethiopia, they introduced farming into Africa. So it wasn't necessarily all the people from Canaan.
So you
right?
saying they developed farming independently.
Yes.
Okay. So now what is the chronology on that? Is it outward or inward? From a chronological, you know, I know they're independent, but from a chronological, what dating would you give both sources?
I would for herding or for
for farming.
Yeah. So as ancient Egyptian urban centers increased, right? So we're more now, at least in Egypt, we're more into the dynastic time frame where you have organized labor, you have you have kingship and nomarchs, right? Where it's important to have a surplus. And a lot of the surplus, like the grains and stuff like that, you would think that it was in the north, in Lower Egypt, but the grain silos, you could just look up the grain silos in Egypt was in the south.
So you using that as an indication of them having land available for farming, you know, because you have to have suitable land, and we know that a desert is not
land all over the place, right?
Yeah, but you know, a desert is not suitable for farming. Only thing you could only maybe plant along the Nile. So if you're saying it's in Ethiopia, right?
Well, that's where they planted. They planted. Then they
That
came
makes
up
sense.
with a system. They came up with a system of when the Nile flood, when it was time to plant and when it was time to receive, and so that becomes part of their calendar system.
Wow, that's good. And see, that's like how UNC when y'all do stuff like that. That would be the gems that we appreciate, because you know, like knowing that location, that's very interesting. That they had silos down that far, you know, into the interior.
All you gotta just do is look up grain silos.
Trust me, I am. Grain silos, right? In
Yeah.
Egypt, or would I type Ethiopia?
No, Egypt, because that's all we're dealing with right now. We're only dealing with ancient Egypt. We're not dealing with the cultures in Ethiopia.
Okay. So Babylon done. You got something you want to add, or what's going on?
Oh, I'm just listening to Pan African James.
I
I'm
think
just
Brother
enjoying the
Reggie just
convo.
dropped off or something. Are you still here?
Who that?
Brother Reggie. I think he just slid out. So that's why I was asking if you got anything you may want to share, or Brother Robert, or anybody that you know you trying to share some stuff.
I still got some work left. You know what I mean? I've been trying to, you know what I mean, display this.
Robert, let me share four names. 4 female black goddesses from Africa names on this show, so you can look it up.
You gonna share your screen, right?
No, I'm just gonna say their name. I ain't got no screen. It ain't that fancy. It's just 4 names. I'm gonna let Brother Robert get on with his thing. I'm gonna watch. The great goddess Deborah Hurd, the great goddess Shayla Monroe, the great goddess Jenna Marshall, and the great goddess Solange Ashby.
Okay. True indeed.
No doubt. Say that again, King. Can you repeat those names, King? Because obviously you telling us to look them up. So let me
Most
let me do diligence to that.
all right. The first one is Great Goddess Deborah Heard.
Deborah.
D-E-B-R-E. Heard. Just like you heard.
Okay.
And the next one is Great Goddess Shayla Monroe.
Shayla.
S-L-A. Shayla Monroe.
Okay. No doubt.
And the next one is Jena. J-E-N-A. Marshall. Jenna Marshall.
Jena Marshall.
Yes. And the fourth one was the Great Goddess Solange.
Okay.
Solange Ashby.
Ashby.
Yep. Ashby.
Solange Ashby.
Yeah, and
if you can, brother Babylon, give a little background on these queens while you at.
I mean, like from my research,
so you know, just for context.
From my recent research and my recent, like, cause okay, first of all, I've been doing some other stuff for the past few days, so let me get that straight. So now, as far as what I've done research on her, especially Solange Ashby, I watched almost every video. Well, not almost every video, because she got quite a few. But I watched a lot of her videos on YouTube, on repeat on more than one occasion. And I can verify her knowledge. She much like, to me, all four of them. If you put all four of them together like they already have in one show. And, even, I tell you the things I know about her. Like, okay, she taught me a lot. Like, when Smash was talking about the Kandakis and the Amana Shiketo and the Kore and the Torre. And when you talk about all those names and you talk about that, she actually broke that down. She explained what a Kandaki was and how it was used in Merowick. And how the word Kandaki is a queen, but that's a queen mother. Now, a reina, right? Like reinas, that's a sovereign, a reina, a ruler. Now, that's a ruler, you see? And then she went on with the, it was Torre, and there's a couple of other titles that they have, and it's all in the names. I could think of them, but just these are things that she taught on, and I thought that was beautiful for somebody to go into the language and come back out. And then she gave us the English derivatives of it, like Raina, Renee, like Kandaki, Candace.
Right. I remember I seen that presentation that she did. She actually did a series or a presentation with a series of these same sisters that you're talking about, right?
Yeah, she did.
I've seen that they had a little series where they did some presentations together. So that is a good reference.
Well, see, they sort of show a little bit of piece of all their expertise in that video.
Mm-hmm.
And if a person watched it, they would have put together every single piece that a person needed to see, from a burial to being reborn again in the afterlife.
Correct. Yeah, your phone kind of breaking up right now too.
Okay. I'll mute up though.
All right, brother Robert, it's on you.
All right, you know what I'm saying? I'm gonna try to, put this together real nice and smooth for the people. All right, first let's get to it. Let me go ahead and share my screen. And what I'm about to do, ladies and gentlemen, great, beautiful black gods and black goddesses, kings and queens. This is what we are about to do, because we scientists. I don't know what you heard. I don't know what they told you. They've been lying this whole time, flim-flamming the people, trying to make it seem like we ain't doing science, man, that we not dealing with science. This is science, people. Don't ever in your life think that primary evidence is somehow not the first level and the highest level or the first option that a scientist is a true scientist is going to want to deal with when it comes to evidence. He's going to want to deal with primary evidence.
Facts.
All right. So don't ever in your life, call this lookership. You see what I'm saying? The first, one of the earliest rules and one of the first rules and first steps in science, in the scientific process, is to observe.
Facts, big facts.
See, we're dealing with science. Now they've been lying, acting like, we haven't been dealing with science, but let's get to it. Let's deal with some primary evidence, because once again, you cannot get any higher than primary evidence. This is telling you how these people choose to identify themselves. That ain't what you thought about it. That ain't what homeboy thought about it. That ain't what homegirl thought about it. This is what they said that they wanted to look like. Now, I ain't gonna put no labels on none of this. We just gonna look and we just gonna do what we call a comparative research tonight. This is scientific what we about to do. Stop letting them lie to you. Stop letting them flim-flam you and bamboozle you to make you think that what we doing is not scientific. Yes, it is. Right now, we'll get ready to do some comparative study. Let's first learn what comparative study is. Comparative studies are investigations to analyze and evaluate. That's what we're about to do. Analyze and evaluate with quantitative and qualitative methods as a phenomenon and or fact among different areas, subjects, and or objects to detect similarities and or differences. Okay?
Well,
so
I'll be damned. That was a hell of a damn definition.
That's an opening for you, G.
Man, that
so
was
let's
beautiful.
be quick with this. You know what I'm saying? Let's just go ahead and jump in, jump right here, right quick. You know what I'm saying? I forget this great God's name. I think this is Amenhotep. I can't remember. Amenhotep the third. I can't exactly remember. I had to get King's name. You know what I'm saying? I wasn't even looking for G. But I just wanted to, we just going to observe tonight, people. Let's just analyze and observe. And you see what you see. You see what you see. And we're going to look at different, let me take my screen off lock. We just see what you see tonight. That's all. We just take a moment to analyze and evaluate. That's what we're doing tonight. Let's analyze and evaluate. I want y'all to look at this object in this comparative study, scientific process, scientific method. You tell me what you see. You see his face. You see his crown. You see a nose there. What do you see about the nose? What do you think, ladies and gentlemen? Not what Robert thinks, not what Pan-African James thinks, not what the King Babylon Don thinks. What do you think? Let's just observe. We see lips there. We see cheeks. What kind of man is this? What kind of person is this? Who could this be? Let's continue. Okay. Let's look at this photo. I have to throw on my lock here. Let's look at this photo. Let's just compare. Let's just study. Let's just analyze. We see, what do we see here? What are we seeing? What we do know, this is how ancient Egyptians, quote unquote Egyptians, chose to depict themselves. Mind you, let's put these people in the proper context. These are master builders, y'all. These ain't just your Lego block Connect Four, you know what I'm saying, chump, Rudy Poo chumps here. We're talking about the ancient Egyptians. Masters of medicine. Masters, the oldest prosthetics found in ancient Egypt. Earliest signs of medicine being assimilated and being distributed and being the earliest medical diagnosis found in Egypt. We're talking about let alone them pyramids, mathematical phenomenons charted to the stars, astrology and astronomy. Let's put these people in proper context. You don't think that a people that could build a damn million-ton establishment according to the stars, according to astronomy and astrology, and had their spiritual systems and intricate practices, that they didn't know how to draw, that they didn't know what color was, that they didn't have a concept of social, a concept of different peopling, different people groups. They didn't know who was who, what was what, who was kin to who was familiar. Are these strangers? Are these outsiders? Are these insiders? Dude, is this my brother?
Hold on, Robert. They did it amongst themselves. They named themselves Nehes and so forth. They tribalized themselves before they even made an outside assertion of who other people were. But when I'm pretty sure when they seen them, they seen the phenotypical differences and they named them.
They did.
So go ahead.
They did, and they did know. So this is comparative study here. I want somebody else to find, we're in the spirit of science tonight. I want somebody to find some other side locks and where side locks was highly represented in their cultures. I want you to go and find that for me. You still never found it from the first time. I can show this is a young black god right here, black king from the Himba tribe with a side lock right there in the Omo Valley, right there in Ethiopia, which is what? Modern day Pune, ain't it? Ain't that Tadnetri? Ain't that the land of the gods? Ain't that God's land where the Egyptians said that they come from? Ain't that boy in the Himba tribe? Ain't that Himba tribe right there in the Omo Valley in Ethiopia with a side lock? And then you could jump right to this Egyptian. Now, I ain't really saying too much. Huh? I ain't saying too much. The Himba tribe is also in the Omo Valley, King Muntu, if I'm not mistaken. Go ahead and Google it. You know what I'm saying? Matter of fact, while we're here, let's just, we got a little time. Himba tribe. There it is. What them boys talking about? There they go, Namibia. Yeah, you're right. Niger Conto, okay, Bantu. Okay, that's even better then. So many beautiful black tribes. I gotta mix that. Okay, true indeed. That's even better.
In Namibia, that's way in South Africa.
Yeah, that's even better then. Yeah, that's even more beautiful. So you telling me there's a connection right there.
Hold on, pull that picture back up. I'm gonna put it in context. Even though they are in Namibia, they still use that red ochre. Pull the picture back up with the queen.
Okay. Yeah. Hey, thank you, King Muntu, for that too.
See what I'm saying? So I still want to just bring that out, that they still using that ochre, and that's found even in the Nile Valley. So that they still showing cultural continuity, even though that's way in Namibia. So I just want to point that out before you moved on.
Indeed. Thank you. I appreciate the correction. And thank you, King Mutu and 2.0 in the chat, too. That's a serious archer out there. He ain't playing no games. Let's get back to our comparative study. So just that fast, we done found a hairstyle that we ain't going to find, and you're going to see. We're going to pull some photos. We're going to do some comparative study. But we just see a Himba boy in Namibia with a side lock that's similar to that in ancient Egypt, to a style that we see in ancient Kemet. Wow. Beautiful, if you ask me. That's a beautiful connection. All right, let's just take a gander at this right quick. Let's just gaze at this and be mesmerized at what our eyes can find sometimes. All we got to do is look. Now, what do we see, family? Just take a moment. Just embrace it. Look it in. Now, I'm going somewhere with this. Okay.
I see a multitude of black people.
I see a multitude of black people. That's what King James said. Now, I'm rocking with King James. I see an afro down there. I see a dark skin there. I see super black right here. They got King right here, super dark. Now, mind you, these are masters of pure lookership. That's only an idiot would say that in the chat, like KA, who's a complete fool. You know what I'm saying? Everybody, you have to ignore ignorant fools like that who would call primary evidence pure lookership when that's literally the number one, that is the highest level of evidence that one can analyze and study is objects, is materials that are associated with certain people directly. He's an idiot, family. He's a detractor. Boo this man.
You definitely showed that. You showed the definition before you even got started with this. So that's kind of hard for, I don't. But yo, we're gonna close it up because I got control.
James, hold on, because
hold on,
the
I'm
biggest
just saying, I'm
point.
gonna go about another 10 minutes and then we're gonna have to wrap up.
Okay, true.
But, I mean,
indeed.
I want to let Babylon Don get in here, too, since he's still here. So
okay, hold on.
I'm not saying the whole 10 minutes. Let him get in too.
I'm just here for the support, James. I
Okay,
want to talk.
I'm just saying if you had anything you wanted to add.
I want to talk to you.
Indeed. Let me get 60 seconds.
Okay.
And I'm out. Okay, I'm gonna be
quick. You gotta leave it, nothing like that. I'm just saying I wanted to make sure we all get a chance to speak or whatever. Go ahead.
Indeed. 60 seconds. 60 seconds. Look at this idiot. Show the white people in ancient Egypt now. This guy's an idiot. All right.
You could do that. We're just gonna have to put it in the chronological time frame. I mean, because like to deny that these people
take a look at this.
That would not be real scholarship. They do come in, but you want to give them their chronological dating. That's just
look at this.
Too. Wouldn't be nothing
look
to
at this,
show
family.
When they came in. Go ahead.
Look at this, family. You see what else we got here? Princess, probably Mariatin, right? Thick lips, beautiful nose. Look at that elongated head, only found in Africa. That's what you call a comparative study. We don't see this nowhere else. We don't see that. That's a daughter. Here we go again. This is another daughter. Huh? There she go right there. Comparative study. We're doing comparative study. You find me an elongated head from any other tribe, any other people in the world, K.A. dummy. Find her. Find them for me. Comparative study. We scientists tonight. Look at them fine lips. Look at that beautiful queen. Let's keep going because I'm going somewhere with this now. I'm about to land this plane real fast. I just want to set the tone right quick because what I'm about to, let me jump right back here. Look at them. You know, when you seen these queens, look at this. This is the epitome of Africanness right here. That elongated head.
She got the bamboo earrings on.
See what I'm saying? Queen got the
big one, the big joints. She got the big joints on.
Wow. You know what I'm saying? Absolutely gorgeous. You know what I'm saying? Some fool said Asiatic in the chat. See, these niggas is sad. You know what I mean? Now, we done that. Now, let's just keep that in mind. And I'm gonna hit you with this one, you know what I'm saying, before I go to the next, you know what I'm saying, to them other people I want to demonstrate. Look at my man's down here. Twist. Got the kinks in his hair. Kodak Black. That's them Florida boys when they first start growing their locks, G. My man to the right.
That right.
Holding the grapes in the cup. Got them locks getting ready to form out. Then you got my other man's over here, got the twist going on, got the light. His locks already swinging. My man just started his. Find these other hairstyles somewhere else, man. All right. Now you telling me, let's do some comparative study, these are the same damn people, right, y'all? Because I'm an idiot. So that's them right here now, right? Yeah, earliest depictions of your Greeks got to be the people of the Mesopotamia, right? That's them, right, K.A.? You want to see some white people? Here they go. Here your white people that you so desperate to see, K.A. Here they go. So them look like the photos we just seen, comparative study, since we doing science. We doing science, right? We doing science. That's the same people.
Those definitely not Africans or Egyptians or black people. No, not that you just showed. No.
Now here you go here. Some other cats from the Mesopotamia area, Near East. Them look like the photos that we just seen.
Nope.
You got to be blind, G. You can't have both your eyes. You can't have two good eyes. Look at these people, man. This is called comparative study. Right? Early depictions of Mesopotamia. Now, who's this? Right? That look like the pictures that we just seen, K.A.?
You know who that is? That's Ishtar. That's Nana. Sin.
I ain't known better, man. That woman to call the police on you, G, for selling water. Word is bond. Do you have a permit? Face ass. You know? Let's show
Go
me
to the lady
else.
Egyptian. Go to the lady Egyptian lady right there. Hold on. Go to that lady Egyptian lady right there you just had. Right there.
There you go. I want to bring her out too. And that ain't lady Egyptian. That's Mediterranean.
Exactly.
See? There you go.
But hold on. They got when they have their sarcophagus, they look just like that.
Wait,
the ones that's in the late period.
There you go, James. Thank you.
Look on the
That's called
sarcophagus of the lady Egyptian, and they gonna look like
she look like a cop, don't she?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. So you can see the
Roman
difference.
features, the Greek features.
Yeah, you can see the difference off in the artwork as they go along in the history. So I mean, all of this stuff is just really just arbitrary. See, look,
James. You see him? See, that's why I love you, King. You see this? What's going on?
Hey, Pan-African James and Robert. We can also confirm the cones that Smash was showing yesterday.
Yeah, see, that's what I'm saying. He go into the bitumen,
go into the cone.
It's just so much
right there.
It's just overwhelming. And I don't see why we still having to have this particular conversation. You know, and then with me, I'll go into some genetic information. Hold on, before we get out of here, I want to share one little clip that I just see Smash.
Hold on, Jay. I got two more pictures. Pictures, James.
Okay, go ahead.
Two more pictures.
Where you going, African James?
Right. Let them get hit. My King Mutu in the chat say I'm cooking. Muntu say I'm cooking. Okay, so this is what we just seen, right? With the daughters of Amarna. That's what we just seen when we just seen Keteru Imhotep's mom. This what they look like, right? When we just seen Amenhotep the third, when we just seen Djoser and Khafre, that's who they look like to y'all. You know who these people is? Ancient Near Eastern art, Metropolitan Museum of Art. This is Near Eastern. So why you telling me that those people are the same people?
They wouldn't be confused
I don't see
themselves with Africans. Like they wouldn't confuse this art with African art. Like nobody would do that.
There you go, G. Look at this Greek right here.
When you reverse engineer it, this is not even a conversation. Only in our community is this a conversation or confusion sets in with us. I mean, that's just the most frustrating thing about it. You know what I mean?
Comparative study. These is Greek women right here. So you telling me this is what we just seen when we just was down here?
Babylon get down. I want to see we get some feedback. I want to see what's gonna happen.
Is this what we? So them the same people, right?
We all need to mute out while Robert talks. So I want to see if the feedback will stop.
Oh, okay. Let me mute right now.
So these are the same people, right, chat? These are the same people.
Stop, Babylon. So we just gonna keep it on mute till we get ready to talk.
Ain't no way y'all telling me that's the same people. These people is Egyptians with afros and kinky hair and twists and all of that, elongated heads, thick lips, sexy as I don't know what. Look like my baby mama. Look it up. Married. Now you see the brown skin that's been washed away. She brown now. This girl here. So she brown, twists in her hair, weave. Look at these gorgeous things here. Huh? Elongated head, thick lips, beautiful eyes. Look at that queen over there. Beautiful. Got the bob cut.
That's chipped out. We don't know. That might be her husband. That might be
Nah, them two sisters. They sisters, King.
Oh, okay. Well,
that's
let me go ahead because, like I said, we're gonna try to close this down because it's like 3 o'clock here.
And these is not the same people. These are Syrians right here, Near Eastern. These is not the same people. All right. So stupid Chief X and the rest of y'all Mediterranean, Mesopotamian goofballs that want to keep talking about these people are Mediterranean, they Mediterranean, they Mediterranean. Then you explain from throughout our comparative study on tonight as the scientists that we are, why they do not share similar, why their art does not resemble and why it does not coincide with one another. And I land my plane. You bring me them answers and you tell me why I ain't seen no side lock on no Greeks or them Near Eastern. You explain that and why I don't see no long elongated heads on their depictions. Why I don't see full lips and full noses on their depictions. And I want you to get back at me with it. PC9, you corny. Don't get blocked because you up at 4 a.m. and you should be learning, but instead you up acting stupid.
All right, so let me share my screen real quick, and then I think I'm gonna let Babylon and you close out real quick. But hold on, let me share my screen real quick.
Ming Beitu, who is that? Oh, let me end my joint.
Yeah, but Babylon Done, you said you got a question or something for me, anything?
Well, I was just gonna add on.
Oh man, your audio, bro.
For real, even now.
Okay, now I can hear you. I can hear you right now. Then it went back out.
Okay, I ain't even got it on no speakers or nothing.
Okay, it sounds good now. You good?
Okay. So what I was about to say, yeah. So I want to say 2 things though. One was about the combs. It was an important point because the lady showed the years of the combs, if I'm not mistaken, when Smash showed the video. And I'm just going through this, so maybe Smash should catch this and we could talk about it later, or he'll be willing to do some investigation on behalf of this community, and in return for support, and let us know whether or not he think this hypothesis may have some value. Because the lady had some question about the types of combs and the times the combs were made. And Smash dwelt on it a little bit. He made that explicit that she didn't want to make a clear distinction between what type of comb and why the comb was used and who would be using that type of comb as opposed to the older comb or the first combs found. So with that said, I say we could take that video and we could look at those burials of those Roman cenotaphs, right? I think that's what they call cenotaphs, because those are not tombs, those are not sarcophagi. That is a cenotaph. That's a picture on a wall or on some box with some in it. So nevertheless, we could do that. We could actually date those combs and see who was using those combs. And it'll be funny if those combs attest to the exact time that those cenotaphs attest to. And the other thing I was gonna say right quick is that once again, and this ain't nothing new, bro, but I'm just gonna point out because she just said it and Smash just showed it. That's what make it relevant. So I'm gonna go off of that. So the lady Futo mentioned, right? Rebecca Futo Kennedy, she said, well, in all honesty, there were basically no Greeks in Egypt before the 25th dynasty, before 300 BC. So then, so they say Alexander came in 360, but just look at what she's saying, that before that time, there was no significant population of Greeks. There was no mention, no kind of name for them as being a people in Egypt, no rulership, no dynasty, no nothing, all the way until the 25th dynasty. And that's what people got to get in their head, that the world had been ruled for 25 dynasties, and then here comes somebody.
Correct. See, they always try to minimize the time. They don't have a concept of how long this has been going on. But I don't know. It seemed like my clip, I got out of my clip. But hold on, let me see if I can get back to it. I don't want to play the whole thing. So, can y'all see this? Hello?
Yes.
Okay.
It was a great surprise. I came from Luca Cavalli's Sforza school where we thought we all came out of Africa. There was no interbreeding, and I was very much part of that school. My PhD supervisor was part of the group that established that, and when I came into the consortium, my very strong assumption was that that hadn't occurred. And my colleagues and I worked extremely hard, harder than we otherwise would have, to make the result go away because we were very skeptical of the idea that interbreeding had occurred.
So y'all understand what this man is saying?
Explain it, brother.
Okay, so this guy is called Luca Donis. He was a lead. He's one of the leading geneticists from back in the 1990s and late 1980s, as far as like shaping what all geneticists say. You know, like they have a hierarchy. When you get a PhD, you kind of have to toe a certain line. Once you get your PhD, once you go outside of that realm, you can get in trouble if you don't say what the norms is, right?
Yeah.
So he's saying that when he came up in his genetic, and when he was getting his PhD, that this guy, Luca, whatever his name is, they all had a consensus that it was no genetic admixture anywhere. And then once they found it, they were so reluctant to change from the old model because they were already in an orthodoxy, just like a church, where you can't leave outside of what the church paradigm is. So he's saying that based on the evidence, they was forced to change what they thought about human evolution to add admixture into the equation. So I'm gonna go back and just listen to what he's saying, because sometimes and then Agozi will say that I'm not framing this right. But I know exactly what this man is saying because I listened to the whole lecture plus I read his paper. So you know what I'm saying? So if y'all look in the back chat, you and Robert, y'all can get all the links and look at this stuff yourself, Babylon Down, because I want more people to have an understanding of what I understand so it won't look like I'm fucking crazy out here. You know what I'm saying? But anyway, let me rewind this.
For the back chat before we get out.
Okay, it's in the back chat right now. And for people that's listening, it's also, if you were on the show, I actually put these same links up in there because I want everybody to be able to not just listen to what I'm saying, like Ngozi would have you do. Go look at this stuff for yourself. Like when I was learning, I used to go look at Dr. Ben. I got their books. I actually study. I'm not just some person just on here just playing around. I actually want to try to get us in a space where we know shit as a people. It ain't time for playing when we in our 40s and 50s. We done already did all that. So with that said, let me just let y'all listen to how he's talking about. Just listen to the sentiments of what he's saying, how he was reluctant based on what he was, how the structure was that he came up on. And there was so much evidence once they came out with it that he had to change. And then we're gonna deal with this. But let me just let this play real quick.
It was a great surprise. I came from Luca Cavalli's Sforza school where we thought we all came out of Africa. There was no interbreeding, and I was very much part of that school. My PhD supervisor was part of the group that established that, and when I came into the consortium, my very strong assumption was that that hadn't occurred. And my colleagues and I worked extremely hard, harder than we otherwise would have, to make the result go away because we were very skeptical.
He said they worked harder than they obviously would have because they did not want the shit to be true. Because they was under the old paradigm. They didn't even want this to be true. They worked hard to make sure to make it go away, but the evidence was so strong they had to acknowledge it. That's what he's saying. Watch.
Of the idea that interbreeding had occurred. But the data seemed to show it in every possible way, and we kept developing new tests, and eventually it's just unambiguous. Right now, there's just so many signals and signs of Neanderthal DNA evident in our genomes. If you're a non-African person,
he said it's so much evidence of Neanderthal genomes and our genetics if you're a non-African person. Did he just say that, Babylon Dunn?
Facts. I mean, I thought it was well known.
Watch this. Hold on. I'm gonna do it one more time. Then you can speak. Watch this.
There's just so many signals and signs of Neanderthal DNA evident in our genomes. If you're a non-African person, it's just extremely obvious at this point. And so the data forced our hand in that case, even though our assumption was that something different was going on. It was a great surprise. I came from Luca Cavalli's Sforza.
See, but that's just the clip that I wanted to share. So you see what I'm saying? Like they had to acknowledge hybridization in humans, right?
It's well, yes. If you call a Neanderthal a hybrid, I say yes. Fact.
No. What I'm saying is they see all of their everybody are human, but they have a percentage of Neanderthal in them. They're still human, but they have a percentage of Neanderthal in them that African people don't have. Exclusively.
So then we'll just be clear. That's why I was clear that the part of them that would be the Neanderthal would be the hybridized part.
Right.
And anybody.
I agree. Oh, you breaking up, Babylon. I don't know what you're doing to your phone, but it's breaking up.
I said, I agree with you. Everything you're saying is absolutely correct. That it is a hybrid. If something has DNA human, primate, chimpanzee, if it has another DNA encoded into its DNA, and that DNA is not the original DNA from original people that came from original human beings, Homo sapiens sapiens, then that person has to be a hybrid. There's no way around it.
Yeah, so that's what they were shocked to discover and have to acknowledge. So now that's why he has tabled the argument. If you look on that first link, Babylon Done, it's a scientific argument going on in science, not us, our little butts. In science, where when he had to release a paper to start to discuss what this means. And then when he did that, he went outside of the orthodoxy of what you're supposed to say as the geneticist, and then he had a bunch of pushback from all different. So you can read all this. I'm not making this up, but I'm just saying I think that if we want to start having a real conversation, not what Unc and them talking about, but a real conversation, we need to go where the top geneticist is having the conversation at. That's why I want to table the conversation.
I mean, you bring it to us right now.
Right, I know, but I'm just saying I want everybody to view the data so that we can have an educated conversation about what we understand.
Well, let me tell you what I did then.
Right.
When you mentioned the MOTA, the capital M, capital O, capital T, capital A, right?
Right.
I looked up the DNA. I looked up what they were talking about. I looked up its relation to basal Eurasians and all of that stuff. It just went on a circle. It's a circular argument. It means absolutely nothing. It has nothing to do with it.
But hold on. You can actually watch them try to infer the Neanderthal DNA based on what. That's how you know when they came in. See, science. Why? Hold on. Mute out, Babylon. Mute out for a second. Because mute out for a second because it's kind of like backbeat.
Hey, peace to y'all, great gods. Shit, I'm gonna get some rest, great kings. I'm gonna listen to some of this playback and then I'm gonna get some rest, man. Babylon, killer, man. Take their heads off. King James, you know what time it is. Much respect. 100 salutes to both of y'all. Great, magnificent black gods. And shit, man, until next time, man, stay on them pseudo necks. And I'm proud to be black.
All right, peace, brother Robert.
Love.
Yeah, so what I kind of forgot my train of thought on what I was saying. But what I was saying is the science now is not a guesswork. It's actually where they can measure, these particular DNA measurements. So it's no more guessing. Like when Unc bring up Charles Darwin, you shouldn't be doing that now that we have the actual genome sequenced of humans. We can actually go and measure this stuff instead of guessing like Darwin. It's just like when he said the Diop's information is outdated. Well, I would say that Darwin's information is outdated. When we in 2023 and we got this technology where we can actually measure it instead of guessing. your audio. Hey, Babylon Dunn, your audio is out of here, bro. I'm telling you.
Hold on.
I don't know what's going on with your audio, but I'm gonna close it down if you can't get your audio going, because it is late. It's 3 o'clock. You on mute. Yeah, man. Well, peace, everybody. I'm gonna go ahead and close out. It's been a good show, and thanks to Smash for letting me host, and hopefully y'all can get these links that I shared, and y'all can have a better informed decision on how we discuss basically genetics. Oh, you back, Babylon Dunn?
Yeah, can you hear me a little bit better?
Yeah, I'm hearing you perfect right now.
Okay, I put on some headphones.
Yeah, beautiful.
I thought not having headphones would be better than that, but that's crazy. Okay. But yeah, go ahead though. What you saying on Pan African Jane? But
I was
it
gonna
was
close
something
it
I was
out, but
gonna
see,
add to
you
what you
sound
said.
perfect now, man. So if you got anything you want to say before you
the bed when I heard you saying that. It came to end the show, so I ain't gonna be able to get up. The show will overrun now. So say what you was gonna say real quick, James. If you wanted to say something about Babylon.
No, I could end the show.
Not really. Smash. Peace, Smash, bro. You know I enjoy your show, bro. Peace.
All right, peace. Thank y'all for making it another good show. I'm gonna get ready to close this down.
Right on.
And I'm
Peace,
gonna listen
peace,
back.
man.
Peace, peace, peace. There it is. They didn't put you out, Bobby. I got off the bed, came in here, and kicked you out. It ain't, no more time for these arguments like that. Thanks for watching. I'm out. Be back tomorrow. Thanks for the contributions, all the cash apps, all the people who say, man, check this out. Magi Archers, arrows up.